Oh shit. everybody, and welcome in. We are here. We're going back in time, actually, to go back to the remote stadium, and I am hyped for this one. I'm Spartan Tano, and I have some amazing casters here with me today. We have Ribbon Chew, we have Archer Dude 23, and the Prancing Ponyta. Let's start with you, Ribbon. How are you feeling today?
I'm ready and loving the fact that we are back in the remote stadium. I feel that we're gonna see some crazy action considering that we're going really back in time here, especially considering the meta right now. There's a very certain old characters that are really overtuned right now, and very happy to be seeing this. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Archer, what are you most looking forward to seeing in these games today?
I am definitely looking forward to seeing some absolute demons on characters like Decidueye and Tyranitar. Those were some of my favorite characters to play back on Remote Stadium. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some big snipes out here on the field since we won't have other snipers like our Inteleon on the field at all, given they weren't released at the time. So having that as probably our only like big sniper option is going to be really fun to watch. Oh, almost dropped him. So I'm very excited to see some demons here on the field today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ponyta, you've got an adorable Ponyta on your shoulder. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing any Galarian Rapidash in this one, but I think we're going to have a lot of very common picks of really strong that are in the meta right now, right?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, just coming in from the TCG side of things, I love limited formats like this. This is a great throwback to the early days of Pokemon Unite that I'm super familiar with. You know, we all started out there. Those of us who started it in the beginning of Pokemon Unite. I'm personally looking forward to seeing Cinderace maybe make a comeback here. The days of like the old Jungle Book Cinderace running through jungle and maybe even see. I mean, Absol's pretty strong in the meta now as it is, so we're gonna probably see some Absol and Blissey as well. I think those are my three top contenders there, but really looking forward to hoping that Cinderace makes an appearance.
I strongly suspect it will. I mean, I'm a huge fan of speed, so if anybody knows me from the EU region, I'm all about those fast speedsters. So I think Absol, Talonflame is actually doing really well in the meta right now, and I suspect we're going to get quite a bit of that. But I will always be shouting out for my Gengar. I need my Gengar in these games, so I'm hoping there's a team out there that's going to give me an amazing Gengar. But it's just so exciting to do these kind of tournaments, right, Ribbon? It's just such a different approach to Pokemon Unite, and we get to go back and see how far we've really come.
Yeah, considering there's not honestly a lot of people around nowadays that have been really just playing Unite for the entirety of its lifespan. People have really forgotten how crazy and hype remote stadium games can get, especially when Zapdos gets into the fray. So just that very confined space and area that doesn't allow for like a lot of rotations, like the Rayquaza pit does on Thea Sky Ruins. So people are really going to have to bring their A game when it comes to positioning and making sure they're ready when that Zapdos hits the map.
100%. And I mean, I'm just glad that when I finally say that the bees are spawning, I'm actually going to be right this time, because I still do that to this day, despite us having Faya Sky Ruins. But
Yeah.
Archer, what is quite interesting is the fact that we're not going to have Rayquaza, as Ribbon has mentioned. So that means no shields, right? As soon as you lock that in, you do have the insta scoring, but you do have a comeback mechanic in being able to get those KOs, right?
Absolutely. So, for those of you who have never watched matches on Remote Stadium before, rather than Rayquaza spawning in the center at the 2-minute mark, it will instead be a Zapdos. That Zapdos, once KO'd, will lower the defenses of all of their opposing team's goals, allowing instant scoring for up to 100 points maximum on any of the goals across the map, giving a huge opportunity to whatever team gets that capture. So there's going to be a lot of contesting over this objective, going to be some huge fights here in that center area, and it's going to be really quick, really just confined in that area. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those pushes.
Yeah, me too. And I mean, as we have a look at that central area, it feels like, if anybody remembers, Remote Stadium's got a bit more space in that central area. You've got those two buffs, and then you go and get those little adorable crabs. Ponyta, do we think there's going to be a slight difference in these jungle rotations? Because it feels like it could be a bit slower in this Remote Stadium.
Absolutely, because another thing you have to keep in mind with this map is your top and your bottom objectives are different as well. There's no Regieleki, there's no Regice, Registeel, Regirock. A lot of people from the early days would prioritize that bottom objective, which in this map is Dreadnought. So we will see a lot of difference in those jungle rotations and overall rotations for the whole map.
Yeah, and what's fascinating is like the Regieleki on the current Fey Sky Ruins does so much damage. It's pretty much another mon on your side, so it is definitely going to be different because Dreadnought in this, if I remember correctly, does a great amount of damage to you. So yeah, I'm excited for these rotations, and it's going to be interesting to see people get used to this new, well, new but old map that they're going to be competing on. But I believe this next game is going to be ready for us, chat. We're excited to get into it. It's going to be between AD Chaotic and Route 34, and you will recognize a couple of these players, so I'm excited to get this on the screen. We're going to be coming up with
Now remember,
next
this
up.
is not going to be draft pick, this is blind pick as well.
Ah, yes, very good point, Ponyta. So we don't have the draft that everybody's so used to doing. It's going to be blind pick, which of course means we could have those mirror matches. So we mentioned we might see a little bit of Cinderace. Ribbon Chew, what do you think? Anything else that's going to be mirrored quite a bit in coming into this?
Like Pony, the balance of the top and the bottom objective are not as like equally valued as they are on Thea Sky Ruins. So there's going to be a lot more focus on that bottom lane, and then up top there's just Regieleki's younger loving brother, the Rotom. Shout out Dragu, to make sure to help with those pushes. But Rotom doesn't have as many attacks as Regieleki does. Like the different kinds of attacks that it does while it walks down that lane. It just kind of does those little bolts and balls of damage. Oh, but we do have a draft on screen, Tano, so I believe you and Ponyta are going to be taking things away from here.
Yes, let's go, Ponyta. So, of course, as we mentioned, no bans, but we do get to see what the teams pick. They don't, so it's going to be interesting to see whether we get any mirror matches coming out here already. Dragonite coming out to play is quite exciting.
Even in the current meta, but back in that old meta, especially with that Hyper Beam, has great secure. We do see the Blissey on both teams, as I said. Strong pick there. Recently got some rebalancing, but that Unite move is just so strong. Snorlax, another one there that I didn't think about earlier, was really strong in the early games. You saw a lot of it using its block to utilize a lot of that zoning, but it also was a really good invade option back in the day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a Garchomp mirror matchup, which is going to be quite interesting because typically you want to send that Landshark up into that top lane. So we're going to be having possibly a Gibble off, which I'm quite excited for, especially if they pair them with the Blissey as well. But jungle-wise, what do we expect is going to be taking the jungle on the side of AD Chaotic? Because, I mean, looking at it, you could take the Garchomp into the jungle and Buzzwole top lane, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I would lean towards as well. I would see Garchomp go jungle and Buzzwole go top. Buzzwole's just such a good top lane Pokemon. So I guess we're going to find out here in about 2 seconds.
Oh, wow. It's
There they go.
awesome to see this map again, isn't it? It's so...
It is. It's bringing back some memories. Some of the, like the first worlds. There it goes with the Garchomp going into the jungle, going after the Lillipup. It's not a Xatu in this map. It is a Lillipup. And on the reverse side, we're seeing the Dragonite go into what's just a Dratini right now, go jungle. So they're going to pick up those Apoms, all these different Pokemon. It's such a throwback for me.
Yeah, 100%. But a Gibble and a Blissey in this top lane is current meta that we see in a lot of these tournaments. So it's going to be interesting to see whether AD Chaotic can grab quite a bit of that farm. What I do notice about this map is that it does feel like there's much more space around here, Ponyta.
Yeah, it does feel a lot more open. There's a lot less obstacles, walls in the way. But the good thing is your buffs are pretty much still the same here, so at least we know whoever's picking up the buffs, they're still doing pretty much the same thing. Blue buff is still giving you that reduced cooldown, and the red buff is still giving you that slow and additional damage to your attack as well on this map. So let's see, everybody's just kind of waiting it out in the grass. Looks like nobody's too sure where to move and what to do right now.
We do have the junglers going into the opposite lanes, though. Here comes the goodbye. Are they going to Dragon Rush the bees away? Yes, they are. Gives this Buzzwole some nice, tasty farm, and it looks like this Dratini is going to try and Dragonair even. He's going to try and push on in and see if they can pick up this adorable little Vulpix. The Citrus Berry is there, though, trying to see if they can secure some points, but Snorlax has a mighty boosted that does back them away from that T1 goal.
Pretty solid push there. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it paid off at all. Nobody scored anything there on that lane, and it doesn't look like much is happening in the bottom lane either here. Rotations are different with spawning for your wild Pokemon here. You don't have those birds at 8 minutes like you do in the other map, but you have something different. We have bees.
Oh man, the amount of times that I've said bees when I meant birds when I've been casting these past 2 years, I'm so glad that we do see the bees again. But it does mean you have a little bit more time and a little bit more space than usual, because now we'd see a rotation into that central area. We'd be looking for grabbing as much farm as we can, but this basement lane, they're kind of just here like, let's just say hello to each other, wait for some more farm to spawn.
And there's a lot of feeling each other out there, readjusting, getting used to this new map. It's not a new map, it's an old map, but now we're going to see 4 of them rotate to the bottom. It looks like they are going to start setting up. We're going to see the countdown here, 30 seconds now until those first objectives. It's Dreadnought on the bottom, Rotom at the top. Rotom similar to the Regieleki, where it will push and open up that top goal for scoring, whereas the Dreadnought will instead give the team a very strong defensive and XP buff.
And we do have the Hyper Beam Dragonite on the field now. Buzzwole's here against 4. That's probably not what they want to see. And finally, we have Route 34 scoring some points, trying to close that gap. 135 to 84 right now, while these first objectives spawn onto the field. It looks like it's going to be free real estate for each team here, Ponyta.
Yeah, pretty strong setup there on the bottom lane for Orange team. They've got pretty much no contestation going after that Dreadnought. They rip it really quick, and Purple is able to grab that Rotom without any issue, and it looks like they're actually going to push onto the mid-tier goal with that. They did clean up the first-tier goal before the Rotom was secured.
Every advantage you want to take in that situation. We do have Garchomp diving in to grab this farm, but they ran into a Dragonite, a good eject button to get you out of the way. Blissey's trying to provide that assistance, and we have a rip onto the Wigglytuff and Dragonite here. There's a Livid Outrage trying to see if they can pick up a KO. They nearly pick up the Wiggly, but the Starlight Recital comes out, keeping them around. The Bliss assistance doing the same. Some good defense coming out here from Route 34, but they have scored quite a few points into that T1 goal there. The Dragonite throws out their Unite move, picks up 2 KOs, and they're trying to continue to push in here, Ponyta. They feel like they've got the advantage. They want to get some more KOs.
Pushing back to that middle tier is going to let them get some extra healing that they seem like they need there, and it does look like they backed off, but they're actually going to rotate through their jungle there, put a little pressure on them through their own jungle. That's a pretty bold move.
It is, and you know, they say you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Route 34 have come out of that feeling pretty gravy. They've got quite a bit of experience taken away from AD Chaotic right now, and now they're just waiting for the next engage. 2 Garchomps looking down at each other, trying to see who can pick up who. It doesn't seem like they want to go for this engage yet. It's really smart from Route 34. They're just going to go grab their farm here, Ponyta.
Route 34 is doing a great job with these supports. The Blissey running the Safeguard, and the Wigglytuff, I mean, they're just a little bulky. They're running great backup. They're running great defense, allowing their main attackers, like their Garchomps, to get in, get out pretty safely. And now we're going to see, it looks like AD is setting up for that top objective again. Looks like all 5 members are here and ready for that, whereas Route 34 is prioritizing that Dread.
Yeah, and the Dreadnought gives quite a bit of experience, so I feel like between the two, it's the one to go for. But to be fair to AD Chaotic, if you don't want to contest it, try and make sure that you get something in the opposite lane. So I think it's a good decision. We do have Garchomp just on the outskirts seeing what's going on, but they do lock in that Rotom. They could push this to the T2 if they want to, Ponyta.
Yeah, and it looks like that might be what they're hesitating on. They're coming around through the bottom. They're waiting to see how many members of Root are there, and Garchomp's just going to hold it off. Oh, it looks like they're going to pick off that Wigglytuff and disengage in the bottom lane here. And it looks like the Buzz is actually going to eject button into it, but they don't get the Wigglytuff in that encounter. And instead, we're going to see some jump pads in here to try to hold off this push on this middle tier.
Wow, I love that. Kyle was like, nah, we're throwing out the Thunderstorm. Buzzwell's not getting away with this. Stuck in the flux zone, you are really stuck between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately. So it's a good pickup there for Route 34. Looking at these levels, Route 34 are way ahead. They may be slightly behind on points, but it's all about these levels coming into, I was going to say Rayquaza, but of course it is Zapdos now. So it feels like AD need to really catch up on these levels here, Ponyta.
Yeah, Route 34 being ahead on levels, especially hitting 13 on Dragonite and Garchomp here. Those are some pretty crucial numbers. They do need to catch up on the side of AD Chaotic, but again, like you said, they are ahead in points, but they're so close right now. Those points may not even really matter. They're even on goals, so it looks like the Dragonites can actually try to sneak some in here, but there is going to be some pushback from the Alola Ninetales and the Blissey. We just have Blissey versus Blissey, but all four members, we've got all five members of Route 34 there ready to go. They're trying to zone him out in this bottleneck here, but it looks like we're going to just have a clash.
Oh, that we are. There's the Livid Outrage. The Blitz Assistance came out as well. That's a lot of Unite moves. The Super Soul Slam comes down, and they've been able to pick up the Dragonite. They're going to be able to pick up the Garchomp as well, because Dwayne, the Buzz Bugson's come, and they've got a huge one off the Pile Driver. That's a good pickup on the Garchomp there. And now they're on a bit of a back foot here at Route 34.
It was an excellent team engage there for the members of AD Chaotic. They needed that, and it looks like they're going to rip this Dreadnought without any contest. We've got 30 seconds until the Zapdos. It's plenty of time for the members of Route 34 to respawn, kind of pick up some more levels. Everybody's trying to get their Unite moves back in this instance. No Unite moves on the side of AD Chaotic right now, whereas Pikachu and Dragonite have theirs. Dragonite's great for secure. Blissey has their Unite move. They're really poised to set up for this Zapdos in a lot better position than AD Chaotic is, despite that last engage.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the Unite moves that they have on the side of Route 34 are so good for these team fights, especially Kyle on that Pikachu. So this might be the time to go for the engage whilst you can. Snow Globe is back up, so is the Livid Outrage on the side of AD Chaotic, but it seems like they're just waiting for the right opportunity here, Ponyta.
Yeah, it does look like Garchomp's just kind of taking a little poke and pick here at this Zapdos. While it looks like Route 34 is just kind of hanging out in the back lane, they're waiting for their opportunity to either push or engage. Nobody's really sure. There's a lot less hiding space here around the Zapdos like there is on the remote stadium around the Rayquaza. So it does look like the teams are going in for the fight, Tano.
Oh, there's the Pikachu, the Livid Outrage, though, trying to see if they can zone out Kyle. They're not able to. The Blitz Assistance comes out as well. A big power nap from the Snorlax, and they're able to clean up. That's 5 down from AD Chaotic. Route 34 with the ace, and they're going to get the Zapdos.
Kyle definitely knows what he's doing on that Pikachu. No issues whatsoever. Going into that with those Unite moves, they were super prepared for this engagement, and they're going to just drop some fat hundo burgers on these outer goals before pushing in on that middle.
Yeah, no shields, of course, because it's not the Rayquaza, but the instant scoring makes it incredibly hard to stop anything rolling on in. 587 points on the board now for Route 34. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable, and Dragonite might be able to just cause some distractions. 30 seconds left. I think it's going to be a tall order for AD Chaotic here, Ponyta.
Yeah, it does look like AD Chaotic still doesn't have their Unite moves back unless they just used up a few of them there when they weren't quite ready to use them. But they are going to take a push on this bottom lane here. Dragonite's holding off pretty strong on their own. Pikachu, Kyle there. Pika Kyle there with the Snorlax block. Got all the walls going up.
Ooh, not even able to get anything in. Really good thunderstorm coming out of Pika Kyle, and that's going to be it for the day. Game 1 is going to go to Route 34.
All those walls going up were just not enough to keep the Huns out of China, apparently.
100%. Really well played by Route 34. It felt like they weren't too worried about scoring too many points to begin with, and they just needed to farm. They just wanted to get those levels, and that is what made the difference coming into that final Zapdos battle.
It did seem like there was a lot of hesitation on the side of AD Chaotic in a lot of those encounters, and they didn't seem like they were entirely confident going into that. They had a pretty good comp there, really strong. It doesn't seem like they really utilized that Snorlax a whole lot there. What do you think, Kyle? I'm sorry, I
I
called you Kyle Tano.
I
Over here
mean,
looking at Kyle's name.
that is the biggest compliment you could give me, Ponyta. So no worries at all. The Snorlax, I felt like the block was utilized, and I think maybe the Heavy Slam Yawn would have been a bit more beneficial because I think CC can really make a difference on Remote Stadium. They did take 51k damage, the most on their team, so they were definitely tanking, but it's whether they were able to spot a bit more than they did with those CC moves, to be honest, Ponyta.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely saw Kyle utilize a lot of that on Pikachu with the artillery build, being able to use that CC, and then Ender on that Wigglytuff. Another Pokemon that I didn't actually see, I didn't think about it being a possible frontliner, but in this format where we have so many Pokemon that are not allowed because this is a limited format and no Pokemon past the release of Tyranitar are allowed to be picked. So it's just something I didn't think about, but it is a great frontliner along with the Blissey there, being able to just buff, keep the opponents back, and then you have that Dragonite doing great secure. We have a lot of that rush damage coming in from the Garchomp. I mean, it was really a solid comp there for them.
100%. As we looked at those numbers, you saw the lowest damage taken being on the carries for Route 34. So you know the defenders and supports have done their job well. And as we have a look at these points raining on in, very close game throughout all of it. And it just worked so well for Route 34 because they just got those levels and just cooked at the Zapdos fight, proving themselves to get that win. But that's game one, Ponyta. It's a best of three, I believe. So will we see any change in these picks, do we think?
I think we will. I think we will see some changes, but I do Blissey pick. I would almost bet we're going to see Blissey on pretty much every team today, running with this blind pick, no bans. Kyle being on that Pikachu, and with them not having a way to ban it, I think we'll see Kyle run back on the Pikachu.
Yeah, I think Pikachu will always be one of those mons that you can always go to. A fantastic Unite move that's so great for a team fight. You can go for the CC with the Volt Tackle, Electro Ball. You can go for the Artillery build, which is my favorite, by the way. So thank you for running that, Kyle. Which does quite a bit of damage, but it's just always going to be a guaranteed great Pokemon to use in this game. And what's interesting, Ponyta, is that with the fact we're on Remote Stadium and we can't utilize those other attackers that we expect, no Inteleon, no Miraidon, we don't even have Armarouge and those kind of attackers that are so strong in the meta right now. So I think everyone's going to be going back to the OGs that really cooked well, which is why I think we're going to see quite a bit of Lucario today as well.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised nobody picked Lucario for that last match. It was so strong in those early days of Pokemon Unite. We called it the Lucario meta for so long. We saw great players like Lutano just run Lucario and make, massive plays and even, winning massive tournaments with them. So it was surprising to me, but maybe just right now, maybe it's not in a great place. Maybe for this format it's good, but maybe with its stats being where it is, with other Pokemon like Serena having seen recent buffs, maybe we'll see a bit more attackers, but again, they did lean into those all-arounders for this match.
We didn't have any Aegis Slash because that feels like it's in a pretty good position right now. But we're heading into this game. The picks are getting taken. The Garchomp was straight on that board, Ponyta.
And we do see the side switch there, so it does look like AD is now on the orange side with Route 34 on the purple side. There's the Blissey lock. Looks like they're going to lock the Blissey on both sides, in fact. And it might lean towards double Blissey, double Wigglytuff lock.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of that today. It would not surprise me if that's pretty much a guaranteed lock in every game that we go into. I'm just trying to remember where Glaceon was. I believe it was one of the last few before we went over. So Glaceon is going to be locked in here. I kind of like that pick. You know that you're coming up against quite a few all-rounders. And one thing Glaceon's good at, Ponyta, is ripping down all-rounders and defenders, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and it can do that from the back line and the mid line as well. It's got so much range on that icicle spear, on the icicles. It can get anything, and it can do so much amounts of damage, and it's great for those rips too on those objectives.
Yeah, you're going to pair that with a Crustle, which is already in a pretty good position. There's definitely, I would say, defenders that are feeling stronger than Crustle. Undervalued pick because they do so much. So we're going to head into the second game here. As you say, on the purple side is now Route 34, and we have AD over on the orange side.
Something I noticed going into this match, Ender is actually a gold badge Wigglytuff, so that could play into why they just were such a solid front line there for a Wigglytuff player. Kyle once again back on the Pikachu, but we're going to see that double Jigglypuff just slap battle here. It's like the old days of the Pokemon anime where they're just going to slap each other out.
Will they respect the 1v1 though? No, Kyle gets involved, so does the Eevee. And we do have some sneaky stacks looking like they're trying to get in here. Gibble trying to steal that one away from the Crustle, and they are able to, but the slow smoke comes out to play. That's going to be interesting for this game, Ponyta.
Yeah, AD Chaotic leaning into that Crustle instead of the Snorlax for their big defender this time around, whereas we don't really have a designated defender on the side of Route 34. It seems like that role is leaning more towards Wigglytuff's position in the game here. Garchomp actually making its rotation to the top lane. Does seem like maybe they're going to try to prioritize this top lane a little bit more.
Yeah, I think they expect both of these central area Pokemon to be up here. There is the Dragonair. There we go. Gabite doing what we expect. They drag them around with the Dragon Rush, see if they can pick up anybody. Nobody was in the slow smoke, unfortunately. Trying to see if they can pick Blissey onto their side. They just missed that one.
Slow Smoke is such an interesting pick for this area. We don't have a whole lot of hiding places like we do in the remote stadium, or not in the remote, in the Thea Sky Ruins, where there's so much more grassy areas, more hiding places, a lot of places for you to pick your opponents out of. You usually see a lot more eject button on this map because of how more open it is and how much you need to reposition yourself a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd love to get into the brain of these players because it's feeling so different for me just as a caster, Ponyta. There's so much more space that we're not used to seeing, a lot more ambushes getting prepared, so it's so interesting. We nearly hit that level 6 on Glaceon. That's the power spike that they're really looking for to get this ripping.
And yet if you look at it too, does it look like the goal zones are actually a little closer together?
Yes, it does actually. That's so fascinating. They do feel further back on the Thea Sky Ruins.
Right? So there's a lot more engage going on, a lot closer to those goal zones, a lot less far of a space for you to have to go to try to get those stacks in. So all of the positioning, all of the design of this map plays into it. It looks like we're going to set up here for this Dread. I think both teams have decided this is the objective to prioritize as we go into the team fight here. Wigglytuff putting everybody to sleep, picking off the Glaceon that is huge in this, and Kyle coming in with that artillery Pikachu. They're going to scare the Wigglytuff back to the back line.
Oh, this is working so well for Route 34. There's a Hyper Beam that deletes the health off that Wigglytuff. Their own 1 HP in a dream, running back to that pad to get that healing. Gabite is back, but they're facing up against a mighty Dragonite, and that is not an easy feat.
No, not at all, but those Wigglytuffs coming in with the Sing, using that crowd control for sleep. It's pretty crucial there for the side of Route 34. They're able to get that Dread, get that shield, the defense buff, and Wigglytuff's just all alone on this bottom pad facing up against 4 members of Route 34. I wouldn't want to be in that position there either, but they do manage to get out and retreat to the mid pad. But it does look like that's an easy way for them to break that first tier goal.
Trying to see if they could pick up Glaceon there with the rush, not able to, so that Rotom is going to be taken. That's going to push on in and allow them to score plenty of points into this T1. What they need to do, because they need to catch up with Route 34. Now we're at 90 points on the board compared to the 81.
Right, we do notice that Rotom actually moves a little bit faster than Regieleki when pressing in on that goal zone, and it is a little bit closer, so it's not as far of a distance for it to have to travel as well. It was able to get into that goal, and it allowed AD Chaotic a chance to get in there and kind of get some points in there that they probably really needed.
Feels like a closer game this time, but Route 34 do have a bit more of those level advantages that they're used to having. A Livid Outrage comes out as they try and catch the Garchomp. The Bliss Assistance reigns in as well, and that comes back to bite them because they have exploded them on the side of AD Chaotic right now. They're continuing to see if they can pick up the Crystal. They just miss the X's on the Blissey, and they do fall. Route 34 are winning all of these team fights right now, Ponyta.
That's pretty impressive right there, but they are definitely getting that level experience that they need there. Dragonite just now hitting 12, one more level to 13. We're super close there. I mean, there's nobody even really close to that on the side of AD Chaotic, so Route 34 is really in a great spot right now. Garchomp's in a good position, just hitting 10. I mean, there's so much going on here. Blissey hitting 10. These levels are just so much higher than what we're seeing on the other side.
You know, I think Kyle may have found their team for UCS because Route 34 are cooking in this game so far. Definitely slightly ahead on points, which isn't going to make much difference coming down to the final stretch. But as you mentioned, levels are all that it's about. So we're going to see if we can sneak on in here from the side of AD Chaotic. Kyle is there prepared with that artillery to back them away from the goal. They've put Garchomp to sleep. They need to decide if they want to go on in now. Probably best not to with Garchomp getting weak there. The bottom Dreadnought has spawned. And it looks like we're going to rotate and see if we can get a rip onto it.
With an interesting 4v3, but Kyle's artillery build was able to push them off. Pretty intimidating seeing all of that coming down on top of them. The Bliss Assist to the Glaceon. Glaceon trying to get him from the back lane. It's not really doing enough damage. These Pokemon are just such a high level. There's so much damage coming in, but it's not enough. They managed to take them down in that encounter, and it's a clean slate for them to be able to pick up this Dreadnought.
Ooh, baby, a triple. They are really cooking now at Route 34. They take the Dreadnought. They're going to see if they can get the Rotom. Crustle is here, though, and they've got something to say about it. Oh, they do manage to grab that away from Garchomp, but the Livid Outrage comes out in return. Does buy them a little bit of space now, and I like this from Route 34. They're just backing away from this engagement.
Interesting to see which ones they're prioritizing, but which ones they're actually getting to secure here. We still have a couple, almost like 2 minutes until the Zapdos spawn, so there's still plenty going on the field. They're still pretty even in numbers here. Crustle trying to get in a little bit of a drop there, but it's not able to. The Wigglytuff comes in with the crowd control on the Sing, but they do manage to break that bottom goal, and it does give them enough points to kind of pull ahead just a little bit. But we're going to see some sneaky drops on the side of Route 34 that pulls them ahead in turn.
That's great. Just making sure that you stay in the lead and you have every advantage you can coming into this Zapdos fight. Level 14 on Dragonite again for Onitara and 13 on the Garchomp. They just know how to level themselves up in this game.
It's absolutely insane to see them 2-3 levels higher than anybody on the side of AD Chaotic. Even the Glaceon. Glaceon should be able to get those levels so quick and so easy, but even Glaceon's been struggling this match.
Oh, we do have 45 seconds before we have Zapdos spawning, and we're just seeing these teams trying to see if they can grab any little piece of farm that's here. Blissey is getting pretty weak there, and Garchomp, they want to keep cooking. They take down the opposing Blissey. The rip from Glaceon is here. They do have the Icicle Spears. They weren't able to get enough off them, though, and it does seem like, again, Route 34 come out with the advantage in that battle.
Looks like AD Chaotic has learned their lesson this time around, though. They're going into this Ray fight with all of their Unite moves ready in tow. But it looks like all of the Unite moves are back up and respawned, ready to go on the side of Route 34 as well. So this is going to be a really interesting fight here. This is the only chance that they probably have to make a comeback.
Yeah, and you really have no opportunity to hide in this game. I mean, Kyle's already trying to poke anybody out in these bushes, and vision is just instantly there. The rip onto the Zapdos comes in from Garchomp already. They're just trying to see if they're going to poke on in. Garchomp and Glaceon, fantastic decision to rip it. There's the Starlight Recycle, but who's going to lock it in? It's the Wigglytuff that takes Zapdos for AD. If they can get these insta scores in, they're going to take the second game, and we have a game free, Ponyta.
That is an excellent positioning and an excellent rip there for AD Chaotic. It was exactly what they needed there. They were perfectly positioned to push everybody from Route 34 out from the bottom. They saw that they were lane checked and then through the bottom. They were able to get that Garchomp in there, get him ripping, while everybody else zoned the rest of Route 34 out from that bottom area. And then they did get in there. They got plenty of Hundo Burgers dropped, so that brought them well ahead, well over almost 300 points ahead. But we're going to see Crustle try to sneak in here, just try to hang on and make sure that nobody's pushing that top goal.
Yeah, I think this is it. We have a minute left. As you say, about 300 points between these teams. No Rayquaza shield, so they could get a good push here. It's all about getting those Unite moves back and pushing as a team. If you can rain down these points, you can definitely pull this back, and we're going to see if Route 34 have the capability of doing so.
Looks like we're going to see all 5 members from Route 34 make a push on this bottom lane here, but we're going to see some Unite moves come out, and everybody from AD Chaotic is going to show up to this team fight.
Oh, there's the Starlight Recycle. They're going to rush on in, see if they can get some stuns. I did like that from the Dragonite, just trying to see if they can sneak into that top part and get the points in. The Bliss Assistance comes in and does save the Glaceon. And I think with 19 seconds left, that's probably going to be game. Livid Outrage comes out. Kyle is breaking ankles, but they do eventually get found. And AD Chaotic, with a great decision to rip the Zapdos, are going to take us to a game free.
I love seeing a game 3. Game 2 out of 3 is always the best. I mean, you get more game action, you get a chance to really feel your opponents out and see what they're going to play into. This was an excellent game. This was a great rip and a great secure for them. That was a solid decision to go in on the Zapdos as quick as they did.
Yeah, it just shows that it can still work for you. I mean, it did feel like Route 34 was winning the majority of those team fights, and again, they were levels up, but they just had the right decision. We have a Garchomp, we have a Glaceon, we have a Wigglytuff to zone them out, we have a Crustle to do the same. Let's just rip it. A great decision by them, and it did honestly feel like they grabbed that one out of the jaws of defeat there, Ponyta.
It really did. They definitely came back from that one, and it really was the turning point that they needed. It was a super close game all the way up until the Zapdos, even with AD Chaotic being just a little bit behind on those levels. They needed that Zapdos, and they were like, we know exactly what we need, and we're going to take it.
And then just dash on off and get those insta scores in. That's another thing, of course. Without getting that shield that we're so used to having, you can't stay and fight like you might do in other situations. You have to run, dash on in and get those insta scores in, or you're not going to be able to win despite getting that objective.
Absolutely, and it played well to them. They were able to score almost 300 points and pull ahead and hold off. They were able to still get back. Those who got knocked out were able to respawn in time to assist. We saw Crustle hold the top lane. Dragonite tried to sneak in and get some scores there. Didn't really work out for them. They tried, though. They tried.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do is try and try again. And to be honest, I'm really surprised at just the amount of mons that are locked in for this set already. We have the Blissey, Wigglytuff, and Garchomp being a permanent on both sides, and Steel Agent Kyle sticking with that Pikachu, which I honestly feel is doing bits in this fight. The CC and the damage, I mean, 21% damage whilst only receiving 12k shows that Kyle has done their job there.
Absolutely. I could almost argue, non-biased, that Kyle might be the MVP here.
We are definitely not biased. I completely
Not at all. I mean, we just saw how strong that artillery build was. They were able to try to poke some of the other team out of the grass there. They're able to pick them out from hiding. They're able to do some excellent crowd control, especially on Pokemon like Garchomp that are going to just try to rush your midline and your backline. It was really a great strategy there.
Yeah, and I think that's why these ranged attackers can be so important, because whilst there's already less places to hide on this map, they also are able to poke out those bushes, especially on an artillery Pikachu, for example, or Decidueye Spirit Shackle. You can throw some damage into those bushes to see if people are around, and it's really good because 90% of this game, Ponyta, is having vision on where the other team is, right?
Absolutely, and I know the map doesn't feel as big as Thea Sky Ruins, but like you said, it's just so much more spread out, and things are positioned a little bit differently. There's less hiding space, but it's still good to know into this map. A lot of that knowing who's where, especially on that bottom objective. There's not as many places to hide for zoning in particular.
Yeah, 100%. So, will we see a change coming into this third game in what was picked? I think both teams have got a bit of an idea on what the other is going to be running. Will we see some possible counters coming out? I kind of hope we do have a little bit of a shake-up. I'm still waiting for my Speedster to come out and play Pony.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seems like they need to come up with something on the side of AD Chaotic to counter so much of that crowd control that we're seeing come off of that artillery Pikachu and come off of that Wigglytuff with the Sing. They're using their own Wigglytuff now like they did in the last, and they went in with the Crustle. The Crustle was a great option as well. I think the Snorlax was a good option too with the block, but we didn't see as much of it being useful in the in the first game. So the second game, they went with that Crustle. That worked out to their favor. Third game, are we going to see another defender come in and maybe take its place? Or are we going to see them run back? Or are they going to completely cut the defender altogether and go with a Speedster or something that can maybe get in there and kind of take down some of those Pokemon that are using that crowd control to their favor?
Yeah, I mean, as we look at the defenders that are playable on the remote stadium, you do have some absolute classics. You've got Slowbro, you've got Mamoswine, you've got Blastoise. Blastoise is used in nearly every single game in the most recent meta just because of how much CC it drops. And of course, Hydro Typhoon is one of the best in the game. It's going to be really fascinating to see that.
Pokemon that have hindrance resistance too would be excellent in this, and Blastoise is one of those Pokemon that does have some hindrance resistance.
Yes, 100%. And again, just being able to secure with the two moves that they have. I believe we are just going into this game, although I can't just see it yet, so just bear with me.
Look like they did lean away from the Pikachu this time around, though.
Okay.
Unless we're going to have a redraft. I can't tell, though. No, it does look like Ender's going to stay on that Wigglytuff. And Mr. Mime there. This is a whole different thing.
Such a huge fan of that, Ponyta. Bring out the mime, throw it in the jungle, go all out, let's go for it. Route 34.
Which mime are we going to see, though? Are we going to see the wall mime, or are we going to see the healing mime?
I want to see the damage, man. I want to see those walls. I want to see the confusion. That's what I want to see, because it is mega on a map like Remote Stadium. But we'll have to find out. In the meantime, it is in the jungle for Route 34. Let's go.
You called it. You said you wanted to see that jungle mime, and there it is.
Oh, Kyle.
So we are seeing the return to the double Blissey, the double Wigglytuff, but we're not seeing that double Garchomp. Instead, it does look like Route 34 leaned into more of a strong supporter base. In fact, all supporters on their team, if you look at it, we've got Mime, supporter, Hoopa, supporter, Eldegoss, supporter, Wigglytuff, and Blissey, a full supporter team. I'm really rooting for this. This is a great comp. Something you don't see, like, ever.
I'm with you, Ponyta, because I feel like we're supposed to be unbiased, but why would you not want this full supporter team to win? This is going to be fascinating. They have the Eldegoss for the damage, same with the Mime, and then they've got great CC, but they do have that Glaceon going up against them. As we see this basement lane, the walls do come on out there, and they do manage to take quite a bit of that farm for Route 34.
Yeah, this is going to be excellent to see. We've got that Eldegoss in the top lane there, but it does look like they're going to get that score off against the opposing goal. So we're going to push back Hoopa using portals to open up, kind of bring some of the other team up there to help in that team fight. They will pick off the Wigglytuff in this encounter. That does get the Chansey into the Blissey in that encounter. We're going to see some walls go up from the Mime there that keeps the Crustle out so that they can try to get in there and get some scores, go for some stacks. They needed that. It's a great encounter so far already.
And what I'm loving here is that Route 34 have the early game, right? We do have to wait for that Garchomp to come online, Glaceon to hit their power spike. So early game, it really should be Route 34 that are dominating, and that is what we're seeing. But they need to make sure that they get really far enough ahead to really curve the power spike that's going to come from that Garchomp.
Yeah, they really need to lean into Kyle's Mime a lot here for that mid and late game, especially. Hoopip with its Unite move is going to be particularly strong late game there. Looks like we're going to see a rollout Wigglytuff.
They are absolutely treating us today, chat. What more could you want? Rollout Wigglytuff, Mime, Jungle. It is all kicking off. We're 30 seconds away from these first objectives. Both teams just doing what we expect, really just sort of seeing each other out while we wait for this next bit of farm.
This Hoopa is absolutely great for this positioning, because whereas we only saw two members of Route 34 on the bottom lane, Mime just opened up those portals, brought everybody else down. We see the rollout Wigglytuff just bouncing back and forth between those walls, doing damage and locking out the members of AD Chaotic from being able to advance on the rest of the team in the back line. That was a solid strategy there.
I mean, this is just the spirit of the game. Look at the fun that we're seeing on this field right now. All these supporters going at it, roll out Wigglytuff, they pick up the Glaceon. This is the difficulty of going up against all these supporters. You are going to get CC'd, you're going to be thrown against a wall, and then you've just got them constantly dropping damage on you. They might not do a lot of damage, but when you're CC'd for so long, they will lock you down.
I'm absolutely here for rollout Wigglytuff now. This is my new thing. I'm all about it. They're going in on that Dreadnought. It does look like they're going to be able to rip it pretty clean. They secure it despite us seeing a Wigglytuff from the purple side try to come in and rip it. But it does look like AD Chaotic secures the Rotom and is able to push that in. It looks like it's going to push into that top goal. They don't quite break it before the Rotom hits, but they do break it afterwards, so it worked out for them.
They've given themselves the lead. It did look like Hooper was going to sneak that 15 in, but then they just try and run away. They do have a Wigglytuff in their face, and nobody wants a Wigglytuff in their face. But it does seem like we have a rotation here from AD Chaotic, seeing if they can push down into this basement lane, put the pressure onto this T1 pad.
All 5 members of AD Chaotic pushing on that bottom goal. We see the Ballisticist come out. The Garchomp is online. He's going to dive in. He's into that flux zone there. He doesn't even care. He's just all about these dives and these sprints, the knocks out. Oh my gosh.
It's so crazy. Hooper lets the rings unbound. You have to, because you need that CC and damage. They were cooking on the side of AD Chaotic. You can't do much against them, but Kyle is building houses right now. They take down one. They want to continue to push here. The Cotton Cloud Crash comes out, and that's going to keep them around to fight again another day. That's a 2 KO for Kyle. They're going to push onto this T1 here, Ponyta. There's the Starlight Recital from the Wigglytuff, and that's going to buy them some space, and that might be able to defend this goal.
It was a pretty insane push there for AD Chaotic up onto Route 34's Tier 1. It didn't pay off. They didn't quite break it. And it gave Route 34 a chance to push back, but when you're trying to lock out that Wigglytuff, they're trying to keep it from being able to do Wigglytuff things. It's in there with the double slap, it's in there with the rollout, but we do see that Crustle trying to utilize its own rock walls to try to separate a little bit of a divide and conquer there. That was a pretty interesting engage. We're going to see that Hoopa open up those portals to try to move their team around, reposition them where they need to be. We're only a few seconds away from the next objective spawning, and they're kind of all over the map right now. Nobody's too sure where they need to position and what to prioritize.
It's like they want to see if they can break these goals, because of course they do have a Hooper on the side of Route 34, but they also want to get the Dreadnought, and Kyle says it's showtime, baby. They dive onto the Crustle, and they do a huge amount of damage to it. They're trying to rush away, but the walls are there. They put up their own, and they still get KO'd. The Dreadnought is going back to full health while they try and push onto this T1. We do see the Glacial Stage coming out from the Glaceon, and those Icicle Spears are going to go express delivery to the home pad, and then come straight on back.
Those of us who know Kyle know he loves to put on a show, and he definitely put one on there. Able to take Crustle down in that encounter was pretty huge, but Crustle is back, and he's ready for more. He said, I'm here to build the walls. I'm here to build all of the canyons to divide and conquer here. We see the Hoopa throwing the Unbound, and it's bringing everybody in for this team fight. They're going to try to push. There's only 3 points left on this goal. They do manage to get the break there in that moment. We're going to see the Garchomp go for the dive, try to take down this Hoopa. Hoopa's doing a pretty massive amount of damage there. They do secure. No, they don't. He gets these almost away with 1 HP. Is he going to survive?
No way, that's illegal. Managing to get out on literally no HP in a dream. I didn't see anything on that health bar there. And they come
nothing
on
on that bar.
Literally nothing. They do get the Dreadnought on the side of AD Chaotic. And what was interesting there is Garchomp popped that Living Outrage with 4 supporters on that goal. They were rubbing their hands together there for it. They was like, this is just feasting season for me. And Hooper does manage to get away.
Of the 3 matches so far, this being the 3rd one, obviously, these are some of the closest levels we've seen between these 2 teams. This full supporter comp is super interesting. It's super versatile. They're kind of all over the map. They seem to be exactly where they need to be, and they just manage to be really annoying when they need to be annoying as well. They're going to push on this top lane. It seems like they're going to break this tier 1. There's nobody there to really object. Mon putting up the walls. They're going to just hold that pad, sit there while he scores that 50. That does give them some points, but they're still behind right now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this Zapdos battle again, and this is why AD Chaotic are set up already for it. 15 seconds before that comes on in. Going to get a rotation in this top lane right now. They need vision on where they are on the side of Route 34. It's difficult, though, because the Livid Outrage comes out to ring. There's the Bliss Assistance onto the Garchomp as well. That comes back in return onto the Mine. Can they do enough, though? The rings are let loose on the Hoover, but the Blissey falls. They managed to take down the Wigglytuff in return, but this Garchomp is unstoppable. It's a Land Shark that's got constant healing on it, but Hooper manages to take them down, and with Glaceon taking down the Eldegoss, it does look like we just have the Hooper and Mine to do stuff for Route 34. It's not going to be enough here, though. They can get the rip onto the Zapdos now, Ponyta.
Yeah, they absolutely have all of the rip power they need. All of the Unite moves are spent here except for Crustle. So going into this Zapdos, they could take it, or they can already know that they're ahead and just stay secure and hold their ground. And that looks like what they're going to do. They're just going to hold ground. They're not going to let anybody from Route 34 in onto this Zapdos. They're holding them out. They're not just holding them away from the Zapdos. They're pushing them all the way back into lane. That's where the encounter happened on that top pad there. It just happened all the way back in that top zone. But it does look like Route 34 knows they need to go for it. So all 5 members are here. They're going to make a strong push in on the Zapdos. We're seeing the slaps come out. We're seeing the rollout. The rollout's going to stun them for a little bit, but it's not quite enough. They're going to rip this Zapdos. They're just going to see who's going to have the best secure here. It's super low HP, and the secure goes down. Oh, no! And they do! They get it! Oh my gosh, Route 34 does get it! They're gonna make a rush at this moment. The Glaceon's trying to do all of the damage it possibly can, but it's just not enough. That was a crazy secure.
The Hundo Burgers rain on in. Kyle with a demon secure. They can score these points. Glaceon looks like they're going to get that Hundo Burger in return, but I don't think it's going to be enough because the points are raining on down. 20 seconds left, and with a full supporter comp, Route 34 is going to be able to take the win in this set.
That was an absolutely insane comeback. AD Chaotic knew all they had to do was just hold that Zapdos, but Route 34 knew they had no shot if they didn't take it, so they had to take a chance, and it was a gamble that absolutely paid off. I'm going to have to take these guys to Vegas for the weekend.
100%. Wow. Route 34 putting on a show for us, and I feel like AD Chaotic knew what they needed to do. They didn't have to go in for the rip on the Zapdos because of the fact that you don't really have a rip on the side of Route 34, right? But as soon as they locked in, we saw Jet Fuel just try and drop that damage onto the Zapdos. So they felt like they had to try and rip it and secure it themselves on the side of AD Chaotic. What a smart play by Route 34.
Absolutely, that was a pretty solid choice for them there. Steel Agent Kyle getting the MVP on that Mr. Mime. I think we called it a game or two ago, but man, that Glaceon really put in the work. It was really getting some pretty crucial picks where it needed to. Garchomp was really putting in the damage as well, but I do think that these Blissies on both sides, we're just going to see this double Blissey comp all day long. Every team is going to have a Blissey on it, but that rollout Wigglytuff, man, just absolutely always managed to place its rollout right in the right spots to hit the maximum amount of Pokemon as it possibly could in those instances. It would stun them for a second. It was great crowd control. 104k damage from that Garchomp. That is absolutely insane. It just shows you how much sustain they had on the side of Route 34 and how much damage it was getting in there and doing.
Yeah, 100%. It was a really impressive set, and of course, what that means now is that Route 34 are going to progress through to the winners round 2, and they're going up against Stamina Esports, I believe, from the LATAM region. So that's going to be a tough mountain for them to climb, but with the show they've put on here, Ponyta, I definitely think they can rise to that challenge.
And they're definitely not letting the other teams try to learn anything from them. They're just throwing out some crazy wild cards here and keeping everybody in the next rounds guessing of what they could possibly see. This is a great format. So many Pokemon banned, but it in a format that they call it a limited format where you have so many Pokemon banned, it really just actually opens up new options for new comps, things that nobody would think to do before. So we're getting to see some of that now. Obviously, we're going to see some of these top frontliners like Blissey, but seeing this Wigglytuff really get to have its chance to come out and shine and be like this big crowd control Pokemon, it's a great pick. It's one that I didn't think about early. I really thought we were going to see more of these like stronger speedsters, the Absol, and maybe even back into the all-rounder meta with the Aegislash, like you said, we haven't seen.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting point because with this limited kind of format, the teams are having to have that experience as well as us pointing out, right? They're having to really look at what could be brought in. They're not used to scrimming against a Wigglytuff. It just doesn't get used in tournaments in recent times. So you're going to have to really shake up your own comp to work out what's going to work against what is coming into these games. So it's really interesting, and it's even more interesting that both teams decided to go for the Wigglytuff and Blissey straight for the whole set.
Absolutely. A lot of adjusting on the fly here. I wonder if we're going to see some items change hands as well. We did see that slow smoke. Are we going to see more full heals with all of this crowd control?
Yes, I would. Well, I mean, full heal isn't what it used to be, but it's definitely still usable. So you do want to try and take that on because I think CC is going to be the name of the game coming into this entire tournament, especially as much in Remote Stadium as you can on Fair Sky Ruins, as we've already mentioned. But yeah. I believe that's going to be it for set 1, and then we're going to be heading to a quick break before we get the next set ready for you. But how good was that game, Ponyta?
That was absolutely incredible. I don't even have words. I got tongue-tied so much because there's just it was just so many unseen, unheard of things that we're not used to because we do so much Thea Sky Ruins. We're used to so much of the current meta, and we're kind of taking a step back to days of yore, days of yonder. We're having our throwback time period here, and just kind of seeing things the way they used to be, and but also with these Pokemon having new buffs. It's not the same, even though it's the same Pokemon and the same map as we saw a couple of years ago. They're not the same exact Pokemon because we've seen rebalances, rebuffs, uh, reworks on some of them even. So like the Blissey having a rework recently. So even though its safeguard build is not as strong as it used to be, the Bliss Assist is so much stronger. So it's just something completely different. So maybe that makes sense as to why we're not seeing as many of those all-arounders like we used to. Maybe we're not seeing the Zeraora that we would have seen back in the day, or the Absol we would have seen running jungle. And maybe that's why we're not getting that Talonflame and the Lucario. But we are only a couple of games in. This is only the first two teams. We have 16 teams in this. There's no telling what we're going to see the rest of this tournament.
You're absolutely right. 16 teams is massive for a tournament like this, so I'm really excited to see what else comes along. But as mentioned, we're going to take a quick break, chat, so don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, chat. I was trying to think of a really old-timey say because we're back in the past here, Ponyta, but I couldn't think of one off the fly. But what a game, an entire set that ended up being, right?
What a set. Yeah, that was absolutely insane. A great game one from both teams. I mean, really all three games were great for both teams. Game two, not quite as close, but game three, super close. That all supporter comp really paid off in the end there. It did look like it wasn't going to go their way at first, but it worked out exactly the way they needed it to.
Absolutely, and next we're going to be having Liquidators versus Hyperforce Gaia. And we were recently talking behind the scenes here about the changes that we went through with Remote Stadium, and specifically about comps that were played. And we mentioned the 1-1 free strat that people used to use constantly. Are we hoping that we see some of that today?
You know, I another thing we were talking about back scene or behind the scenes was how much these Pokemon have changed. Oh, are we already gonna see a Cinderace? What? On the blind pick, that got me excited for a second there. But yeah, the 1-1-3, we haven't really seen a lot of those Pokemon that were utilized in those strategies. We saw a lot of Pokemon like Lucario could hold a top lane on its own, but we're just not seeing that. But it looks like we've already seen Vin Diesel lock in the Aegislash and the Absol. Look at this, all of these Pokemon that we were talking about we didn't see last game, they're starting to come back, but we're already seeing the double Blissey lock in and a Wigglytuff lock in for Metallic.
I like this. Okay, so Aegislash is coming out to play finally on both sides of the field, and I'm a huge fan of Absol. I have an Absol tattoo. Anyone coming to EUIC, come and find me. I have the blue hair, and I'll show you it. But in this game, Ralts is going to be showing us how well they can play this really important speedster.
And we're going to see some Mamoswine play here as well. Mamoswine, you know, made a pretty strong appearance at Worlds and kind of tried to make a little bit of a comeback at LAIC. It hasn't been as strong in the meta, but hey, if the leaks are real about the next Pokemon we have coming, well, it's not leaks, it's pretty much confirmed by all except for Pokemon. We're going to see Suicune coming. The stocks on Mamoswine might be going back up.
That's what we want to see. Here we go. We're heading into the first game. I believe it's Liquidators on your purple side and Hyperforce Gaia on your orange side.
Uh-oh, looks like we're gonna have to call for a pause here, though. It seems like somebody's not quite moving on the side there, so it looks like that Bulbasaur is stuck. We may be calling for a pause game. No, it does look like they are moving, so maybe we're going back into this battle. We're just a slight little bit delay behind. Looks like we're seeing the 1-1-3 that we called a minute ago already. Absol rushing the top lane. We're gonna see the Bulbasaur, Blissey, and Jigglypuff in the bottom lane, where Aegislash is running double jungle on both ends.
I mean, I was wondering whether that Bulbasaur was a bot, but I think they are a player because they come straight over to this side trying to see if they can steal some farm away. Wigglytuff already being on the field just makes it an even easier basement lane, so maybe that's the catch-up they needed with that Bulbasaur being stunned a bit there.
Absolutely. So it did pay off for them a little bit there. They were able to kind of come in, get a little bit of XP. We got Jigglypuff evolved into Wigglytuff. They did manage to hold back the Piloswine and the Fennekin there, so we're going to see a little bit of a Wigglytuff push on the top lane, so it looks like we're going to push for 3v3 on the top lane here, going into these Bs.
Yeah, Absol doesn't have their level 5 yet either, so no Psycho Cut capability coming out just yet, and they do fall to that Duo Blade, so now we're going to see the push here from Hyperforce Gaia, see if they can lock something down. The Psycho comes away from the Espeon, but they aren't able to find anybody with it.
Yep, they do not succeed in that push. It's just a little bit too much hold back there from that Wigglytuff, but Absol makes its way back to that top lane and allows Wigglytuff to rotate back towards the bottom. Aegislash back into the jungle. Ivysaur here now in the bottom lane looking to pick up some XP and hold that little... Oh no, he's into a Piloswine now, so now he's not a Swinub anymore. He did get that steal there on that XP that got him evolved, but we're going to see the Razor Leaf here and the Slaps just trying to come down. They're all just trying to pick up as much XP as they can here and get into their final evolution. They really want that Venusaur as early as they possibly can get it.
And what's interesting is last time we were here on Remote Stadium, Venusaur wasn't a level 7 Evo, right? So now
no,
we
it
have
was not.
Venusaur here. That's so important in this game.
Yeah, so this is one of those reworks we were talking about where we might be seeing the same Pokemon, but they're not exactly the same Pokemon. It's a good chance for Absol to get in there and get a drop, 11 points. I didn't catch if Absol was stacking, but if they are, that's an extra stack for them there. We also saw the 30 drop from the Aegislash. We got a little bit of a team fight going in here. Wigglytuff running in for the crowd control, trying to hold that Aegislash back as it's going to make that dive. Espeon running from the back lane. We see the Piloswine making the dive. Aegislash coming in. Doesn't get the pick, but it does get out.
And it's a Petal Dance Venusaur. That's so interesting. We have the raid boss on the field, but the Aegislash in return, shing it through the backside of this team. They've taken the 2. They're looking for the Espeon. They get them before the Citrus Berry. Ooh, baby, a triple.
Excellent there for that Venusaur. I do like seeing the Petal Dance combo. It's something we don't see too often. But looks like the Absol got the pick in the top lane. It's pretty much just having its own free run. And they do manage to secure the Dreadnought in the bottom lane on the left side. That was Liquidators getting that secure on the Dreadnought on the bottom lane. They're going to push. They're trying to chase that Aegislash back into the Flux Zone. And there's only 1 point left on this bottom goal here. But they're not going to take it. They're not going to push it yet. They're going to just hold off.
Ooh, there's the Midnight Slash coming out from Absol. That's going to give them some speed boost, but the Delphox took them down with the basic attack. That's unfortunate. Now they're going to be able to rip this Rotom and take it from the side of Hyperforce Gaia, but not before the coup de grace comes in. Oh, it doesn't secure it though, Ponyta. They did pick up the KOs, but it still gets taken by Hyperforce Gaia.
We're going to see that Rotom make a solid push there pretty fast into that top tier 1 goal, but we're going to see the Aegislash push into the Flux Zone. They didn't quite get the Espeon in that encounter. Espeon tries to push back, but Aegislash says, hey, I'm still here. Don't forget about me. I can take you down any chance I want. I just backed off to give you a little bit of a shot, and they're going to try to put some points into that tier 1 goal, but it does look like Wigglytuff still trying to hold off that Rotom. Rotom pushes pretty quick there, but it doesn't do a lot of damage, so it's a little easier to hold off compared to a Regieleki. We're going to see the 4v4 in this top lane. They're still pushing each other back and forth, trying to gain some ground here in this top lane.
It does feel like Vin Diesel's getting pretty confident on this Aegislash, and understandably so. Midnight Slash comes out from the Absol to clean up the rest of Hyperforce Gaia, but you need to be careful about how confident you're feeling. They dived in by themselves previously there, Ponyta. You don't want to be giving away all that experience. You're now level 12.
Absolutely not, but man, these levels it's a pretty huge difference. We're already seeing double digits on the side of Liquidators, but not quite there yet on Hyperforce Gaia. They do need to get there. Delphox has just hit level 9. We're seeing some level 9s hit the field here, but there's just such a massive point difference here. Liquidators with the 277 to 30. They're in a pretty good spot. They've broken the tier 1 goals. They've managed to push back Hyperforce Gaia pretty strong here. Delphox is starting to come in and be a little bit of a nuisance there with that Fire Spin. It's going to push back, but they're just not able to zone enough, and it does look like this is going to be a clean pick for Liquidators to get that Dreadnought and make another push on the tier 2.
It's great Delphox now has Fanciful Fireworks because that comes very quickly. Bliss assistance there just to try and save themselves, get them out of that situation. The difficulty is the sword just puts up the shield stance, goes back into the attack stance, and just cuts through the entirety of Hyperforce Gaia. But this is what I was talking about, because now they feel so confident. They've pushed this T2 pad. We've seen the Bane and Anger coming out as well, and it just seems like they really want to lock down these KOs and sacrificing themselves to do so right now, Ponyta.
Ooh, yeah, we are seeing some crucial Pokemon go down there. Vin Diesel does go down in that encounter as well. They lose Blissey. Venusaur's trying to make some pushes, but I think Venusaur decided better of it and is going to actually back out of that encounter. They were doing pretty good damage there, but they were also taking some heavy hits. They do manage to get out before Espeon finds them in that bush at least.
So Liquidators, they are on the field though, 317 points. They're feeling pretty confident. I don't know whether pushing this is the right call with the springboard being there. We do say goodbye to Absol, and they're going to rip this away at Hyperforce Gaia.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty easy for them to just go, hey, we're in a pretty good position here. We don't need to push this. We need to just take it and not let them have it and then hold back. Just looking to pick up some farm, keep their level advantage that they have. We've got the 13 Aegislash, 13 Absol. That's pretty good numbers there. We've got the 12 Venusaur and 10 and 10 on their supporters, whereas we're just starting to see some 12s on the side of Hyperforce Gaia. Everybody's about a minute away from the Zapdos now, so we've got one more objective coming up in this bottom Dreadnought. We're going to see a little bit of a fight over it. That's some crucial XP that Gaia could use right now.
Absol manages to find the Del Fox, though they're not going to be in this team fight. There is a Psychic Solaire coming out from Espeon. It's going to buy them a little bit of space, but the sword was there to close them down. With the White Guard coming up, they're not able to retreat, and that's a good pickup there by Liquidators. They have all of the advantage coming in to these final 30 seconds here, Ponyta, but those T1s are still up.
Their T1s are still up. They secure the Dreadnought. They've got that nice shield and defensive buff, and we're about 25 seconds away from the Zapdos. Their level advantage is pretty crucial here. We're really close to seeing a max level Absol and Aegislash. Everybody has their Unite moves almost on both teams. Espeon is the only one not holding its Unite move. They're getting ready for this team fight. Everybody's starting to reposition, and it does look like Liquidators is in a little bit of a better position. They're set up almost on the side of Gaia, and Gaia's coming in from the top lane, but they could get bottlenecked pretty easy here if they're not ready. It does look like they're going to zone him out, and they rip that Zapdos so fast we almost didn't even see it happen.
I'm pretty sure that as soon as it was here, it was gone. That is the power of Absol and Venusaur. The Midnight Slash doing so much damage with the Petal Dance, and now they just go rain in these Hundo Burgers. It has been Liquidators all the way in this game. We have 1:36 left, but I don't think there's enough change on the field for Gaia to come back into this.
No, absolutely not. It does look like they've got this pretty well locked up, 7-19 to 30. We're going to have to see some big changes on the side of Hyperforce Gaia going into Game 2 if they want to take this to a Game 3. There's still 1:20 seconds left. You never want to count anybody out, but again, there's no shields. They just don't have the level advantage. We've got max levels already for liquidation. They just have everything they need, and they still have Absol's Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, even your supports are at level 13. It is all Liquidators here. They can't take down this sword. They do come in with the side beam. It doesn't do enough. They finally find it, but they use the Psychic Solaire for it. And with 700 points pretty much behind, you're just not going to be able to do enough to win this.
No, it's just a little bit too little, too late coming in there. It's just too much damage off of these big carry Pokemon. That Venusaur hitting 15, it's doing so much damage off of that Petal Dance there. It's getting a lot of healing. It's got a lot of sustain. And it looks like to add insult to injury, they're just going to try to come in here and drop a few more Hundo Burgers. But we're going to see the Aegislash come in here and fend them off with the Wide Guard.
Fanciful Fireworks trying to do a defensive play there as well, and we're just going to wait out the timer to go here. They're seeing if they can pick up some KOs, and it just looks like Liquidators are having fun at this stage. The thing is, when you have a level 15 Venusaur, you're just not going to be able to take it down when it's got Petal Dance and Giga Drain. I mean, look how weak it got there, Ponyta, and yet again, it's back up to nearly full health.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just too much. They just can't handle it. And then here's the time. Looks like that final score is going to stand. Nobody really... That's almost a full sweep there for Liquidators. They almost completely locked out Hyperforce Gaia, who only managed to score 30 points that entire game.
Wow, okay, so we're gonna need to see some changes from Hyperforce Gaia, I suspect. The Aegislash felt like it was more comfortable in Vin Diesel's hands than it was over on the side of MG, but of course, they were fighting from behind for the entirety of that game. But I feel like it's the pairing of that Wigglytuff with that Venusaur was so difficult for them to handle in that bottom lane.
Yeah, that was just a lot of CC combined with damage. You got the Sing on top of the Petal Dance. It was just a lot too much for them. 84k damage from Vin Diesel on this Aegislash here. They definitely had a little bit more capable hands with it. They were very confident with all of their plays, with their dives. They knew they were able to get in. Relics wasn't as confident on the Absol, but still got 72k damage. We saw Absol get picked off quite a bit. It is a little bit of a squishier Pokemon being a speedster, but it didn't slack on that damage at all, as we can see there. And Liquidators pretty much liquidated Hyperforce Gaia and held that whole match the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, we might not be seeing Inteleon in this game, but Liquidators are putting on a show, taking the lead the entire way through this game there, Ponyta.
Yeah, it was just a full ahead. They just continued to grow with it, and it was pretty much no chance for Hyperforce Gaia to catch up after that. Not that they have anything to snark at. They got 68k damage off of their own Aegislash there, so he was still in the team fights. He was still there, still doing the damage, but once Vin Diesel showed up with his sword, it was just a clash of clans there, you know, sword on sword damage, and I do think that it just hadn't been tempered as well on the side of Hyperforce Gaia.
Yeah, it's a shame, but hey, we have another game coming on up. It's a best of three chat. What are they going to do to shake things up? They do need to do something different, and you're right, Ponyta, that Aegislash did feel like it was doing what it could. Of course, the difficulty is when you are so far behind in levels and the opposite team isn't letting you get that farm. What more can you do? You've got to try and sneak in some good KOs, but if you can't get them, you're just so far behind.
I think there was a lot of opportunities there where they should have been jungling and just trying to get as much level advantage, or at least just try to catch up as much as they could. There was some good opportunities there for them to go into some objectives in a better position. Their positioning seemed really off there as well, but they were instead forcing a lot of engages where they were just not really prepared for it, and I think that was to their detriment.
Yeah, 100%. I wonder if we'll stick with the Aegislash for both of those teams. It felt like it had a very good position on this map and in this game. So I suspect teams are now realizing that the Sword has a lot to play in this tournament. And again, we're going to be seeing more of that Wigglytuff Blissey. It feels like that's going to be the constant supports that we see in this today.
And the Wigglytuff Venusaur, that was a great combo there, especially running that 1-1-3 combo that we talked about.
I mean, we call it and they play it, so maybe I should just call a Gengar and we'll see that coming into the next game. Let's find out.
Yeah, right. Maybe instead of Aegislash, we'll see that Cinderace lock that we talked about. I got real excited there for a second. You know, I love seeing these blind picks because the other teams don't know what the other one's going to pick. They don't see the screen the same way that we see until it's pretty much done.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we're going to have a lot of these mirror picks. And it was quite interesting that both teams there was like, let's go straight to that Aegislash. Will we see some more all-rounders coming out? We've mentioned that Lucario, and whilst it might not be the meta all-rounder in the game right now, it can definitely hold its own up in that top lane with Power Up Pump or Extreme Speed. So will we see some more of that? I'm hoping for it, personally.
Personally, yeah, I think that would be great. I think a Glaceon on the side of Hyperforce Gaia might be a good way for them to kind of get in there and get some damage on that backline, you know, from their backline. But seeing Wide Guard on the Aegislash, that's something that's really hard for a lot of Pokemon to get through.
Yeah, it's so good because it's just that stun, isn't it? You're trying, and then if you're damaging them, they're just getting boosted. So it's like, what do you do? Because you have to make sure you don't hit it. But if you stood right next to them, you're getting stunned from it, and it's a really tough move to handle. And especially with the sword diving on in, that's what it does, right? It's going to use that Sacred Sword to dive on in and then just put up that wide guard. It's a difficult situation to be in, and I think that's why we're seeing so much of this Aegislash now.
So in this current meta, with the limited roster available to the teams, what's going to be the best counter for something like Wide Guard, in your opinion?
Ooh, okay. Because I'm used to seeing it in this current meta where they go for like something that's good in a 1v1 all-rounder situation, like a Metagross that has some good sustain. I think you need self-sustain for this, right?
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that's probably a good spot for the other team to utilize their own Venusaur or something that has some self-sustain, like you said. Maybe even we could see a Mime play come in here.
Ooh, okay, I like that. Yeah, Kyle's already shown us the mighty power that is Mime, especially if we take it in the jungle, but I think it's underrated as heck, to be honest with you, Ponyta. We see a lot of supporters that come out straight away. Wigglytuff has been used quite a bit today, Blissey as well, but Mime's so disruptive. Of course, you do have that supporting build on it, but the damage build, I don't think people realize how much damage Mime still does.
Absolutely, and especially in a map like this, like you were talking about Venusaur getting into its final evolution at level 7. That was something we didn't see 2-3 years ago when Remote Stadium was the primary stadium before Thea Sky Ruins. So that makes a big difference here in getting up and getting into that final evolution, hitting your power spike, getting those Giga Drains off, getting the sustain from the pedal dance, resetting those cooldowns from your ticks. It's huge there, but comboing that with the Wigglytuff with the Sing, that just made for a devastating force. I mean, they were able to just roll down walls there, and it didn't really play into the comp that Hyperforce Gaia had. It does seem like the teams are still working on the ready up. I think they're ready now. They were switching in, so we're going to see a sub. I'm not sure which team is getting the sub, but we are going to see a sub come in on one of the teams here for this next match. So we might see a whole new style of gameplay come out with this sub.
Yeah, I wonder if it's they've got a plan and they have a certain mon they want to be running into this, so you're gonna pull in a sub that's quite comfortable on that mon. I hope so. Anyways, let's see what they can do, because Hyperforce Gaia, they absolutely need to win this, or they're gonna end up down in that losers bracket. Of course, it is a double elimination bracket today, so they don't always have this opportunity. They will have another one, but yeah. I feel like what we also haven't mentioned here, we noticed the Venus at level 7 Ponyta, but of course that also happened to Charizard and Blastoise. Blastoise, very comfortable in the meta right now. I'm surprised we haven't seen it, but Charizard, that Unite move, I mean, the rest of its moves might not be brilliant, but the Unite move at least is absolutely mega.
Unfortunately, it's just not a strong meta for attackers right now, but Gardevoir, another Pokemon that we saw get that evolution level buff.
Ooh. Yeah, level 7. So, and to be fair, level 7 on that Gardevoir coming into that basement lane is a pretty good power spike when you come in as a curly, because you get that level 5 side shot that is so strong coming into that lane. So I would actually hope to see some Gardevoir in that central area today.
Yeah, Gardevoir is such a strong pick right now. Getting into Curlia as early as you do now makes a big difference, but one of the best Unite moves in the whole game. Just being able to lock down so many Pokemon, but on a map like this where there's so many things so spread out and you can see your opponents a little bit better, you know, maybe you can position that Unite move a little bit better as well.
Yeah, you've got so much more vision, haven't you? Whereas on the Fire Sky Ruins, so many people are hid around this bush, that bush, and you really want to group up as many people as you can in that Unite move to cause that damage on CC. So I do think Remote Stadium is probably where it's more comfortable to run Gardevoir. So this is what I love about these kind of formats and these tournaments, though, Ponyta, is that we have to think completely outside the box like we wouldn't in the tournaments that we've been seeing recently with Fire Sky Ruins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, but we will go back to Thea Sky Ruins tomorrow for the Women's Unite tournament that will be cast by me and Ribbon.
That is going to be amazing. I'm hyped for that. Is there any Pokemon you're hoping to see a lot coming up in that tournament?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a pretty traditional draft mode, so we're gonna see the bands coming back out, but maybe we'll actually see Galarian Rapidash get to be played, but it just got nerfed into the ground, poor thing. They definitely lame that horse.
Yes, that they did, but you know, we haven't seen it used in that many tournaments since the nerf, so chat, you won't want to miss that. It's probably going to be there, so make sure that you tune in for it. What channel is that going to be on, Ponyta?
I do believe that takes place tomorrow at about noon, but I would have to double check on that. We can get all the details after the next break, and you know, we can let Ribbon talk more about that when they take over after us.
Exciting, exciting. I'm looking forward to that 100%. We are just waiting right now to see whether these teams are ready to launch into their game. We're just having a bit of issues with the sub that was coming on in, I believe, the Hyperforce Gaia, but in the meantime, we'll just continue fluffing, we'll continue chatting, see what else we can come up with. I mean, I do have some TCG packs here that I can open if worst comes to worst.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you might need to save those though, because I'll be in Europe here in about a week, and maybe we just open some packs together. It's going to be my first time getting to hang out with Tano in person, guys.
Oh, I'm going to be so excited for that. I think it's going to be amazing. EUIC. It's actually my first ever Pokemon tournament that I'm going to. I've been to plenty of gaming tournaments, but I've never been to a Pokemon event. So I'm so excited for it. Engage GG, the team that are helping put on this tournament today, I'm going to be hosting their boot camp that's on the Thursday before it. So there's going to be so much Pokemon Unite action going on for the entire weekend. And then, of course, me and you get to have a little bit of fun. We're going to go for some food, and we're going to be able to meet each other for the first time. That's hype.
Yeah, we're gonna have a big old tattoo comparison convention. You're gonna have to show me some good old English pubs, and we're gonna have to, you know, just check it out. I mean, there's so much I'm looking forward to seeing. It'll be my first time in London. I'm a big Beatles fan, so I can't wait to go see Abbey Road. You know, I'm a big Harry Potter fan too, in a weird way, so I'm gonna check out some of the Harry Potter sites as well while we're there. But man, just being there for Pokemon, EUIC it feels almost like ground zero for me for Unite, because that is where Unite first made its first showing at the, you know, its first Worlds. So I get to be at the source, and there's so many great teams. This is the first time we're gonna see some Chinese teams on our circuit. We're gonna have all the favorites there. Of course, there's gonna be hometown favorites like Nouns is gonna be there. We're gonna see all the big names coming back in, but Man, this is going to be a really, really exciting tournament. They're running a whole different format. The brackets are going to be different. They're going to do like these groups with round robin, and then after round robin, they're going to move into a single elimination. But all the games are best of 3, so no best of 1 like there was at LAIC, and hopefully no stream issues like there was at LAIC either. They've really had their chance to hone this and perfect it at EUIC, whereas at LAIC that was kind of the first time we were doing it. So, you know, we were still new to it and we were still figuring it out, but I think we finally figured it out come day 2 and we had it smooth from there out. So, you know, no major problems after that. But man, there's so much I'm hyped for about EUIC. What are you looking forward to most? I mean, you talked about Engage Bootcamp. I know Zoinks mentioned that on the last Unite Mike's podcast as well. So Engage is going to be a big presence there.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. Being able to meet not only teams from the EU region, because I cast the EU region every Friday. Engage has their weeklies where we see Lelovers there, we see Gen 5 there, Nouns come into play. So not only am I going to be able to enjoy meeting those teams that I've casted for so long, but we're also going to be having teams coming from NA. There's teams from LATAM that are coming to play, OCE. So it's going to be really exciting to meet those teams and be able to sort of see them face to face for the first time. I've casted them for so long, and being able to meet them is going to be next level. And then, of course, just being in that crowd as the games are getting played in the stadium and cheering for our favorite teams. It's going to be so exciting. I love esports. I love how Pokemon Unite has really slotted into this Pokemon scene so easily and so seamlessly. And as you mentioned, there's been a lot of tournaments that have gone on where the production team have worked out the kinks that they need to. Even though they've done that, it still feels like the production Unite event.
Constantly stepping up. Speaking of stepping up, we're about to step in to Remote Stadium. It looks like our teams are finally ready. We're going to see Vin Diesel lock in that Cinderace. Let's go. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see this. It looks like Metallic was hovering Slowbro for a second there, a Pokemon that hasn't made an appearance yet. I'm honestly surprised Vin Diesel didn't lock in the sword again, considering how good they were on Aegislash last time around. But we're actually going to see double Cinderace on both sides, Tano. This is a great day for me.
That is fantastic, and I'm excited for that. Lucario finally coming out to play as well. Xylo was teasing me with a little bit of that Gengar there, but it looks like they're going to lock in the Snorlax instead. So what an interesting comp we have here. We've got the double attackers on the one side, and then we have the double defenders on the other. Wigglytuff and Blissey still being picked up by this team.
But we don't see a Blissey locked in on the other side, though. It doesn't look like Hyperforce Guy decided to lean into the Blissey this time around, but they did decide to go back to the Aegislash now that they saw that Vin Diesel's leading into Cinderace a little bit more. We've got a gold Lucario there for Relics, so it is going to be interesting. You think we're going to see that 1-1-3 again? You think we're going to see Lucario hold top lane, maybe Cinderace run jungle?
Well, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me, and I feel like you take the opportunity whilst you can. They have the perfect comp for it right now. Let's have a look as we go into this Game 2 situation here.
And it's going to be absolutely what I called. Lucario's going to run that top lane, hold it solo. We're going to see Cinderace run jungle, and we're going to see the support and Pikachu go bottom. Cinderace has great rip, and it can really get through these wild Pokemon pretty quick. But on the other side, we're going to see the Aegislash run jungle. We're going to see that 2-2 split with the Snorlax and their own Cinderace running lane in the bottom.
Let's see whether they recall that there's 3 down here and put the pressure up in that top lane. They do manage to take that Snorlax, having the Pokeflute, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Whilst we see Lucario diving on in here, they're pretty weak. Slowbro comes back onto the field, but they are able to get away.
Vin Diesel comes in with his first stack on the Cinderace. He manages to get in, and he's going to just try to pick off some of this Pokemon on the other side there. He does get the lock in on that little Apom. Slowbro's got its Surf out and ready to go. Lucario's really great on these secures, but Aegislash coming in here and trying to rip through them. It's doing some pretty massive amount of damage. It's already into a dub blade where we're just now seeing the reboot get online. Wigglytuff coming in with this Sing to try to hold some crowd control and slow that dub blade down.
I'm excited to see whether this is going to be power-up punch or E-speed as well on this Lucario. Reboot manages to find the 2 KO. They're getting very close to Cinderace there.
Yeah, the E-Speed would be nice to see. I haven't seen that one in a while, but we're going to see in that bottom lane, it looks like Score Bunny's struggling to get up into that reboot. Not quite as fast of an evolution as when they run through jungle, but they do manage to split them up. Snorlax is instead going to head back through the center. It looks like they're going to try to circle back around, maybe pick up some XP. But in the top lane, we've got a little bit of a 2v2, but Lucario is able to push back on the Hoopa and the Slowbro. It's pretty evenly matched here despite the levels saying otherwise.
Yeah, and it is an E-Speed Lucario that we just saw there, so that's exciting. We don't see much of it, but they're going to be coming into this game. Snorlax manages to get that nap off and get that health back. Lucario trying to run away from this surf that's coming their way. Of course, they're so strong in this top lane, they can really hold this down by themselves, but Slowbro takes so much punishment, right?
Oh, we're going to see the 3v1. I don't know if Lucario can quite hold out against a 3v1 where a Doublade's involved and they decide to back up. They don't really want to pick this fight. They're going to come in here and just try to hold off a little bit of that damage, but it's not really useful. In the meantime, Mendiesel is into Cinderace, whereas it looks like they're still struggling on the side of Gaia to get into their own as well there, but Cinderace is just not doing enough damage there, even with the sustain from the Blissey, but they're able to come back in with the Wigglytuff coming in for some crowd control. We see the bees spawn. They're going to try to pick off Gaia, gets most of that experience off of those bees. Hoopa manages to give a little bit of a pushback, but we're seeing 4v2 now in this top lane with the advantage to Liquidators.
Yeah, and they've got that kick on the Cinderace, so they're going to be able to give that stun. I know we mentioned in behind the scenes that we like seeing that come out. Blissey may be caught out here with the Aegis Slash being able to dive in, but they do have that focus band. That gives them some healing alongside those eggs, so they're going to be able to get on out of there. So is Lucario, because they have that E-Speed.
Lucario is so great at being able to manipulate its position on the map with all of its abilities, and that is going to be a secure on the Dreadnought for Liquidators. They're going to probably take this advantage. We're going to see the Pikachu Unite move come out, and that cleans up the rest of Hyperforce Gaia in the bottom lane to be able to score and break that tier 1 goal. But in the top lane, Hyperforce Gaia is faring a little bit better, getting the Rotom, getting the push, and the break on the tier 1 against Liquidators with that 3v1. They're still trying to pick off this Lucario. Lucario's having a little bit of a rough go of it. He's able to get some mobility, but it's not successful for him in this encounter, and he does go down.
Only a 4 overcap in that T1, but the Sword wants to see if they can clean up even more here. There comes the coup de grace. The Cinderace manages to get a double KO, and it does seem like Hyperspace Gaia are managing to find the answers that they need right now. Level 10 on that Aegis Slash. They've managed to really pair that up against the other Cinderace here, Ponytail. That's 2 level 10s now.
Yeah, the levels are really close, despite the score being not that close. We are seeing a lot more closeness in levels here. Pikachu coming in with that artillery build. It does get some stuns, some pretty crucial stuns out on everybody there from Hyperforce Gaia, and it does hold them back from pushing on that goal. Snorlax is super low on health, but we know that doesn't mean much to Snorlax. He can just take a nap, lay down on the job, but he didn't get into it. He was getting put to sleep by Wigglytuff there. He didn't get to take his own nap on his own terms and get any healing out of that situation. It's going to push back Slowbro and Hoopa to the tier 2 pad. Wigglytuff coming in with the Sing does slow the Slowbro down enough for Pikachu to come in and get the rip on it.
The difficulty is here, though. You're going to feel really confident with where you are in this game right now, and you don't want to be pushing that pad when you don't need to. And I like that. They've recognized it. Liquidators are now going to back on off. They know 2 objectives are coming up right now, and they're going to see if they can steal some farm away from Hyperforce Gaia while they have the opportunity to do so.
Liquidators is all up in Hyperforce Gaia's jungle, just looking to maybe steal their buffs. Hoopa with the blue buff, that's going to be pretty useful for them for the cooldowns. But we see their Cinderace running with double red and blue buffs. That's great for Cinderace there. Those basic attacks are super strong, slowing the opponent down, but we're going to see Snorlax come in with the blocks. It's looking to find who's hiding in the grass there and try to back them up against a wall. It's great positioning here for Hyperforce Gaia going into this Rotom. It's only Cinderace here, but Cinderace has a great chance to steal, and it doesn't quite make it with its Unite move. Snorlax going to push it back with the block. They're going to advance with this Rotom and push towards this tier 2 goal, but we're going to see the Hoopa open up its hyperspace hole, try to bring the whole team in there, get some damage in, but we see Unite moves getting fired off.
They are all popping up right now, and it is Liquidators that have managed to clean up Hyperforce. Gaia Slowbro makes the right decision to be like, I don't want any more of this action. I'm going to get back onto my goal. Aegislash stealing in a 40 dunk whilst they can in that T1. But the thing is, Slowbro is defended against 3 here. One of them being the Wigglytuff and the Cinderace. It's too much for them. Now they have the Snorlax to defend against, and the block is going to push them off that pad. We do see that kick coming out just to readjust where Cinderace is. And with 3 of them being here, I don't know if staying on this pad is the right call for Anita. I think they need to back up here because Aegislash has come and they are cooking, trying to see if they can clean up, but they miss. They miss the coup de grace and they get taken by Cinderace, who is comfortably sitting up far and raining down damage from above.
Looks like the Cinderace is online on both of these teams here. We've got Rabbit on Rabbit here, and they're just doing a massive amount of damage to each other. Lucario trying to come in, but Slowbro trying to keep him off with the Surf. Does manage to stop that Lucario from trying to drop any points, but Lucario's got so much mobility, just rushes right through that Slowbro and decides to instead back it back on up. He doesn't think he can take on those 3 altogether, but Wigglytuff, Pikachu, they're just kind of making their way back into the center. We're about a minute away from the Zapdos spawn here, so these teams need to try to pick up some more crucial XP. All of the Unite moves are online for Liquidators. Almost all of the Unite moves are back online for Hyperforce Gaia. Cinderace Unite move is a great secure. They could really use that right now, but they're gonna instead, looks like Liquidators instead trying to see if they could push on one of these pads. But we've got 7 seconds until Dreadnought. That is another objective they could rip in a few seconds here before this Zapdos.
That was crazy there. We saw the dive onto the Cinderace and they managed to use Feint to get away from the kick coming their way. They nearly managed to take them down there, but the Dreadnought is going to be free real estate for Hyperforce Gaia as well, so that will put pressure onto the T2, but as we see so many times in this game, they're not bothered about that. They need to get set up for this Zapdos, and they're diving in already here, Ponyta. There's the burst coming out from the Lucario. They picked up the Aegislash. That is one huge carry they're not going to have in this team, but there comes the beam onto the Lucario from the Slowbro. It doesn't do enough though, because the Recital was there to give them the healing. The Zapdos is getting ripped. Who's going to take it? The dive was there from the Snorlax, but it wasn't quick enough. Cinderace takes down Zapdos. Now these goals are up ready to be scored in by Liquidators.
Does look like this is going to be a pretty good 2-0 for Liquidators here. They've just dropped another couple hundred burgers. They didn't quite sweep the way they did game 1. Their comp was a little bit more balanced, whereas we saw a lot more balance as well in response to their preparation for what their first team comp was. But we saw them lean back in from Hyperforce Gaia. It was a little bit more of an even match. They're trying to do their best to hold back and score some points on their own, but 689 to 259, 329 now. They're still 300 points behind. Unless they can get in there and get some massive points dropped, I don't think it's going to happen. Not when we see Slowbro going down like that.
Yeah, that's such a strong frontliner that it's not having that in this next fight, that you need to really push a pad together as a team to win something. Whereas Lucario, they've managed to find the Cinderace. They run into a Pikachu. That is not the mon you want to see when you are 1 HP in a Dream Monitor.
No, it's not what you want to run into in the jungle at all when you're a Cinderace. I don't really want to run into any kind of Pikachu, whether it's artillery build or whether it's the Volt Tackle build personally, but it does look like Hyperforce Gaia is trying to hold their center pad here. The Liquidators has taken this opportunity while multiple members are down and spread out to try to push on their home pad, and they're going to score several more goals. It puts them up almost 500 points ahead of Hyperforce Gaia. This was a little bit stronger of a push there for Hyperforce Gaia, so maybe they can still bring it back in the losers bracket. This isn't quite the end for them just yet. They put on a strong front here, and they showed us what they were capable of. They were able to bring it back a little bit, but not quite enough here. Snorlax trying to come in with the heavy slams and some walls to block them out, but there's nobody there to back them up and score.
Yeah, I think you really on point there. The fact that they have put on a good show here of Hyperforce Gaia in this second game. The first game, Liquidators were dominating, but Hyperforce Gaia here, 407 points they've scored. Level-wise, they did manage to catch up as well. So that was definitely a step up for that team. So I think the losers brackets are definitely going to be having a bit of a job handling this team now.
I think they were able to shift pretty well and adjust to what Liquidators showed them in game one. And then Liquidators came back and said, hey, we're not going to show you the exact same thing quite again. 13 KOs there from Vin Diesel shows you why I love Cinderace. But the MVP going to Pikachu there in Zapnara with 229 points dropped for the whole overall game. 8 KOs, 6 assists, but 17 assists from that Wigglytuff. It was just in there every chance it needed to be to get those things off. But on the other side, we don't have as big of numbers, despite the fact they were able to keep their levels up. They were able to farm really well. They were able to get crucial picks in some of those better encounters. So Hyperforce Gaia did take some advice to heart and did pick their fights a little bit better.
That they did, but the fact that Cinderace has been able to take more KOs than the entirety of Hyperforce Gaia's team, it just says how well they were comfortable on that Mon. And MG again taking that Aegis Slash. I'm excited to see the battle data because I want to see what damage has been dropped, but they didn't manage to find a KO there. Again, I think there was too much CC for the Aegis Slash to be doing much on the side of Hyperforce Gaia.
Oh, look at those numbers, Tano.
109k for Vin Diesel. I mean, Laura's trying to stay 105k damage taken on that Slowbro, 85k on the Snorlax. I mean, they were doing their best to defend, but unfortunately, there's too much damage coming their way. And a hurt with 92k recovery on the Blissey. What a well-rounded comp they have there on the side of Liquidators, Ponyta.
Yeah, really, they did. I mean, the Hyperforce Gaia's comp was nothing to sneeze at, but I don't know if the Aegis Slash comboed with the Cinderace was really very strong for them in that scenario. I think maybe instead of having, they could have had one or the other and then picked up that Blissey for a little bit more sustainability. They also probably could have done without the Snorlax on that situation. Slowbro seemed to really do more of Snorlax's job in that instance there. Got some good picks there with its Unite move. With the Lucario running the top lane, though, I mean, with the 1-1-3 combos that we've seen, you know, in previous days of yore, Hoopa was a really good pick for mobility, but they kind of seemed like they were going to lean into the trick build there for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, a trick build with a Cinderace would have been pretty tasty for them, so maybe they'll take that advice and run with it in that loser's bracket, but Liquidators are going to be going on through to the next side of the winners round. Wow, these games have been really exciting. We're going to take a quick break again while we get this next set for you. So again, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. have had some lightning games already today back on this remote stadium, Ponyta. What a joy it's been.
It really has been. It's great to be back casting with you, Tano. It feels like it's been forever, and we've just had some great games to really share.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, 5 supports in a game. We've had Lucario coming back out for a bit of fun, double Cinderace, like we would ever see that again. So it's been amazing today. And next we have Stamina Esports versus, and I apologize profusely if I butcher this, versus Mi Piquero Becero. So I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, if somebody in the chat knows how to say that better than we do, please feel free to correct us, because I'm gonna butcher that, I'm sure.
Yes, I feel like out of respect, we may just refer to it as me as we're doing the casting, because that is quite a long name as well. So we don't want to butcher it at this game. Let's see what these picks are going to be.
Or if somebody wants to give us the English translation for that too as well.
Oh yeah, that would be a good shout. Please do.
They're locking those in pretty quick there. We've already seen the Absol locked in and the Blissey lock in on both sides. So that's going to be interesting to see. It's almost like a modern day, current format kind of thing. We're going to see the Lucario locked in on Stamina's side. And it looks like 7Z Mystic is going to lock in that Slowbro.
Ooh, this is really cool because, I mean, Stamina are coming off a really good run in the recent Unity Clash event, by the way. I think they came within the top 9 of that event, and then they're going to be running this really classic comp of that Blastoise and Slowbro with a great speedster. That's going to be coming up against their own, though, so this is a really interesting battle here, Ponyta.
Yeah, I think Stamina's got a great comp here for right now anyway. But it's almost a comp that would be well suited for today's current meta. Gold Lucario there for home, so, and a gold Absol as well. So they definitely know what they're doing there, which we see a gold Espeon on the other side there on the other team. So we could see, maybe we just go by colors on this one. I don't know. I mean, we know Stamina. I think the other team is a Latin America team, so maybe they're just LATAM to us.
They are, I believe, from production have told us that it stands for My Little Calf in Spanish, so Little Cow is going to be the best way to refer them, and that's what we're going to do out of respect for this amazing team. So, Little Cow on your orange side, and it's going to be Stamina Esports on your purple side.
Stamina's already getting into position. They're going to run 2 splits on top and bottom with Absol in the jungle on both sides as well. We're going to see that Squirtle on the bottom lane. Lucario getting in, getting out, getting some drops, getting a few stacks there with a Blissey to back it up. They do want to get that Blissey. They want to get into Blissey as soon as they can. And we're already going to see them push back onto Stamina's pad there, but they didn't get any drops. Hoopa manages to get the Gibble out before it can get into serious trouble.
Interesting. Will we see a power-up punch, or will we see this E-Speed Lucario again? Being a gold badge means that you're very confident on it. And we do have both Absols up ready in that top lane. This is going to be a good matchup to begin with. Both of them have, well, in fact, sorry, one of them has level 5. The other one's just managed to get it on the side of Stamina Esports.
And it does look like they're both rotating. Both Absols have now rotated into the top lane there. So we're going to see a 3v3 going into those birds. I'm not sure who got most of that, but I'm going to guess it was Stamina. They got their chance to get into Blissey, and we didn't see any big numbers change on the side of Little Cow. So it does look like that's going to be a nice level advantage for them there to get into their Blissey in that position. We're going to see a little bit of a fight here in the bottom lane. We're going to surf off of that. Are we going to see a double surf team here, you think?
I think that's nasty, Ponyta. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Double surf, and then also with the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, that's going to be really tough for them to handle. I mean, even Wartortle is still a very good laner. We're about to hit this 8-10. Of course, no mid-bird spawning at the 8-minute mark like we're used to, so Wartortle's looking if they can grab some farm from this Absol.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does look like Absol's going to try to sneak in and steal jungle, or at least get a KO in on this Wartortle there. They're going to run through this Wartortle trying to sneak into their jungle. They're like, nope, none for you. This is our area. Back into your own lane. Absol manages to push it out. We're seeing 3 on the top. Hoopa's going to open up some portals, send them back for some healing. Lucario's just kind of trying to feel out the enemy. They want to keep visuals on them at all times, but there's just not a lot of bush and brush to hide in here. We're going to position ourselves a little bit better here for this bottom lane as well. Absol coming in, getting the dive, but the Surf Man on that Absol does slow it down. It does manage for the Slowbro to almost get away, but Blissey comes in and says, nope, I'm here to clean that up.
Really smart play by Little Cow here. They do dive onto that Blastoise. It is going to be Spin Toys. That's going to be scary for Absol to handle. They do try and get away, but they have to dive back in and they get KO'd. Both of these Absols are running the Pursuit moveset, so they do have those dashes. But when you have that Beyblade chasing you down, Ponyta, that is a scary sight.
Ooh, but it does look like they actually went with Rapid Spin Blastoise instead. So it does look like we're going to see a different kind of crowd control coming from Blastoise. So he's going to lean more into putting in damage there. Lucario coming in. We do see the E-Speed Lucario there, but no Bone Rush. And it does look like, was that Stamina secured the Dread?
They did. Only 11 points on the board, though, so far as a 6-minute mark. They're now going to push onto this T1, see if they can get something in. They are able to, whilst they pick up these KOs as well. Nice, 35 going in there. It's only a 5 overcap, but it has built them a little bit more space here. There's the Hydro Typhoon. They do pick up the Hooper with their Spin Toys. Now they have the advantage on the side of Stamina Esports.
Yeah, it does look like Stamina's starting to snowball, but Little Cow is not going to let them get too far ahead. They're doing their best to try to catch up with 8s and 7s on their level cap over there. Lucario getting some more stacks in. He's just picking up little bits of XP here and there, getting little drops. That's exactly what you want to do when you're stacking. You don't want to hold too much. It lets you drop quicker. But we see Absol come in with its Unite move and pick them both off in that instance there as the Rotom spawns. It gives Little Cow prime positioning for a chance to just completely clean up this Rotom and push into that tier 1 goal for Stamina's side.
So we're going to see Absol back up to this T1, see if they can put some damage onto the Rotom. Whilst we see Little Cow push on in, there's the Livid Outrage, but the Slow Beam stops it from being able to do much more. The Bliss Assistance comes in the backline. The Rotom does go into that T1 goal. Blissey makes a dash to score those points. Absol trying to do the same on the other side. Blissey's not going to be able to stop them because they cut off and they get a Quadra KO. They look for the Penta. Lucario sneaks it their way, but now Stamina Esports want to push onto this T1.
Finally seeing some numbers hit the board here, 90 to 173. That's not like Little Cow is too far behind here. That was a great encounter for both of them, managing to break both tier 1 goals in the top lane. We're 16 seconds away from the second Dreadnought respawn in the bottom lane. Everybody's just looking into their own jungles to try to pick up some farm. We've got some bees here in the middle lane. We're gonna see Stamina rapid spin into those bees to try to pick up the last little bit of XP there. 2 seconds until the Dreadnought. Nobody is quite in position from Little Cow's side to go after that bottom objective, whereas we have a lot more members ready to go into this bottom Dreadnought fight, but it looks like they're all kind of gathering in the center there. Are they maybe out of position, or are they just looking to pick off this Lucario?
Oh, they nearly did, but they ended up getting the Absol instead. The Livid Outrage comes out again. There's the Hydra Typhoon. We also see the Aura Cannon coming from the Lucario. He doesn't pick anybody up, but they've managed to take down the Hooper with the Absol. They utilize the Hooper portal to get themselves out of that battle, but they still manage to find Espeon. Absol versus Absol, and of course, it's Absol that comes out on top. They're going to continue to push on in here. That's a KO onto the Blissey. The Slow Beam is going to stop Blissey, though. Absol still looking for some more KOs, but that is risky. Blastoise manages to take them out. Stamina Esports definitely came out of that with more KOs.
Absolutely, that was some great picks there for Stamina. It did look like it was going a little bit better for positioning for Little Cow there, but it just didn't work out for them in the end. Stamina was able to get in, respawn, get the picks where they needed them. They took down the Blissey. That was a really crucial use there of Slowbro, using its Slow Beam to take hold of that Blissey in that situation. Not something you normally look to pick off. You normally look to use that against like a damage dealer, somebody who's putting out a lot of rip power, you know, and to hold them down and take them down in a quick instance there. But it does look like actually Liquid or Stamina comes in and steals that Rotom in the top lane right out from under the Garchomp. So now Garchomp instead has to rip it away before it progresses onto that tier 2 goal.
Yeah, I mean, Lucario may go down, but they're going to go down as a hero, stealing that one away. Great play by them. Absol may be caught out here. They have to use Midnight Slash to save themselves, but the other Absol does the same. They take that KO, and now they want to push onto this pad. They've taken down the Blissey. It's just the Slowbro. Blastoise coming in from behind. They do have the Spin Toys. They do have the Hydra Typhoon. It could be enough to buy them the space they need. They take down Absol, and it looks like they're going to be able to defend this pad right now. Espeon with a mighty triple KO, but the pad is going to take back Garchomp, so they didn't give too much from that on the side of Little Cow.
That was a great push there for Little Cal. It looked like it was a little unexpected, and they decided they were going to try to capitalize on it. But instead of using their Unite moves this close to Ray, they decided to just back up, save them for the big team fight, get themselves into a little bit better position maybe, and wait it out. They could have probably pushed that, but they decided it was just better to wait. So maybe a smart call. Maybe it'll pay off here in the end. Little Cow is playing this very smart, but they're also playing it conservatively, whereas sometimes maybe you need to be a little bit more aggressive in matchups, especially against an aggressive team like Stamina here. And it looks like we're going to see that Bliss Assist leading into the Absol to lead off this fight, but they've already picked off the Zapdos before they even get there. Stamina's taken the rip, and it looks like they're going to try to hold them off. We're already seeing 2 members of Stamina go down to Little Cow, trying to push on those goals.
What's interesting here, though, is they're going to be able to stop this T2, but in the basement lane, that's a Hundo Burger going on in. There's only 200 points between these teams right now, Ponyta. They're managing to close it down. Little Cow, they've got more points raining in, 363 to 473. If they regroup, they can push this. There's a minute 20 left. This could be a push from Little Cow.
There's still plenty of time left on this clock to see this push pay off for them, so they can just, they're backing up here. They're going to pick up a little bit of little points here. They don't want to necessarily hold too many. Maybe they don't know they're this far behind because it's almost like they're retreating back, but they're just regrouping. But it's giving Stamina plenty of time to regroup as well. I believe they are now aware that they are behind. They need to make this push. They need to get some scores. I'm pretty sure they already knew they were behind by how many of their goals went down. But if they can just drop another 100, 150, 120 points, just enough to get ahead. But it does look like they're ready for this push in the bottom lane here.
We'll wait for some Unite moves as well. The rings get let loose by the Hooper. There's the Livid Outrage coming out. No, it's the Midnight Slash, sorry. The Bliss Assistance comes in to save Garchomp. There wasn't anybody that was on the back end of that. Hydra Typhoon is going to do enough to defend them. In the meantime, Absol trying to put the pressure onto the home pad. Bliss is trying to save it, but here on this T2, it's all Stamina Esports. That's a 2 KO. They've taken down the 3. Stamina has done enough to take this game.
That was an excellent defensive maneuver there for Stamina. They were able to hold off the advance on their bottom tier 2 goal. They didn't really need that much there from Little Cow, but it just wasn't quite enough of a push. They weren't all quite ready despite the Unite moves coming out, but Stamina was ready for them. They knew it was going to happen. They knew it was going to be in one lane or the other, and they were ready for it.
That honestly felt
so
like the
close
closest game that we've had. Exactly right. It felt like the closest game that we've had in this tournament so far, Ponyta, especially on the broadcast. So that's an exciting team that Stamina are coming up against. So let's have a look at these stats now. 70k damage from Garchomp, 76 from Absol. Look how balanced that damage is from their carries on the side of Little Cow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Little Cow definitely put up a heck of a fight there. There was no one or another who was really... It did seem like there was a lot of times there where Stamina was sort of leading the fight and they were snowballing, but it was just more of a back and forth, it did seem. Absol on Absol, there was a lot of that. Both of them running the pursuit. They were able to get those dives, but Lucario being there was able to get some crucial picks as well. The double Bliss assist there, I mean, those were great as well. So you can see here on the scoreboard that Little Cow was never far behind Stamina, and it really could have been their game at any point, whether even after the Zapdos had been picked, they still made a strong push and had a really good chance to come back. It just wasn't quite enough of a push.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like going into this game too, we really can't call it because with how well Little Cow played against Stamina there, we could have a little bit of a shake-up and we could see them really do a good push to take this to a game 3. We'll have to see. But what I did enjoy in this game, we haven't seen it so far, is that Blastoise. Example did Rama of showing why Blastoise is still one of the best defenders in the game.
Absolutely, a great attacking defender too, because you just get a lot of damage out of that Blastoise, especially on that rapid spin build. He was really able to get in, use that hindrance resistance to its advantage, get some damage out there, tank, absorb damage. Blastoise just kind of does it all. Almost Blastoise should maybe be an all-arounder, but with that hard shell, he's just built for the life of a defender.
Well, that is where it kind of blurs the whole, is it an all-rounder, is it a defender? I mean, let's have a look at, I know you're not going to see it in this tournament, but Umbreon, of course, such a fantastic support as a defender as well. It's quite entertaining to see these Pokemon that fit two roles so well, but Blastoise just provides so much CC. It works so well for teams, and I like the fact that they went for that rapid spin there. Of course, Absol was always going to be diving in, and the one thing that you don't want to see as an Absol, even when you have Pursuit and you have that dash, is that rapid spin chasing you from behind. It's so hard to get away from. So a huge shout out to Ranma for really utilizing the right build for coming up against that comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we both thought we were going to see that double surf comp. That was going to be some insane CC. If we saw both Slowbro and Blastoise running surfs, they would have had so much push and repositioning available as well for Blastoise. But using the rapid spin, great call for that team comp in particular to go up against the other Absol. So it really was a risk either way, as Archer says.
That it did. I believe we're just about to head into this second, well, I was going to say draft, but it isn't. It's just pick. Let's see what they're going to go for here. Will we have a little bit of a change? I know we won't be seeing that Dragapult.
Yeah, we haven't seen Dragapult yet, but we could.
No,
actually, Dragapult is on the ban list, isn't it? Dragapult came out after the T-Tar.
Of course, it's remembering the order that they were released. I would like to actually see some T-Tar, to be honest. Bring out Godzilla. Let's see it fight on in Remote Stadium yet again. But Stamina Esports, they're going to run it back with pretty much the same picks. Of course, it won't be an Umbreon. I feel like they're going to shake that one around. Blastoise again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Ponyta, right?
Absolutely correct. I feel like T-Tar is just not going to be as strong here without a good pocket. It doesn't have Comfey around to aid it, so unless it's going to have like a pocket Blissey or pocket Eldegoss, we're not going to see as much T-Tar. It just needs a little bit more of that sustain. But we are seeing the exact same comp run back from Stamina. Like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But they are going to change things up just a little bit for Little Cow. They're going to run Glaceon instead. We're going to see Glaceon Aegislash, but we're going to also see the Slowbro Blissey on their side.
I like this. Glaceon's a good shout. They know the front line on the side of Stamina Esports is really strong, so take that Glaceon, go for the rip. We also have a mirror match with the Lucario, except one's going top lane, one's going basement lane here.
Yeah, we're going to see that Glaceon run middle lane. It can get into Glaceon so fast by running through jungle there. We're going to see that Aegislash and Blissey in top lane. They're going to see that Aegislash running for a stack there. When bottom lane, Squirtle's trying to hold the Lucario off, but it doesn't quite get there. Lucario gets in, gets the stack, gets out. But we're going to see the Slowpoke battle over this Audit Note to try to get those points. And it does go to Stamina, so he's going to try to get in there, get a little bit of a score. I don't know if he's going to get it with that Lucario. They're able to push back.
I honestly felt like we were watching some sort of Animal Planet with those two Slowbros trying to fight over that little piece of farm. But here in the top lane, it does seem like we're going to get a nice 10 dunk coming in from this Hone Edge. They're getting pretty weak, though. That's going to be cleaned up by Lucario and Absol as a pair. We don't have these first sections of farm up yet. We're at 10 seconds away, but we do have a level 5 on that Absol now.
Now Squirtle's just looking to get as much farm as it possibly can get here. It's so close to level 5. It really wants to get into War Turtle. Of course, it wants to see Blastoise as soon as it can with that nice change in level evolution. We've got the Glaceon online. We've got Doublade online. They need to get their Blissey online, though. Unfortunately, it looks like Stamina's already got theirs ready to roll. Slowbro versus Slowbro in the bottom lane, but Lucario there to back that up is a little bit stronger in the presence of a War Turtle Slowbro combo. War Turtle needs to get into Blastoise to be able to be a little bit more of a threat to that Lucario.
Yeah, it seems like Lucario is just pushing them around wherever they want right now. Of course, you do have that hindrance resistance. They do utilize Power-Up Punch to take down the Slowbro. Absol is here to try and throw them away with that combat, but they're not able to get them. They do go back onto the pad with that healing. They do take down the Slowbro, though, so Lucario, they need to be careful. Absol is really cleaning up the side of Little Cow here. They aren't able to get them down with the pursuit. And we're about 50 seconds away from these first objectives spawning. Both teams looking pretty even level-wise.
Yeah, even level-wise, even score-wise. We see Glaceon kind of rotate to the bottom lane. He's kind of hovering around, waiting to see if any Pokemon are going to poke their heads out. I think these teams are starting to remember why Lucario and Absol were so dominant in this remote stadium meta back in the day. War Turtle looking to pick up some XP there as well. Blissey making its way to rotate to the bottom lane. It does look like Stamina is going to prioritize this Dreadnought a little bit more. We see 3 of their members down here. 2 defenders, supporter. We're going in with the Surf. Blastoise is ready to go with that rapid spin, but Lucario is trying to make some pushes. Doesn't quite get through the rapid spin. Glaceon trying to deal a bunch of damage from that back line. Doesn't quite do enough to get through the Slowbro either. It's just so much tankiness on the side for Stamina.
Yeah, especially when you pair it with that Blissey and Blastoise. Here's the Dreadnought. They're going to see if they can get a rip onto it. The Scald comes in from the opposing Slowbro. Blastoise going for the rip. The Midnight Slash is going to lock it in as well, but it was the Glaceon that managed to take that Dreadnought away. They used so many resources for it on the side of Stamina, but Glaceon steals it, and now they're going to push onto this pad. Blastoise doing their best to defend it. They're 1 HP in a dream, and they do get felled, and these points are going to rain on in. Finally, Little Cow giving themselves an advantage in these little sections of this game.
That was a very nice push there for Little Cow. They did get some crucial points in. It gave them a little bit of a level buff there. They were able to see some 9s off of that for Lucario and Glaceon, and then some 8 for the Aegislash and the Blissey there. They're going to retreat back, get some healing, and just kind of regroup, get some more farm. There's a ton of farm on the map, as you can see there, especially on Little Cow's side. They could really use that to try to stay ahead in levels right now. Absol hitting level 10, Lucario hitting level 10. Those are some good numbers there for them, but we're not quite to that power spike just yet. We're almost there, but that pursuit Absol, that could be a problem for their backline, especially if it decides to pursue the Glaceon.
100%. They've managed to farm all these yellow dots. Now we're going to see these teams come out of Pac-Man mode and go for the hunt. Will we see the push onto the Aegislash? There's a coup de grace. They wasn't able to lock in the Rotom, but they were able to at least get some quick damage onto it. But it feels like right now Little Cow are going to have to put up a good defense here. We do have Glaceon ripping it, and it seems like Stamina Esports are going to take the opportunity to push down onto this T1.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to abandon this Rotom. They're not going to push it, and it's a good opportunity for Little Cow there to hold it back, get a little bit of XP off of that. They're going to rip that poor Blissey caught out of position there. This is a good spot there for Stamina to push on that bottom tier 1 goal. Glaceon coming in saying, hey, I can still do a lot of damage. Don't forget about me. I'm still here. And it does scare that Slowbro back to their own pad on Stamina's side.
Yeah, full set of crystals on that Glaceon is a scary sight. Lucario is going to get picked off there. The Dreadnought rip is on hand. Little Cow are going to get this uncontested, whilst we see Stamina Esports getting prepared to defend this T1 pad. But everybody is here from the side of Little Cow. They can get some KOs and a good overdunk here. They're going to feel pretty comfortable with that, getting that gap even shorter. But Blastoise being a little cheeky here, going for that 40 dunk on the T2 Ponyta.
That almost looked like a double grab, Slowbro on Slowbro there, but Little Cow put themselves in a good position there. They got ahead in levels. They're not quite ahead in score, but it gives them a chance to back up to their own pad. Glaceon trying to do a bunch of damage there, but we do see the Absol trying to dive in on that Glaceon while it's trying to get that damage. They do get the KO on the Absol, though. It said, hey, I'm not afraid of you. I can take this. We're going to see the Bliss unit come in there, try to slap down, but get slapped down itself. And they're going to just drop that Glaceon Unite move. Glaceon is just being an absolute menace here to Stamina, but they do finally manage to pick it off of this encounter.
That's the difficulty of Glaceon, is it's so good at kiting on that moveset. So they utilize quite a bit and dive on in as the Lucario, and Little Cow has managed to take them down. So this has honestly been the closest set that we've had so far. When it's levels wise, it's pretty even. Few more points on the side of Stamina Esports, but less than 100. And as we come into the final stretch, that's really not a lot.
The Rotom is up, and there is plenty of time for either team to take it. Neither one was really in position after that bottom fight, but it does look like Little Cow says, hey, we've managed to take a lot of objectives. We want this one too, and they're going to take it for sure there. They're going to try to push it too. 4 members there with really low HP on those few members of Stamina who are in the tier 1. I think they're going to let them just have that tier 1 goal. Drop the Rotom, get a 40 points in there, and that brings the score a lot closer. We see a lot of members of Little Cow there take a retreat back to pad to heal, reposition themselves, themselves and set up for the bottom Dreadnought. We see Lucario rotating to bottom, Blissey rotating to bottom, and then only a few members of Stamina are even looking like they're going to consider that bottom Dreadnought. But it doesn't look like anybody's really in position for that objective. Everybody's just looking to clean up these little farms on the map here. We're about 30 seconds away from the Zapdos spawn, and only a few members on the side of Little Cow, only 2 of them have their Unite moves ready to go, whereas nearly everybody on the side of Stamina is locked and loaded and ready for whatever team fight, and it looks like they might even be setting up for it now.
There's the engage, they managed to pick out the Lucario, Aegis Slash comes in, there's the coup de grace, the Hydra Typhoon is going to buy them a little bit of space on the side of Stamina Esports, but if this Aegis Slash cannot take down the mighty Turtle, and with that slow beam, they're not going to be able to. 2 huge carries on the side of Little Cow have been defeated, but Glaceon finds the Blastoise. Slowbro's not there anymore either, Ponyta, so they do not have that defense and healing, because Blissey has just been felled, the other Blissey getting the better of it, the slow beam goes on to the Absol, and they're going to take them down. Little Cow could win this. Can they do enough? They take the Zapdos. They're going to be able to take this game if they can get these points in, but we still have a minute 35 on that board.
We are seeing Little Cow take the rush. They're going for the rush. We drop 96, which leaves it open for them to drop a hundo on that bottom. That was almost 200 points on that bottom goal. That shot them ahead almost 300 points in just that one encounter. The goal is still open on the home pad there on the side of Stamina, but Little Cow looks like they're going to take this opportunity to play it smart. They're backing it up a little bit. They're not looking to push too much more. They need to defend their own goal zones as well. There's still a minute left. We see 4 members of Stamina making a push on the bottom lane. Glaceon is all alone in this encounter if they decide to pursue it on its own, but Lucario's here to back it up now. Blissey's heading back to pad. It's going to get on that jump pad. It's going to be ready to jump where it's needed most, and that's definitely the bottom lane right now. I think they're just going to let him have it, though.
I think they are, yeah. Slowbro's managed to get some more points in Ponyta, so I think they just allow them to take this T2. They know they're still in the lead. Only 200 points between them now, though, and here's the push coming in from Stamina Esports. Can they do enough? Of course, that healing is going to be huge. There's the Glacial stage. The Hydro Typhoon comes out as well. Slow Beam has been put onto the Glaceon, but nobody was there to take them down. The Blister Systems isn't going to be enough. The Coup de Grace comes out as well, and this is going to be a huge defense from Little Cow. We're going to a game 3 situation.
That was an excellent couple of team fights there for both teams there, but Little Cow really coming down in the end. Look at almost all of their members finally hitting level 15, getting the full team wipe on Stamina. That was probably the confidence boost they really needed in this game too, especially now going into a game 3 after that game 1. That was a really good comp for them. They were able to really counter a lot of what they saw in game 1 from Stamina. They were a little bit more ready for them. They were ready to take objectives. They took the majority of them, and then they were able to position themselves and zone out the majority of Stamina in that Zapdos fight. It was really crucial. Look at these numbers, 14 assists. Slowbro was really in all of the fights it needed to be in there, especially in a lot of those big encounters where it was able to pick off a lot of the support Pokemon from the side of Stamina when they were more needed. It did grab those attackers a couple of times and keep them out of those encounters. It was able to rip down the Absol in a moment where that Absol was really needed. So it just held onto it while the rest of its teammates could tear it down.
Yeah, I think that was great play by them, and to be honest, I think the Glaceon was a fantastic pick up there, Ponyta, because they had to use so many resources just to try and take it out, and of course we know how hard it can be to catch a Glaceon, and that one job they're going to go for is ripping down those strong all-rounders and supporters. 95k damage coming out from that Glaceon. They did their job, and they did it soundly.
That was a solid pick on the Glaceon there. Really good comp for them. A really good choice in that Glaceon being able to rip down a lot of the Pokemon on Stamina's side there. We did see Absol try to take dives in there after that Glaceon a few times, but Glaceon is just really good at staying mobile, repositioning itself, and it just wasn't effective.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 95k damage taken on the Slowbro on the side of Stamina Esports. They were definitely trying to tank as much as they can, but you've got a Glaceon ripping you, so it's definitely a difficult situation to be in. And I gotta say, it's an impressive stance coming in from Little Cow. They're coming up against a well-known team in Stamina Esports, and they've managed to really put the metal down. We're gonna go to a game 3 situation, and I could not tell you, Ponyta, who is going to win this set.
No. Very close. Both teams were pretty well matched in levels. They tried to keep the scores pretty even there, all the way up until the end. We'll take a look at the map here in just a second of where the scores were throughout this game. But take a look at the MVPs there for the game. It's actually going to be Felix on the slow bro on the side of Little Cal with the MVP, and I think it was well deserved. The work on both teams.
Yeah, 100%. I love this. This tournament is fascinating because we're seeing these comps that are really exciting to see. I mean, I've never seen so much Absol in my life, and I'm really enjoying it. But will we see a shake-up coming into this next game? I feel like Blastoise has been working really well for Stamina Esports, and I think the Glaceon is going to be a go-to pick yet again for Little Cow. So they've got to work it out. They don't have any bans here, Ponyta. They don't have anything else that they can work around.
Look how close those scores were. It was back and forth the whole game. Really, it was anybody's game, either one. So going into game 3, I can't say either way how it's going to go. Do you think we're going to see any changes on the side of Stamina? They ran the game 2, but now I think that maybe Little Cow is wiser to what they put out. Do you think we're going to see them change it up now to kind of throw them off?
I think you're going to need to. You're going to need to change something because you cannot allow Glaceon to do what Glaceon just did. If you are going to go for that strong front line yet again, they're just going to continue with that pick on Glaceon. You can't ban it out. We don't have bans here. So unless you take it yourself, you know you're going up against it. So I think there's going to have to be some sort of adjustment here from Stamina Esports. Maybe they still try and look for that kind of comp that they were playing, but come up with some sort of answer for the Glaceon. I don't know whether that's a speedster or maybe something that can utilize diving onto it. Because the difficulty is, Glaceon's got a great passive as well, right, Ponyta? So it's not like you're guaranteed to take it out if you drop some CC onto it.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Maybe this is another chance for Wide Guard Aegislash to make an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, Aegislash already doing well in this tournament. So I think Wide Guard might actually work quite well up against now. But yeah, this is an exciting one. Literally going into a game 3 situation. We've had a couple of those already today. Let's see what they're going to go for.
I hope this is a good sign for what our finals is going to look like.
I would absolutely love that. I feel like this tournament is just electric. The least thing that you expect to happen will happen. Is there going to be a Buzzwole that's going to get locked in here by Little Cow?
It does look like they are leaning towards it. It did look like Stamina was actually leaning towards that Aegislash as well, and then changed their minds. So we're looking at an Espeon, though. They're kind of sitting over that Espeon and locking in the Lucario.
Ooh, okay.
Going back for the Blissey and the Slowbro as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Blissey always going to be a short stay. The
Gardevoir! First
Gardevoir!
Gardevoir!
Yes, we called it, Ponyta. We'd mentioned it previously. Again, another Pokemon that has that level 7 Evo now, but obviously comes out of that central area with a really strong power spike. So I like this by Stamina Esports, really trying to shake things up a little bit here.
I like this for Little Cow as well, though. They're going to shake it up with their own Aegislash. They're running their own Slowbro Blissey combo as well. No Blastoise.
No Blastoise. Okay, that's interesting because I feel like Blastoise definitely was working well for them. But here we go. Stamina Esports still on your purple side. Little Cow over on this orange side.
You're going to run double Lucario on both sides. So we're seeing 3 Pokemon the same on both sides. Lucario, Blissey, and Aegislash there. Or no, not Aegislash, Slowbro, actually. Aegislash running in the top lane there, going after that Slowpoke. Not quite doing enough damage yet right now as a little Honedge. It's probably looking to just try to get in, get some stacks, but it's not in a secure enough position. Chansey is just not doing enough heals yet. Ralt is doing a decent amount of damage and getting some stuns off. They're managing to hold them back on that top lane there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they took the Ralts into the top lane, but of course Teleport does give you quite a good bit of maneuverability, so they're going to utilize that. There's the spears coming in, but of course Slowpoke was there to block them, but it does seem like Little Cow have managed to steal quite a bit of farm away from Stamina Esports.
Levels are still fairly close, but it is still early game. We're only dropping little points here and there, just trying to get our stacks in. Lucario in the bottom lane there running around trying to look and see if it can get some farm. Both teams set up for these birds, but Stamina in a much better position on the bottom lane. They secure all, I said birds, it's really bees. Secured all of the bees in the bottom lane, whereas Little Cow secures all of the bees in the top lane.
I mean, I'm surprised we haven't called it Rayquaza, to be fair, Ponyta. I think we're smashing this. We've had 2 years of Fairy Sky Ruins, but we're here on the remote stadium while these two teams battle it out. Lucario getting that 6 stack in as well, but it looks like they're going to be met with a power punch of their own, and they're going to get KO'd for it. Oh, they dashed on out. That's the power of E-Speed.
Lucario is such a great Pokemon. I'm surprised. It gets picked off before it makes it back to its pad, though, unfortunately. Lucario versus Lucario in that situation where his stamina was able to catch up to him while he was super low on HP. Absol making a run back through the jungle, trying to pick up those buffs. And Glaceon already set up and in position to try to start being a menace and deal a massive amount of damage to these Pokemon as they're trying to advance.
We do have that level 6. 750s, of course. There was no 8-minute birds that spawn as each team expects. So it's going to be these 720s that bring up even more of the farm. In the meantime, both teams are just going to be weary of each other. Gardevoir is on the field here, level 7, and they're going to come down into this basement lane.
I'm super excited to see what this Gardevoir can do with its stuns. It almost knocks that. They do end up picking up the Slowbro off in that encounter there. Double decided it wasn't going to get involved in that fight at all.
Yeah, I don't want any of that smoke is what that Dual Blade said, but all of that farm looks like it's gone to the side of Stamina Esports. Good pressure from the Lucario, but they aren't able to do enough. They do get felled by the Absol, and the damage from the Glaceon just isn't touching that Slowbro yet.
They look like we're running the double side build for the Gardevoir there, so they've got maximum stun damage coming out. Great for crowd control, but great for long distance stun control. Good chance for them to pick off this Glaceon. It does look like Stamina secures the Dreadnought pretty much without much of an issue there. It does look like they're starting to snowball here. Their levels are starting to get pretty high above where Little Cow is. Little Cow's kind of lagging back behind. They did their best to try to adapt to what Stamina had put out. They were ready for them second match, but maybe they're not quite as ready for this third. They've already lost their top tier 1, and we're not even seeing the Rotom secured yet.
Nice. Good effort there from Stamina Esports. What I do like about this Ponyta is that Stamina have countered what was going on with that Glaceon, because that Gardevoir can put that pressure at range, as you've already mentioned. Lucario is managing to break on through. There's a slow beam onto the Aegis Slash. They're not going to survive. We have an entire minute before this springboard is here. The Blitz assistance drains on in. Stamina wants to push this one. Absol takes them out, and they've been able to take them out with a Gardevoir as well. They have cleaned up Little Cow, and now we don't have a T2 in that top lane.
They have completely opened up this top lane here, Tano, very quickly here in only the first few minutes of this match. They've secured over almost a 200-point lead already as well. Glaceon is struggling in levels. They've already seen it level 10 and 11 on the side there of Stamina. Stamina decided, no, we're not going to let you guys get another win in here. We're going to push back just as hard as you pushed, or if not harder. We've got some shields there. Blissey coming in with the safeguard. The Absol Unite move firing off to just try to get out of danger, but they might be looking to go back and pick out this Lucario while it's secured.
That was a fascinating 1v1 between Absol and Lucario there, and neither of them got KO'd for it, Bonita. That is crazy. Both managed to get out. Slowbro doesn't, though. They get felled by the Gardevoir. We're 15 seconds away from this basement Dreadnought spawning. I almost said Reggie, but we did say Dreadnought. 10 seconds away now, and it looks like both teams want to show their face for it.
Glaceon picking up that blue buff. It's a great buff for Glaceon there, enabling those faster cooldowns so it can respawn those icicles and shoot those icicle spears off as quick as they possibly can. So this is a good encounter here where most of Little Cow is ready to go in on this Dreadnought, whereas it looks like Stamina is just a second or two behind, but they could come in and secure it. They didn't quite get the steal off on it like they did. Glaceon dropping the Unite move with the Bliss assist on it, on the Lucario and on the side of Stamina there. It's not quite a great push for Little Cow, but they do manage to hold them off for a minute.
Slowbro getting that slow beam onto that Glacier, the Gardevoir as well, was huge. Here comes the damage from Absol. They do use that Midnight Slash. Glaceon trying to do it in return, but the Fairy Singularity that wasn't used at Dreadnought does get used there. It doesn't do enough though. It does pull in the Glaceon, but they don't get the KO. And now it seems like Little Cow wants to push onto this pad. There's the Bone Rush. They're going to see if they can pick up the Gardevoir before they utilize it. And they have been able to do so. The 40 Dunks tried to rein in. The Surf from Slowbro is there though. They do manage to get more. Just a couple of points. They're managing to stop the huge dunk so far on the side of Stamina Esports, and I think that's probably an impressive defense from them. They haven't been able to cap it too much, and they've managed to take down some good KOs. Now it's just Slowbro on this pad by themselves.
despite being down 2 of their members, Stamina was able to really make a strong defensive hold on that tier 1 bottom pad, but that left Aegislash free reign in the top to just rip that Rotom and then completely clean up their tier 1 goal in the top lane. They weren't too worried about it. They look like they just want to hold this bottom position here. Slowbro getting the hold on the Glaceon in that last encounter was pretty crucial because that took out a lot of their main damage there in that encounter. Glaceon is back and ready to go again now. They know how important this bottom goal is to Stamina. Stamina looks like they're going to try to push back as well on the bottom goal against Little Cow.
Yeah, Lucario's not here. They're trying to grab some farm themselves, get back with that Unite move. They're already level 13 on the side of Little Cow, and it's meant Stamina have a bit of an advantage down here. But despite that, Ponyta, they haven't done anything with it. We're 10 seconds away before the final Dreadnought spawns. Either team aren't going to be that interested in it because, of course, they do have their levels now, but they're interested in those mid-Bs. They dive onto this pad now from the side of Little Cow. Lucario is doing so good at jumping on in, but so is Gardevoir with the range damage. They pick up the Blissey, and just with that, both teams are going to go their separate ways.
That was a pretty smart move there, I think, on behalf of Little Cow to just kind of back up, but unfortunately they backed up just a little bit too late. Lucario finds the other Lucario hiding in the bush there. Glaceon's going to take this opportunity to try to pick it off before going into this Ray fight. Not Ray fight, Zapdos, see, you called it. We knew we were going to call it Ray at some point, and I'm the one who decided to slip up there. We're 10 seconds from the Zapdos. Both teams are feeling each other out, but it does look like Stamina, both teams actually have all of their Unite moves ready to go. We could see Gardevoir drop it in a pretty opportune moment here.
Slowbeam did come out onto the Aegislash, but they haven't been able to pick up the KO. There's the coup de grace. Can they take down Absol? Yes, they can. They're trying to run away. They're 1 HP in a dream right now, but it does seem like Little Cow have got the advantage. No Absol here. They go for the rip. Lucario finds it though for Stamina Esports. That's the power of the Oro Cannon, and now they can push these points in. But again, we still have a minute 35 on the board. 2 shields still there. Well, not shields, but cards open for scoring. 200 more points are going to rain in from the side of Stamina Esports.
4 members of Little Cow were down on that push. It was just too late for them to respawn and try to defend their goals in that instance there, but Slowbro was still up, and he decided he was going to take that chance to try to take down that bottom tier goal. They weren't actually too far behind, but now they're about 400 points behind. They really need a strong push here. They have a little bit over a minute left. I don't know if they can quite get it all off here with almost all of the members of Stamina up and ready and holding that bottom tier. They're probably going to just let that tier 1 goal. It doesn't mean that much to them in this moment, but they really want to hold their middle in this position.
Let's see if they can do more with this. They've got 45 seconds left. They are 300 points behind. They want to continue to push. They've definitely got the change to be able to rein this in, but it's whether they can defend it. The Fairy Singularity coming out from Gardevoir is enough. They take down the Sword, and the Blissey falls as well. Stamina Esports have managed to defend their pad. They're going to take this game free. They're going to progress through to the next round.
3 KO streak there. That is exactly what Stamina needed to hold this bottom, letting their tier 1 goal go, just holding back to the tier 2, giving themselves a chance to respawn, to heal, and be ready. They got the wipe. They managed to take down everybody from Little Cow. It was a really close match there for a while, but once Stamina started to snowball, they really did just cause an avalanche and go down. It was all downhill from there.
Wow, what a set though, Ponyta, right? Because I feel like Little Cow really put the pedal to the metal there against Stamina Esports, a well-known team that always have a great run through any tournament they take a part in. That was a brilliant series coming out of these 2 teams.
Absolutely. I mean, this was absolutely nothing for them to sneeze at. A team, I don't know a whole lot about Little Cow being from LATAM, but Stamina, like you said, is a team that we see rear its head pretty regularly, and they're pretty well known. They're a strong team. They're known for really good teamwork, having really solid comps that rely on each other, and being able to have such close matches with a team like this is nothing to sneeze at. They even took a game off of them in game 2. Taking it to game 3, they still had a good chance. I mean, it really was anybody's game. Both of these teams were very evenly matched. Looking at the numbers, you almost wouldn't think that, but look at that 15 assists from the Slowbro on the side of Stamina, 12 KO for the Absol, but the MVP goes to the Lucario on Holmes.
Yeah, it was great play from both of those teams there. I gotta say, it feels like whilst they were on a bit of a back foot, Little Cal, they found a way to get the experience, to get the KOs, and make sure that Zapdos was the most important objective on this game yet again. And even when you lose it, you still manage to push on in and give yourself a good battle at that end. So well done to them. Well done to Stamina Esports. They are going to progress on through. I believe they're going to be going up against Yetic Garasu in the next match, but we do have to bring back the other casters and have a little bit of a conversation with them about.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's. I can't wait to hear from Ruben and see what they got to say.
Yeah, we're going to bring in all four now, and we'll just have a quick chat with them before we see more action for you, chat, of course. So here we go. We have Ribbon Chew and Attitude back with us. We'll start with you, Ribbon. How have you been finding these games so far?
Really tense and really close, honestly. Especially this last matchup, it really felt like that Game 3 Zapdos situation could have gone either way, but Lucario, Caribou coming in clutch. Or actually, no, it was a Holmes. Sorry, wrong Lucario. But Stamina just came in, really just took what was a inopportune I want to say like an inopportune fight because the little cows got a really great slow beam onto that Aegislash. But the Aegislash was able to get away, and they were able to just kind of come back and turn a losing situation into a winning one. And I hope we see more plays like that coming forward.
Yeah, 100%, me too. And actually, dude, obviously we've been seeing quite a bit of action going on already here, and we've seen quite a bit of those level 7 Evo Mons coming into this remote stadium, which we didn't have when this map was in rotation. How do you think that's affecting these games?
Definitely think that the difference in how much XP is required in order to evolve, because while those Pokemon were in the game at the time, way back then, they didn't evolve until level 8 or 9, and so the speed at which they're able to get online and really set these fights off is so drastically different today. We saw a lot of those changes in prior games when Route 34 was playing the Pikachu. All of the changes on those ultimate moves as well, with its massive Unite move, was a major factor in a lot of those team fights as well. So there are a lot of plays that we're seeing here that we wouldn't have factored into the equation back when this map was first being utilized, and so it's very exciting to see it now.
That it is. Alrighty, we're going to be heading to a break now as we hand over to the amazing Ribbon Chew and Archadu that are going to take the rest of these games. Ponyta, it has been an absolute delight to cast alongside you again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to hanging out with you at EUIC. Looking forward to casting with Ribbon Chew tomorrow for the Women's Unite tournament. I can't wait to see what we're going to see tomorrow for this all women's and non-binary tournament. I'm really excited for it. There's so many great people in this community that get overlooked sometimes. So it's really great to shine on them. This has been a great tournament. Thank you for having me as a caster. Great to work with Tano again. Shout out to all of the sponsors up there. You can see them in that top bar there. Underdunk, Engage, Widely. I mean, just all of those. I don't know how many more sponsors we have. We have so many. You can see them all up there in that top bar. These teams are out here fighting for $500 thanks to all of those guys.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to do it without you all. We're going to take a quick break, chat. Have yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Hello, welcome back, everybody, live from Team Rocket headquarters, JK. Welcome back to the Wide League here for Remo Rewind. We are doing Zapdos' salty run back, getting ready for the winners semifinals. We're going to be watching Stamina Esports versus Yatagarasu. I am joined here by none other than the lovely Ribbon Chew. Ribbon, welcome in. Super glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. We've already had plenty of wonderful action on the screen, and looking forward to even more, honestly. It's been really nice to see these Latam versus NA kind of bashes, and definitely going to have another one of those on the screen again, as Stamina Esports, definitely on the screen. Last time, they're going to be going up against Yatagarasu. I do believe these are two Latam rosters, so a little bit of a civil war here. And wow, already we're going in.
Already on to that character selection. Looks like we're gonna... Those are all characters not allowed in the game yet. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting some actual picks on the board. Do you think they're gonna see a lot of the same strats here out of Stamina? Do you think they're gonna switch it up here, Ribbon?
I definitely think that this is due for a switch up. We do see Stamina rocking that Glaceon yet again. My question is, I've been wondering about something, Archer. Where is the Blastoise? Because this is a character that's been buffed a lot recently in the last couple of patches, and is still one of those remote classics as well. Something that can be really good in the defender slot, but I feel like we've been seeing a lot more supportive and kind of peel tanks, and we haven't really seen any engaged tanks yet. It's been a lot of just carry violence on the remote stadium so far, but something we're still seeing plenty is that Blissimir.
I have to agree. I've been wanting to see more of the Blastoise. Blastoise is one of my favorite picks all throughout Remote Stadium, while that map was the primary competitive stage. I do enjoy it a lot. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it. And then the one that we have seen so far was Rapid Spin. I was much more expecting the Surf Hydro Pump plays, but here we are starting off into this first round. Ribbon, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Stamina Esports on your purple side and Yatagarasu on your orange side. It does look like they're going to be taking the central area with the Absol and the Dratini eventually into a Dragonite. Pretty very classic 2v2 on the bot side, but something interesting is that Sword versus Lucario matchup in the top side. It's going to be a very skill-focused kind of matchup, and whoever takes the lead early in that lane is probably going to continue the lead going forward.
I have to agree, and seeing the Lucario up in the top side with that potential helping hand boost as well here on our orange side is going to make a little bit of a difference here for Yatagarasu as compared to the Wiggly support that we see on the bottom side. We've been seeing a lot of the helping hand from the Blissies lately this afternoon, and they have been making a huge difference in the damage output given how close a lot of these fights end up being.
Yeah, and we've also been seeing a lot of very melee-focused all-rounders being played as well, so it's not a surprise that we've been seeing a lot of helping hand out of Blissey as these 850 B spawns come up. Stamina's going to wipe that off the map right away, try to move in onto Yatagarasu. The Absol is pouncing, but no damage is being really, truly done. Lucario's going to have to E-speed away, and both sides walk away unscathed.
Stamina taking the Bs so quickly means a lot of XP is going to get dumped onto those top supporters nice and quick. It does look like Mystic's a little bit behind there getting to the Slowbro, which might affect them in a minute there, but Lucario does pick up the KO in the top. Looks like they're going to get a little bit of point here before we rotate into our second jungle path.
Yeah, we're seeing both Lucarios on both teams kind of winning lane right now. Just shows the presence and the threat that Lucario has always had in that early game and why we saw this pick so much in the remote stadium days. But Absol looking to try to make a play on this top side 3v3. It does look like they are going to catch out more members of Yatagarasu yet again. The Blissy's going for the heals on the side of Yatagarasu as well.
The heals there are going to really be able to keep up that Lucario in the fight a good bit longer, especially since they are running that close combat. A lot of that sustain with the power-up punch combo does mean that they're going to be in these fights a lot longer, especially on top of the double support ults that we are seeing here on the side of Yatagarasu. We do see here, though, as these fights break out, this Absol is just laying down so much burst damage that Dragon Knight's not quite able to keep up, taking a little bit longer to get into its full evolutionary state does mean that it's going to take a little longer for these fights to really take off for Yatagarasu.
Yeah, both of these teams really have a lot of late game scaling, so it's just a lot of scuffling that's going to be happening in these first 3 minutes. But now, with objectives on the map, nobody's really at a true power breakpoint right now. No Unites on the screen. Oh, but as I say that, Stamina Esports locks in to both the Unites on the Glaceon and the Absol. Both these teams looking to position around this Dreadnought. Lucario trying to make a move, might get caught out by this Absol. Indeed, gets cleaned up. This is going to be advantage for Stamina Esports as Yatagarasu seems to be falling one by one. Dragon Knight trying to pull that Dreadnought away, but the Glacial stage is set, and the damage is going to dive in. Absol comes in and cleans up, and this is going to be an easy Dreadnought for Stamina Esports.
Absolutely. That was a very smart play there from Stamina to go for the Dragonite before even worrying about the Dreadnought there. If anyone remembers the old days of REMOAT Stadium, we know just how much of a menace Dragonite with Hyper Beam would always be at securing those Dreadnoughts, even in the midst of an unfavorable matchup. So it was a very smart move there from Stamina to go ahead and clear that off of Yatagarasu's board before taking the objective. Very good move.
Yep, and 240 bombers means maximum overcaps on that tier 1 downstairs. And even Stamina winning the Rotom up in the top side. Lucario buying as much time, getting as much farm off of the map as possible. They are not going to choose the break, though. They're going to leave this tier 1 up in the top side to maybe even try to bait Yatagarasu into another fight.
I do like that move here because breaking that top goal does mean that there would be more XP on the side of Yatagarasu spawning in a safe area for them to capture it. So this is a good way for Stamina to hold the XP lead over top of Yatagarasu in this moment, force a couple of fights while they have the level advantage, and then move on, capping that goal with a little bit of a higher overcap.
Yeah, we're just seeing how impactful the first Dreadnought is for these teams. Just so much level disparity from both from the side of Yatagarasu, just barely now starting to click into their Unites. The Bliss Assistance is going to be pulled a little early, but Stamina smartly and respectfully pulls back. They got the slow beam onto the Dragonite, and now possibly looking to break down this tier 1 Aura Cannon. Goes a little bit wide, but Yatagarasu is falling one by one. This Glaceon is dropping so much damage. Lucario tries to get in with a close combat, but it's not going to be enough. Aura Cannon of their own is going to be an aura of their demise. Yatagarasu dropping another 40 bomber, and that's 2 huge overcaps on both of their tier 1s.
That was some absolutely well-played math there from Stamina Esports, going ahead and making sure they dropped some little points in there, bringing it down to only 4 left on the goal before scoring that 40. Does mean they get 36 points in overcap and gives them perfect positioning here in the top side to go ahead and take that Rotom and even have time to rotate bottom for the next Dreadnought.
Yeah, Stamina Esports is definitely controlling the tempo as this Dreadnought spawns, but Yatagarasu is down here for Pokemon Strong. They're going to instantly rip away this Dreadnought, try to rip away. The Blissey is the one that secures at the end of the day, and Slowbro just barely is going to be able to make it back into their pad, but Yatagarasu is not taking their foot off the gas, still trying to get a dive in. Absol Midnight Slash is going to scare away Yatagarasu. Blissey is going to try to get this Bliss Assistance lined up, catches the enemy Blissey as well, but Absol finds the Dragonite in the back line. Both teams trading picks, and Glaceon still dropping so much damage.
Man, you just can't sleep on these supports. We do see Stamina go ahead and take the back end of that fight there, but many of us forget that support units do get extra damage up against the objective Pokemon, like that Dreadnought in the bottom, allowing them to make crazy secures like that. And honestly, even though they got KO'd at the end of the day, it might have been worth keeping that objective out of the hands of Stamina Esports, Ribbon.
Yeah, absolutely. That catch-up has gotten them a little bit further back into this game, but this Absol still level 14 is completely out of control, and it's going to be looking possibly at like a level 15 Absol as we've got 1 more minute until Zapdos. Yatagarasu is definitely going to have to keep the numbers advantage strong, try to find out somebody from Stamina Esports, and set up a successful Zapdos push, because they're going to need every bit of scoring speed possible to try to close a 200-point lead.
Absolutely. We do see Stamina's getting some really aggressive positioning here as the Aegislash tries to engage but gets caught out. Didn't not quite realize that there were so many of them there. Lucario does pick up the KO, and we get a quick base there from the Glaceon to get some heals up before some pokes get pulled out here with only 20 seconds remaining until Zapdos spawns. It looks like Stamina is going to just really take this fight onto them.
Yeah, it has Yamasu completely blocked right now. The Blissey's in to try to get vision, but Slowbro is here to keep the line of Absol waiting in the wings as well. He's gonna try to bait a Starlight, but 2 minutes already fighting is on the screen to get a dive onto the Dragapult, but a Starlight Wigglytuff is gonna keep and get away. Both Lucarios are trying to fix on the enemy side, but the Glaceon is the first one to draw blood. The Zapdos goes immediately down, but it's Stamina Esports and they're Lucario securing the Zapdos. Already Yatagarasu immediately gonna throw up that white flag.
Wow, Yatagarasu, they recognized that in that moment they needed that Zapdos in order to make the comeback they wanted, so they went ahead and threw up the white flag for now. That does mean that Stamina Esports is going to take round 1, but man, up until the end, it wasn't too far off. Stamina had a good lead for the first half of that match. It looked like Yatagarasu was about to make a comeback, but just the output between the Absol and that Glaceon by the end there was just a little bit too much for them to keep up with.
Yeah, I feel like the Absol was doing a really great job finding critical engage points to drop a lot of damage with that Midnight Slash, and then Glaceon was just cleaning up on the backside. And even in some situations, Glaceon was doing that job of dropping the damage as well. We can already see the massive disparity in damage when it comes to the side of Stamina Esports. Unfortunately, just Yatagarasu could not get online in any way, shape, or form, and this was such a commanding game 1 from Stamina Esports.
It definitely was. Dropping a whole 90k there from the Absol alone, a character that focuses more on burst damage more than they often do the sustain, does mean that must have been an incredible performance there from Jonah M96. We're going to have to see some changes here on the side of Yatagarasu. I don't know if it's going to be some Pokemon changes or maybe just the way that they approach these team fights here, Ribbon, but something's got to be different for this next round if they're going to come back, Ribbon. What do you think the catalyst is going to be for Yatagarasu to take this back?
I feel like even though the Dragonite was doing some really great jobs in securing some of those mid to late game objectives on the side of Yatagarasu, just unfortunately a lot of team fight damage was not there for their composition. May want to possibly look to something like maybe even a Charizard or just mirror the Glaceon as well. There's still plenty of other choices that Yatagarasu could go to. My first mind in thinking is things like Garchomp, things like Gardevoir. Like Yatagarasu had the engages that they wanted, but not the damage follow-up that they could get into really converting the CC into knockouts.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Charizard there. I don't know if anything has happened off on the matches that we did not watch live today, but as far as the ones we've seen on camera, we haven't seen a single Charizard so far tonight. So I'm honestly surprised that hasn't been a pick at all. I feel like Charizard's always been a very dominant character in most of the metas throughout Pokemon Unite's history. It's always had an incredible Unite move that just deals so much damage, has so much lifesteal out across the ultimates as well. So having that on the side could be what changes the engagements here, being able to just drop that Unite move onto an Absol or maybe that Glaceon early into a fight just to knock some of that damage out of the way could be the option they're looking for. Maybe that, or maybe some of the more longer range attackers. We could see the Venusaur pop out. There's always the Beamosaur option if they want to play some backline artillery, maybe a Decidueye if they wanted to maybe throw out the Leaf Storm to get a quick stun on any of those engagements. So there's a lot of options that they've got here. It's just going to depend.
Yeah, I feel like Yatagarasu really needs a pick that will buy some space. Something a little more than a Slowbro Blissey support core that is normally very passive and prefers to play very reactive. So hopefully it doesn't look like Yatagarasu. They still are hovering the Slowbro and Blissey composition, but I feel like a pick that will buy them space, because these remote stadium hallways are so slim and narrow to get towards that Zapdos. So I feel like even something like Blastoise, like we mentioned earlier, just something to really just clean out those small chokeholds and really just try to have to make Stamina respect their approach.
Yeah, I have to agree. They need something that'll buy this space. Maybe this Buzzwole could be the answer. Buzzwole is able to make a good bit of space, maybe grab some things out of line, push them away, or even pull them into this Lucario here to maybe line up some CC. It's not a terrible option, especially with the amount of burst damage that you're able to get out of the superpower and the big seismic toss there as well. So we'll see if that ends up being the difference maker here as we get started.
Yeah, and honestly, Stamina Esports is saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're locking in the same exact 5 picks. And now we see the Buzzwole coming out of Yatagarasu, but still focusing on this very short range double all-rounders in this early game. Hopefully Secures will go more in Yatagarasu's favor so they can try to keep this Glaceon down for as long as possible.
We do see a lot of pressure here from this Buzzwole already onto Stamina, scoring some early points, getting those early stacks. That's exactly what the Buzzwole's going to want to be doing here in this early game. Maybe if they're able to get those stacks nice and early before the Blissey's able to do anything about it, this could be a huge catalyst for damage here on the side of Yatagarasu. I'm kind of excited to see as it does end up locking itself into a 2v1 here. Absol trying to knock it out of the way. Doesn't look like it's going to end up escaping, but the Glaceon might be able to pick this up.
Ooh, Icy Wind coming out of Yatagarasu. That's actually a super interesting move choice from them. It's going to really be able to help them kind of match this Glaceon and try to burst it out while it's in semi-melee range, trying to land those Icicle Spears, and will allow them to play from a very safe pocket, considering Icy Wind's got a very large amount of range as well. And honestly, it could even try to burst his Absol as it hops in as well. So I do like this light Icy Wind adaptation coming out from Yatagarasu, but Lucario's still going to get cleaned up in this bottom side, and still Stamina Esports looking like they're going to be taking an early lead.
Yeah, it does look like Stamina does get this early lead as far as levels go here, especially now that they're getting some scores here in the top side. Like you were mentioning earlier, though, that Icy Wind is a really interesting pick here. Having that little extra bit of burst damage could be some additional secure onto objectives as well in the place of that Hyper Beam that we saw last game out of the Dragonite. So this may have been the play they were going for here, is just having that last hit burst damage to try and maybe break through the healing from the Blissey, or maybe just to get a last hit on an objective. I'm very interested in seeing how this one plays out, Ribbon.
Just unfortunately, it looks like this Buzzwole is getting a little bit zoned out. I feel like Stamina's playing really well around this Buzzwole's range and kiting them perfectly, even though these are melee characters. Still getting some trades in, though, as both enemy teams trade Lucarios. I feel like that's a little bit more advantageous for Yatagarasu than Stamina, considering their Lucario is a level higher. But everybody level 6 on the side of Yatagarasu, but still already Stamina's got those level 8s, and this Absol is going to be looking to getting close to level 9 before these objectives spawn.
Absolutely, and this Absol, man, if you didn't look too close, you'd think it's a Zigzagoon, the way that it's just jumping in and out of these fights, dashing back and using the pursuit to hop right back in when the time is right. They are just nailing these hits back and forth, and it is no wonder that Stamina is able to take a lead when their jungler is playing this well.
Alrighty, Dreadnought on the map, and that's the stage set for Stamina Esports to try to get a secure in, but the Buzzwole is going to find the secure. Absol drops a Midnight Slash to try to chunk up some damage, but it is Stamina Esports on the retreat as their Lucario is going to be taking that top lane Rotom uncontested. Everybody on Yatagarasu so low, and it just took so much balancing of those Glacial Spears to make sure nobody went down.
Absolutely, we did see in the background there as well. It does look like Stamina was able to secure the Rotom in lieu of losing the Dreadnought objective there. Does mean that they're going to be able to score some points up top. Absol looking to drop a quick 40, getting a 37-point overdunk here onto that top goal. Does secure them an even further lead in points, kind of keeping them ahead despite losing that bottom objective.
Yeah, and it just looks like both teams are taking some time to try to find some aggressive objectives, and that's the Lucario dropping the Aura Cannon. They're going to try to drop the Bliss Assistance in return on Yatagarasu to try to hold this tier 1 pad, and it does look like it's successful. That is going to force Stamina back, and a trade of an objective over, in a knockout over that score is going to keep Yatagarasu on the offensive here as we fight over these birds. Absol trying to look for more. Bliss Assistance is going to go ahead and save them from that Buzzwole combo. And ult still sitting online. The Super Swole Slam is waiting in the wings for Yatagarasu. Midnight Slash does not connect with anybody. The stage is set for Yatagarasu now to push back this tier 1 offense from Stamina Esports, but both sides are walking away unscathed yet again.
Yes, just Ranma here on that Glaceon, staying locked on that Buzzwole is honestly what's keeping them safe right now, because as long as that Icicle Spear is cracked down on that Buzzwole, there's not a whole lot of approach that they can be making here, which means there's a whole lot of offense that isn't going to be happening, but we do see a little bit of an engagement here that is quickly pushed away by that Safeguard.
Yeah, the Safeguard is doing so much work into Yatagarasu's team composition. It's effectively neutering this Buzzwole from trying to do anything, trying to get an early pick on that Slowbo. Dreadnought going low. The Slow Beam gets on top of the Glaceon, but the Absol secures it from the 3-point line with a Psycho Cut. Yatagarasu's going to try to get the offense going and try to find a knockout, but no, it's Yatagarasu that's dropping down. Return Absol in this backline. Slowbro is going to find the knockout secure on top of that, and now Lucario is here on the backline to send Yatagarasu running. Stamina Esports is going to try to find another score on top of this tier 1 goal. They've been here 3 times now. 3rd time's the charm.
Absol proving to us all that we need to shoot our shot no matter how far away it looks. You heard me right, boys. Yesterday was Valentine's Day. Go get them. If Absol can nail that with a Psycho Cut, so can you with your girl or your boy or your they-thems, all of the things. Go shoot your shot, please. Go do it. As we line up here with the top side, we do see some pokes here from Yatagarasu. Might have been a little bit early here, but they do get the secure over the Absol Unite move. What an incredible little pick here from Yatagarasu, forcing the pushback here from Stamina.
3 things never change in this world, Archer. Death, taxes, and Blissey Egg Bomb secures. I'm just gonna sit here and say it. What a wonderful play from Yatagarasu to make sure that that Rotom doesn't get pushed into their tier 2 goal zone, but they're still over 200 points behind, and with only a minute left on the clock and a back cap as well from Stamina Esports, possibly they're gonna find a pick onto this Glaceon. This is Yatagarasu's opportunity to try to get something going here, but the Bliss Assistance is gonna come out early as well. Midnight Pursuit already burned. The 50-point almost goes in from Yatagarasu, but that wouldn't have even broken the pad. Stamina Esports effectively counters that tier 1 push and gets the benefit of that 40 in the backside. Lucario already collecting a little bit more farm as well. Stamina Esports already a level ahead of mostly everybody on the side of the carries of Yatagarasu, and now with 40 seconds left on the clock, they need to get something going soon.
Absolutely. With only 30 seconds left before the Zapdos spawns, getting rid of this Buzzwole right here at the beginning of this engagement could be what they need to make a quick push in on that tier 2 and really force Yatagarasu to take some aggressive positioning here. Otherwise, they're going to be asking to lose this Zapdos. I almost said Rayquaza. This Zapdos fight here. We do see some pokes coming out, trying to feel out where they are as the engagement starts here, Ribbon.
Yeah, this Yatagarasu is taking so much poke, but Blissey is doing a great job of healing away all of the ice pain. Call that some icy hot fights already starting. Slowbro lands on the Lucario, but Buzzwole is going to clean that up with a Super Soul Slam. And now with 2 members down from Stamina Esports, Yatagarasu, this is their opportunity to shine. 1 shot, 1 opportunity. The icy wind hits it. Boom! That's an 8-ball in the corner pocket for Yatagarasu. All 5 members down from Stamina Esports. Get those hundo burgers in fast. You only have so much time.
Nailing the ace there. That was an absolutely huge slam there from the Buzzwole, on top of now the unstoppable power-up punch from Lucario, just powering through as they go and force the surrender there from Stamina, pushing this into a Game 3 situation, Ribbon.
Yeah. What a great Zapdos fight there from Yatagarasu, getting the opportunity for this Buzzwole to finally do something, and it shows up when it needs to, getting that Super Swole Slam to start off the Beast Boost gauge. And once they got on top of that Glaceon and isolated it away from the Zapdos fight, their own Glaceon was able to just drop the Icy Wind at the perfect opportunity, get that Zapdos snipe, and they're going to bring us into a Game 3.
We are some B pressers out here with those Icy Winds ribbon. Yatagarasu just narrowly securing that. We love to see it. 344 to 480 here on the screen. Does mean that Yatagarasu was able to take that round like we said a minute ago. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these the DPS outputs here and all of this wonderful things in the battle data. I would love to see just how much damage comparison between these two Glaceons.
Wow.
Because you can see, although the Icicle Wind, or the Icicle Spears rather, was able to do larger overall damage, how effective does that end up being in the long run when it ends up getting healed out by Gohan here with that 87,000 healing? If they're able to just sustain through that, that's no longer effective damage. So being able to secure that with that burst here from that Glaceon does look like it ended up being the difference maker.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate that we can't see the item builds from the draft screen, but I have to say it, Stamina doesn't look like they had any sort of anti-heal to counter this healing Blissey, because dropping almost 90k in that on a remote stadium healing, those are some massive numbers. And honestly, it was really hard for Stamina to really knock out that Slowbro as well. It was getting really good opportunities to use that Amnesia and heal back that gray health. So maybe Stamina, I feel like their Glaceon was probably like just like a simple, very basic double glasses spoon build. So maybe sneaking in some anti-heal if these Blissies are going to be running rampant on Remote Stadium, just might be a little bit of a little extra insurance that you could have to make sure that you don't get countered out by healing compositions.
Yeah, in blind pick, you can never be too careful, especially with how easy it is to pick up the Blissey. You can't steal it like you can in draft. And not having potentially as well, there's so many options for good healing in this format that not taking the Cursed Incense, now that it is a part of the game, feels like it might not be the best idea anymore. You really want something online to be able to prevent the intense amount of healing output that those Pokemon can create. So I think maybe using that over one of the two glasses that we're likely seeing on that Glaceon might be a good idea here. Maybe running a Curse Bangle on one of the tanks here, or even something like that from Stamina as well, could be an idea. But we'll have to see going forward. Unfortunately, like you said, we can't see their item choices at all, so we have no idea what it is they are or aren't running.
We can see their items now. That's cool. Yippee!
When did that change?
Love that. Okay, so I guess maybe we can eke into the Stamina picks, and it doesn't look like they had any anti-heal on that Glaceon. Oh, now they do.
Yeah,
okay,
now they do.
All right, and it
Looks
looks like
that change might have
Stamina's
been made
gonna
real quick.
swap things up a little bit. I don't think that Leafeon is allowed right now. That's definitely a post release. Okay, and now Jonah's gonna lock in that Absol. So honestly,
Yeah.
Stamina's gonna stick with the same composition, and we're just getting a raw run back on the run back on Remote Stadium. Run back. Got some run backs for your run back.
We got some. Yes, we have all the runbacks here as we do go ahead and jump into Game 3. Just now noticing all the gold badges on the field, too. Love seeing the gold badge Luca, the gold badge Absol. No wonder all of the damage has been great from Holmes and Jonah here as we do jump into our third round. Seeing a lot of the different items here does kind of help us give a little perspective as well. We see a lot of anti-heal being dropped on both sides here. So I'm wondering if that's going to end up making a difference, and especially now that they've seen the strategy up firsthand, maybe they'll be able to make some macro changes on the side of Stamina Esports to go ahead and take Yatagarasu out, or who knows, maybe this is Yatagarasu's underdog story for this matchup here, and maybe they'll take it back. Maybe they're going to win this.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a Zapdos fight that definitely went Yatagarasu's way. So Stamina is just gonna try to run it back yet again. Probably have a little bit more control. Make sure we don't get slow beamed right in the middle of 5 people. But early game, they're still keeping this Lucario on the bot side, trying to box out this Glaceon, and now Buzzwole is no real stacking on either side from either team this time. But both teams really decided to just play it safe.
Yeah, being able to just go ahead and hang back for a little bit here and play some safety here, just getting those levels up, getting the moves online is going to be really paramount for this Buzzwole here right now, because we saw a lot of the early game last time around. They weren't able to get a whole lot of spacing up here. That Absol was on top of it pretty early, so seeing the 4-man in top here, the gank might be a good move for them to go ahead and get stacked nice and early, get some early pressure onto this Lucario before it's able to get online. Taking the level 5 first for Yatagarasu might be the momentum they needed.
Yeah, I feel like Stamina just needs to find an early commanding lead and continue to hold it. But Yatagarasu's mixing it up. They're chasing this Absol in the jungle right now, trying to find some secures out to 2v1. They are going to find the pick out onto the Absol. That's going to be really massive as they try to close in, but thankfully Stamina is able to make it back to their tier 1 pad. But really great heads-up play there from Yatagarasu to find the Absol alone in the enemy central area to help clean them up and get a little bit more on the board, because now Yatagarasu, keeping up, arguably has the level lead on Stamina right now.
Absolutely, they definitely do right now. Having 2 level 7s on the board already does mean that they're a little bit above Stamina, as Stamina does start getting a couple of level 7s online. But like you were saying, being able to push onto this Absol early is absolutely huge. It does look like Yatagarasu was able to recognize how much of a threat in the early game that they were last round and have pivoted accordingly just to make sure that they're not able to wreak as much havoc here, as we do see the pushback nice and quickly on this rotation, seeing a 4-man push in top the moment Absol shows its face yet again here, Ribbon.
Yeah, and it does look like Yatagarasu's going for the Icicle Spear this time around on their Glaceon, so they are going to match Stamina Esports, but Yatagarasu's got the points in the bag. They're going to crash that tier 1 goal zone with a little bit of a small overcap, but still getting a lot of presence over this top lane and really forcing Stamina back. And it looks like they're going to keep the pressure on, try to find more picks on this Absol, but they're just going to take some Icicle Spears and walk away.
And it almost makes me wonder if the Icy Wind last game was intentional or not, if it was just a happy accident that worked out for them, given we are seeing the Icicle Spear for both Glaceons now this round. As we do see the Dreadnought fight break out, looks like the Glaceon from Stamina is able to secure it.
Yeah, and the stage, unfortunately, just set a little bit too late there from Yatagarasu. Lucario is going to win the 1v1 on the top side for Yatagarasu, though, and they are going to be able to pretty much secure this Erodum for Re99, but this will open an opportunity for Stamina to try to crash on this tier 1 bot side, but seeing that they are borderline outmatched, they're going to just try to pull back a little bit, cut their losses, and try to find another opportunity next time. But still more real center footage on this mid lane or in the mid area, as both teams are really just keeping in each other's faces.
Yeah, and just Stamina cutting it a little close there. Lucario saving the Rotom from crashing into that T2 gold. Does mean that it's going to be a 4v5 in the bottom lane. As Absol says, I don't care, I'll take you all on by myself. Getting a huge KO there with its Unite move and getting the Bliss assistance onto it as well does mean that this fight is looking in Stamina's favor.
Yeah, it was just so unfortunate. That Buzzwole was 8.99 in levels. It's so unfortunate that they couldn't gain access to that Super Swole Slam any faster, because they were surrounded by not only so many people, but also so many low HP bars as well. Really great heads-up play from Stamina in the moment to knock out that Buzzwole before it hit level 9. And that is going to win them the fight and keep a very small level lead on Yatagarasu.
Yeah, they were able to take the level lead back there, and they're only about 40 points behind, so it's not really much of anything at all when you think of the grand scheme of Pokemon Unite. 40 points really isn't anything at all, so it does look like as we make a rotation up to the top side, there may be a good assault up onto this top goal, but it does look like Dreadnought is getting ready to respawn as well, so some decisions are going to have to be made as to where they decide to position and what objectives they think are more important here for Stamina Esports Ribbon.
Well, we're just more focused on fighting right now. It seems Absol's gonna just completely open up Raw with that Midnight Pursuit, and it's gonna knock Yatagarasu so far back. Absol on 1 HP, just trying to find those basic autos, but Buzzwole is not able to do enough. Stamina's gonna continue free firing with this Glaceon, and now so many members ahead. They're gonna be turning their heads possibly towards either this tier 1 push or towards Dreadnought, but the fighting is still going on, and now Glaceon is here, and now Yatagarasu finding the knockout as well, and now they're in advantage. 5v4. Stamina needs to find some sort of way in on this Dreadnought.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got everyone here from Yatagarasu just wailing in on this Dreadnought, but the Glaceon and the Absol just laying in all of that fire does mean that they're going to go ahead and almost snag it. It does look like the Blissey was able to secure that Dreadnought in time for Yatagarasu, which means they were able to keep that pressure up just enough as the stage is set.
Yes, and it's just looking like it's just going to be a stage and quick exit right as Yatagarasu backs up. Now it's only slightly behind Stamina Esports when it comes to levels, but still holding that 40-point lead with only that tier 1 from Stamina Esports in the top path broken. And now with Rotom on the map as well, I don't think any team is honestly interested in that objective. They're just cleaning up farm on the way. So many yellow dots on the map, honestly, for both sides. Yatagarasu cleaning up theirs first, and they're going to show up, try to put some pressure and some focus on this Rotom. I really like what this Buzzwole is doing here and knocking this Rotom all the way back to their home pad, and they're going to be able to get an easy secure on that. But that's going to open up the door for Stamina to try to make a push on this tier 1 bot side now. Buzzwole's going to be going into support. Glaceon and Blissey are running on the wings, and that's just not going to be enough. The Egg Bomb, though, stops 2 scores, and that's going to be a 50 bomber going in. Unfortunately, a 40 bomber is just a little bit too slow, so a light break from Stamina Esports is going to keep the point lead for Yatagarasu.
I honestly wish that they would have just rotated all the way back down here for Yatagarasu, because the Buzzwole was only able to score 3 points off of that Rotom. I almost feel like they could have waited a little bit longer and had a more pressurized push onto the Zapdos had they waited to capture that Rotom. But with the quick rotation there from Stamina to prevent that, it was probably the only course of options that they had available to them. As we do see some positioning here from Stamina, really aggressive. They're jumping on this Zapdos immediately, Ribbon.
Yeah, they're just jumping straight in. Everybody's dropping Unites left, right, and center, but that is going to be Yatagarasu securing another Zapdos in the flurry and fires. They find the game 3 winning situation. They saw the 1 future Archer, and they are going to possibly send Stamina to the loser's bracket, but they've only gotten 1 score in. Buzzwole's trying to find some points and try to get another little bit in, but this is easily a game that Stamina Esports could bring back from the grave. Slowbro is going to find that Hundo Burger. It's going to put them 200 points. Glaceon is going to try to finish up that knockout, but the Buzzwole is not able to get in. Lucario and Blissey are able to block it off, and now the Zapdos scoring is over, and Yatagarasu, they're going to need to hold the defense for the next minute.
Yeah, it's a whole minute. It's only 200 points or so, about 240-ish, almost point lead, 230 points in the lead that Yatagarasu holds right now. So they need to hold at least one of these tier 2 goals. Otherwise, it's going to spell some doom and gloom here for Yatagarasu throughout the Zapdos fight. There's a huge push onto the top side here. Does look like we're able to make some rotations here in time, Ribbon. But, ooh, we see the Blitz Assistants come out. It was an absolutely huge moment there. The scores aren't able to quite come through with these Egg Bombs and massive cleaving attacks with the Aura Cannon jumping through as well. We see some KOs getting dropped here from Stamina Esports, but it does look like they are going to start dropping here as Yatagarasu finds their Unite moves and starts nailing some KOs with only 25 seconds left on the board, Ribbon.
Yeah, and it's this Buzzwole in the background that's doing so much work in these late game situations. Once it gets those levels and gets those stats, it's proving to be such a menace that cannot be bursted down. And it feels like in both game 2 and game 3, this Buzzwole has just found the perfect engages into the back line, especially right there when they needed the hold in desperation. What great late game play from Yatagarasu, and wow, I'm speechless.
Absolutely, I have to agree there. And just the Buzzwole able to have so much big area damage dropping down with all of that, all the throws being tossed around here on to Stamina Esports did mean that nobody was able to have any kind of safety to score there. It did look like their Mystic Slowbro was almost able to catch a little bit of a break for a moment, but he did end up getting caught out between that and all the egg bombs being tossed everywhere. It just wasn't enough to score. So like we said, that Buzzwole really making a difference here for Yatagarasu, taking back a 1-2 win here in the semifinals, which does mean that they're going to move on to play against Cabras y Pollo Loco TV here in just a little bit as we take a look at the last little bits of stats here. 135k dropped from Ranma on Stamina. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's just proving that damage does not win games here, unfortunately, for Stamina Esports. Arguably the biggest upset of the remote rewind here, sending Stamina Esports to the losers bracket. And now, Archer, it's going to be the Crows versus the Goats and Crazy Chickens. So we're just going to have a farm battle up in this final.
I love it. Barnyard fights, man. Oh, I love it. That's so fun.
Yeah, and I hope this barn fight is going to turn into a barn burner of a final. We're going to send it to a quick break so we can catch some breath and legs, because we're going to need to lock in, because this is going to be a big fight here. Thank you. Shout outs to the Wide League, to Engage, Team Gross, Squirtles, and Glitch Energy, and Underdunk. Remote Rewind's going to be coming right back at you.
Heck yeah. Welcome back. We are here, Remote Rewind Run Back, here for the winners. We're winners finals now, just about, yeah. As we so winners finals here between Yatagarasu and Cabras y Pollo Loco TTV, which is the Crazy Chicken and the Crow, as Ribbon had mentioned earlier. Ribbon, how we doing? How we feeling? Are we excited?
I got my breath in, got my throat hydrated. We are all good to go. And now that it's come in, it seems like Latam is leading out on the winners bracket right now, and peeking down at the losers bracket as well. We still have the Liquidators in play, currently fighting up against Mi Pequeno Becaro. I probably butchered that. I'm sorry, Latam. And then Stamina Esports is trying to make their salty run back right now in losers against Olimpo Squad.
Olimpo Squad, that's a team we haven't seen anything from yet this evening because they haven't been one of our broadcasted teams, but seeing them run all the way back through the losers bracket does mean we could end up seeing some of them in the future. That is potentially very exciting here as we get ready for our winners finals. Is there anything that you're thinking we're gonna see a little bit more of here now that we've got the motion going with that Buzzwole? Do you think that Yatagarasu is gonna stick with that? Or do you think they're gonna change it up now that it's a different team?
I think they might change it up. Well, at least maybe this game one they might play it out. I feel like we're seeing as time goes on a lot of Glaceon stonks right now, especially in that last game. I feel like the Glaceon mirror was really impactful for how the game would swing in either way. Yatagarasu did end up winning in that. But I really feel like we've been seeing just a lot of remote staples, a lot of Lucario, a lot of tanky all-rounders. It's like we're rewinding back like a couple of months ago to like the meta of like the fall and winter of 2024 in the grassroots scene.
Enjoying it so far. One Pokemon that I wish I would have seen a little bit more of, though, especially since they just recently got some buffs. Serena, hello, where is she? Where is the queen at, Ribbon?
I don't know. Just about as empty as Blastoise is on the screen. But yep, as we were thinking, Yatagarasu is keeping their roster, but possibly switching up to a Cinderace. It looks like both teams have left the Glaceon and the attackers on the back burner. We'll see if they stick with the Cinderace in due time, but Cabras y Pollo Loco is definitely running a very interesting composition with 3 short-ranged all-rounders. They seem to be liking this Dragonite, but the Hoopa switch-up is definitely an adjustment that I feel like Yatagarasu is going to have to respect, because they could really just instantly turn on the damage when they unleash the Rings Unbound.
Absolutely. On top of the speed boost that can be granted by Hoopa to these all-rounders to really close in onto Yatagarasu's line, could be something that really pushes them back and forces them to adjust their engagement. So I'm pretty excited to see what this team brings here. I'm looking forward to seeing what Cabras y Pollo Loco can pull out for us as we get started. Round 1 of our winners finals, Ribbon.
Yep, and it's looking like everybody's going to their staple lane so far. We're going to be seeing a Lucario mirror in the bottom side. Normally we'd be seeing that in the top path, but it's going to be a Buzzwole mirror up here as well. It's just mirrors galore right now for both teams, and Glaceon might potentially be looking for that early level 4 game to try to get some advantage, but unfortunately Yatagarasu took some early poke, but Hoopa is caught out on the back burner, and it looks like things are going pretty even in this bottom side as well.
Yeah, being able to take that KO before the Dragonair was even online does mean that there's a whole lot of advantage being taken here by Yatagarasu here on our left side of the screen. We do see a KO back there on the side of our Crazy Chickens, so we might see a little bit of a momentum switch here. They do take some back-end XP from those A-Palms they skipped, but the Hoopa's just able to keep them healed up with that Stolen Berry.
Yeah, now, oh, they found out a Glaceon, possibly just their passive saving them just that small little bit of time to get back to safety, and now cleaning up that farm as well. The Cabra Polo Loco, the goats and the chickens are holding the point lead while Yatagarasu's holding a big fat 0 currently, but Yatagarasu needs they need some sort of levels right now because this is still a poor little Chansey up in this top side.
Yeah, that poor little Chansey stuck at level 3 does mean that their healing output is significantly just way below that of our GOAT Blissey here on the right side. So they're going to need to pull that out quickly, but so much pressure is being thrown onto them top side that it's just going to be really hard for them to get any XP. We see that Buzzwole just really, really laying it down on the top side.
Yeah, and I like what Yatagarasu is doing here as well. They're kind of cutting their losses in this top side, but now the reinforcements are here. Monado GG brings the entire team down, and now this Buzzwole is completely caught back up and not only gotten ahead even more. Yatagarasu finds a small opening that they could need, but they don't get the value. In fact, the goats get even more back in return off of the back of this Hoopa. Lots of bashing around this tier 1 goal zone as the goats try to get in more goals. Lone Glaceon is going to stand in between the entire enemy team, and the Hoopa is going to choose to space them out.
Yeah, just that Hoopa really taking advantage of its namesake there. The yellow flash teleporting back and forth, unable to be caught by the enemy team here. Does look like Yatagarasu is not quite able to catch them as they do get away, even from all the way at their tier 1 goal. Does mean that the Buzzwole here does get caught out in topside as well, meaning we're going to see some free Dreadnought push here from the goats, able to just kind of secure that nice and quick. Maybe even both objectives if they play this right.
Wow, honestly, surprising positioning here from Yatagarasu to completely cede both objectives here to the goats and crazy chickens, and now this top lane Erodum is going to be pushing in, and already almost everybody has their Unite moves online on the side of the goats, and Yatagarasu is just barely gaining access to that glacial stage, but Glaceon's going to have to run away as they set a stage for possibly their own demise. The Buzzwole Super Swole Slam barely connects, and it's just 1 HP in a dream for this poor little Glaceon running away. Yatagarasu does take advantage of it, though, finding the pick on the enemy Lucario.
That was a really good push there just to kind of get themselves out of the way, making a quick rotation around, even if it did sacrifice the KO there for a brief moment. We're going to see this jump back around, a little bit of a push there with the Super Swole Slam coming down just to barely save them. It does look like they're going to stay alive here. The Blissey coming in for the save just in time. This might be Stamina's little bit of a momentum return here as they do pick up a couple of KOs in that jungle area and even potentially some score here as Minato tries to save him from getting dunked on.
Yeah, Crazy Chickens were a little bit crazy right there, trying to make that outplay happen, but with the Super Swole Slam, it looks like they caught a lot of catch-up experience off of those knockouts, and now Rings Unbound kind of seeds away Yatagarasu from continuing that aggression, but this Lucario mirror seems to be going either which way forward. It's a rampaging river to try to see whose Lucario is currently better, both even at level 10, now just barely spiking into level 11 as this Dreadnought is due to spawn in this bottom side. Cabra Polo Loco definitely has the numbers advantage, and now Dragonite's here to make sure the secure happens.
Dragonite's definitely there to get that secure. We do see the Buzzwole hanging out topside, getting some stacks, and maybe even the future Rotom here for free as the Glaceon just unloads all of those Icicle Spears out here onto the side of the Crazy Chickens along with the Goats. Does even get the secure for them as well. The Hoopa just barely getting that Phantom Force onto it in time does mean that they're going to keep the shields for their team. Although it does look like they may have sacrificed the tier 1 goal for that Dreadnought.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult defense here from Cabra Polo Loco, but they do find it. Only just barely the Slowbro is able to get it in right at the end right there. Just 7 points separating them, but Cabras finds the goal in return, so they are going to keep this lead, but that is going to allow Yatagarasu so much catch-up experience after this fight, and the knockouts are just going to be the icing on the cake, taking out this Dragonite and this Blissey. Yatagarasu has the golden opportunity to get a really solid XP lead and try to catch up.
Absolutely. We do see the level disparity isn't too far apart now anymore for either of these teams. We do see a couple level 12s and a 13, followed by two 10s there, meaning we do have some even playing field here as this next Rotom comes around. It does look like our goats and chickens do have a little bit of a positional advantage, especially now that Buzzwole is just taking it all the way back to their goal. Any sus here just really making sure that this Rotom belongs to them. Getting a good push onto this tier 2 potentially here with only a minute and a half left before Zapdos spawns.
Yeah, I've really, maybe this is why we've been seeing so much Buzzwole played in the top side, to really just try to secure those Rotoms and make sure that there's no way that the enemy team can reach in and grab them without having to massively overextend. And now Yatagarasu all together heading down towards this Dreadnought, coming in about 18 seconds. This could be a fight that starts really aggressively, but the Cabras and the Poto Locos are going to hold in the top side, maybe even possibly looking for a back cap after collecting Yatagarasu's farm on this top side. Going to get some sneaky back caps. It's going to continue to extend their lead, but this is going to allow Yatagarasu free access to this Dreadnought.
Absolutely, and with the Hoops Unbound available, it looked like they might have been positioning for it there to potentially take the fight after getting that back cap, but it didn't look like it came in time. The stamina here was able to rip that Dreadnought a little bit faster than they were anticipating, which did leave the Dragonite out by itself as the rest of their team was portaled away, leaving them KO'd right here at the beginning before this Zapdos spawn. Does look like they're going to be respawn in time to potentially take this. However, Stamina was just granted free access to this pit. They have so much great aggressive positioning now as the Hoopa's looking for an opportunity to just let the rings unbound.
Yeah, and now that Zapdos is on the field, both sides already really low HP bars in the corner. The enemy Buzzwole does end up going down, but the rings unbound. Duke out. Monado's trying to fire as many blasts as possible into the side of Yatagarasu, but it's not turning out to be their moment. Yatagarasu is cleaning up multiple members of the Crazy Chickens. Currently, it's still so many low HP bars. This Lucario is trying to do so much work and gets 2 cleanups in the back end, possibly extending this fight. Koopa's gonna run back to base and get healed up. We might be possibly looking at a refight angle here, but nobody's got gas in the tank on either side, but Lucario still does have access to that Oral Cannon.
Wow, the power-up punch in combination with that Buzzwole Slam as well, able to pick up that Slowbro just in time and maybe buy them a little bit of space if they're not able to get it in time, but it does look like they secured it. Lucario nailing that power-up punch into the Zapdos does mean that the Pollo Loco here, along with his goats, are able to secure that Zapdos and even get the white flag raised here from Yatagarasu.
Yeah, just really... I feel like that was just a missed opportunity there from Yatagarasu because they had so much commanding presence in that central area, especially after getting that little 230 engagement that really forced the Crazy Chickens and the Goats to get back because they really couldn't come back on that Hoopa portal, and they had the Dragonite boxed out as well. But they were able to find their way in, especially after Yatagarasu kind of took a small second to back up. And I feel like just the secure definitely went the way of the Goats and the Crazy Chicken.
Yeah, it really could have gone either way there. Both teams having some really great secure from their all-arounders. It was such a coin flip at that point, but it did look like the timing was just a little bit better there from Rev with the power-up punch. So congratulations to them for the 1-0 so far, but this is best 2 out of 3, so Yatagarasu still has a chance to come back just like they did last game. You never know. This team has proven themselves able to adjust and move around even a losing situation, so anything could happen here, Ribbon.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely Yatagarasu's opportunity to, in this game 2 situation, to try to punish this Glaceon, because I feel like it's been really playing this game for free unless all of the enemy or all of its allies are in the Pokemon Center. So
Yeah.
maybe something with a little bit longer range. But honestly, that Lucario and that Dragonite was doing a ton of work, really balancing, kiting out these melee characters and trying to stay as far away from the Glaceon as possible. So I feel like just the micro just unfortunately went Cablas y Pololocos way that game, and now it's on to Yatagarasu to try to find an opportunity for a counter pick.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go ahead and make some changes here, like they have been over the past couple of matches here. So, I've still got faith that they can take this back. But Cabos y Pollo Loco here, they're able to make some big plays. So I'm holding any calls now. I don't want to give anybody the caster's curse. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to call it and ruin somebody's game here. So I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, and that was an early game that very much went the way of Yablase Piccolo Loco. So
Mhm.
Yatagarasu really just found some opportunities in the later game once they got those levels going, but just the oh, I almost said right, holy guacamole. Just the Zapdos fight unfortunately goes the way of Yatagarasu, and now down. I feel like still I have to reflect back to the conversation that we had earlier, Archer, about these
Mhm.
very tight corridors that Remote Stadium features, and I feel like the Slowbro Blissey Mirror, I'm just gonna say it, it's getting a little old because I feel like there's these passive, not very proactive kind of front lines are really just allowing enemy teams to kind of reposition and even arguably walk past these characters and get free
Mhm.
access to the back line.
Yeah.
So, I want to see the Blastoise. I want to see the Trevenant. I want to see these engaged tanks. Maybe even
Yeah.
possibly a Snorlax. To really try to buy some space and really make the enemy team respect them, because especially around those corridors is a really dangerous place to play around.
Yeah, I have to agree. We can even bring up, not to be the weatherman here, we can pull up our little map that we've got of Remote
Ooh.
Stadium here on the screen. We see these really tight corridors that a lot of us really like to hang in with these L bushes that we normally see in this corner or down below that a lot of us are used to playing in around on Thea Sky Ruins. We often forget how easy it is to get caught out in these center little alleyways here. It is really easy for someone just to on their way back in just to get caught out and dove right past and around all of these little areas, as well as the top section not being completely cut off for the majority of the game as well. Does mean that there's a lot of room for some really quick rotations inside of this jungle area that a lot of people aren't often prepared for when moving into these end game team fights. So having something like that Hoopa portal able to jump back up top, or even able to just a single Buzzwole slam is able to scale the majority of this space in a single bound anyway. So being able to just lay a lot of damage into these really tight corners is oftentimes not something that a Blissey by themselves is able to keep up with that little bit of healing. So we're going to have to see some changes here from Yatagarasu in their approach, I think, if they want to be able to take this match back from the Goats and Chickens.
Yeah, and I feel like the Slowbro mirror is definitely exasperating this issue as well, because we saw, like, especially right before Zapdos spawned there, when they got the pick on the Dragonite, the Crazy Chickens were just able to kind of just walk in and even walk past that Slowbro Surf, because that's their only area of denial. So that's the only thing they could really throw in a space to try to make sure that they can't walk in. But once that surf goes away, Yatagarasu really doesn't have any sort of tools to really keep the goats out. So, and a lot of these picks that we're seeing today have been a lot of CC that is very Pokemon focused and not like area of denial, right?
Yeah.
Not things like like fanciful fireworks from Delphox and even fire spins as well.
Yeah.
Things like things even like Greninja Water Shuriken with space. To really make sure to that you don't get to walk in for free, right? These have been a
Right.
lot of melee focused characters that have a lot of CC when moves hit them, but not like space that you can really buy outside of that. So maybe we
Right.
might see a change up, but it looks like we're seeing the same picks yet again. So
What do we know? We're just the analyzers. What do we know about the game? We
yeah,
don't.
that's why we're here.
Oh gosh, it makes me wish that we would see some Blastoise, some Snorlax, really lay down a lot of that big CC because there's not a whole lot that anybody can do to stop you from dealing damage if they can't move. But at the same time, maybe their philosophy is the best crowd control is a dead enemy, so maybe they're just going for those KOs to begin with, which worked out for Pollo Locos this time around. It seems they got pretty quick there on the secure, but I think maybe what Yatagarasu might need in this instance is something to buy them some space. We do see the Slowbro on top of the Buzzwole potentially to pocket this Cinderace. Cinderace isn't something that we have seen out of Yatagarasu yet, so maybe they're looking to just lay down a lot of that kiting damage onto this really heavy all-arounder comp. That might work out for them here, but only time will tell.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like Buzzwole is just an inherently strong pick, even though it's not the one doing the carrying and doing the damage, right? Is definitely, you can definitely take that aggressive playstyle and really dive into the enemy, but you can also play that more bodyguard kind of position and really just threaten anybody who tries to step up into your Cinderace. So now we're seeing Lucario mirror down bot and the Buzzwole mirror back up in the top path yet again, but the Rahoot the reboot is doing a level 4 gank off of the top side, but Lucario getting a nice little meteor mash in to knock the Blissey back, or the Chansey back. It's not enough. They do find the knockout on the enemy Lucario there, and that's going to be some really great early game for those stacks.
That is going to be a really good early advantage here. Having just that little bit of an attack weight boost on top of that does mean that they're going to deal more damage and even have that higher level above it. So we do see the reboot go back and get one of those little bits of XP as well. Not even, I guess Score Bunny, not even now the reboot as they hit level 5, as these bees come and spawn in here. A little bit of an interesting play that I was not expecting here. They do secure up to the Blissey evolution as well, and even make a rotation for a 3-man bottom.
Yeah, and this Lucario is definitely popping off in this bottom side for the side of Yatagarasu. Unfortunately, just barely finding the scaling for it at level 5, but Lucario is definitely ahead in the bottom side for Yatagarasu with those advantages of the stacks that they've gotten. And the Lucario on the side of Calabasas Pollo Loco has unfortunately not gotten any opportunities to score. But finally, an opening in the top side for Yatagarasu. The Buzzwole finding the knockout. Minato having to pop that X speed, but they're just going to sit there and watch as multiple members of Yatagarasu get their points in.
Oh, the Surf just not quite in time there from the Slowbo to prevent Hoopa from escaping. If it hit him just a little bit in time, it would have stopped him from getting out of there. But it does look like Yatagarasu is still able to secure some KOs with the 4-man jump into the top side. Does mean they're going to dump some points in here, get some score, and that Rabu just laying in damage from the back line does mean they're going to secure a second KO here from the Buzzwole and completely knock out that Tier 1 goal.
Yeah, and really just great early game presence and priority from Yatagarasu. Tempo, as they continue to control this bottom side. Lucario is going to be able to easily hold this 1v2 now that they are level 7. And they've got the backup of that Safeguard Blissey. It's going to be interesting to see what the Crazy Chickens do when it comes to the 7-minute objective with 3 members up top trying to find a pick out on this Buzzwole. Their focus might be more on this Rotom.
Yeah, they do end up getting that Buzzwole there after a moment, even not quite securing the entirety of that goal, which does mean that if they do get the Rotom, that it's going to barely break it, but it will at least keep it out of the hands of Yatagarasu. Gohan here on the Blissey does come up and try and stop them while their teammates secure Dreadnought. May be worth the push onto this bottom goal, but it looks like the Pollo Locos are ready for them, Ribbon.
Oh, yeah, Yatagarasu definitely set up a trap with that Cinderace trying to score the instantly Blaze Kick away and drop so much damage. 2 knockouts, but Dragonite is here to try to reinforce, and Buzzwole's on the back end as well, not able to connect to the Cinderace, though. Dragonite's able to clean up the supporting core of Yatagarasu, and both teams walk away pretty fairly trading value, but I feel like this game is still going Yatagarasu's way.
Oh my goodness, Ribbon. I don't know if you saw the positioning from Yorch on that Cinderace was beautiful there for a moment. The instant that the rest of that the team from Pollo Locos jumps in to start making that push there, they blaze kicked back onto the Audino behind the bush to make an additional little jump of an escape and continue kiting way out of the range of any of their attackers, securing that fight and their escape, which does mean that Yatagarasu is just taking a crazy fight lead here as they push it up into the top side.
Yeah, it's finding out plenty of members of Cabrasi Polo Loco. Lucario still observing dominance. They're gonna try to drop a nice cheeky little score before the jump pads go out, but Anysus finds the knockout on Lucario, and possibly maybe even more, but now that more members have been dropped, Dragonite's here in the background, and now it's Yatagarasu looking for the arguable cheeky punish here as they extend more and more. They've got the safety of that Hoopa Portal, fall back to the Dragonite, Hyper Beam connects with the Buzzwole, and honestly, I feel like Cabrasi Polo Loco got so much value out of Yatagarasu's over-aggression there.
They definitely did. Being able to catch up some of the levels that they were missing and push back on some of these fights does mean that this next Dreadnought here is going to be a little bit interesting as it spawns here in 3 seconds. We do have the Buzzwole looking for a back cap and potential hit here onto the Rotom of the top side, but otherwise, Pollo Locos are looking like they're just going to hold this bottom side. They're going to give up that Dreadnought.
Yeah, and even with securing both Dreadnoughts early on, the experience lead is not that far apart, but things might change now, though, as Yatagarasu finds multiple dunks, multiple knockouts, and I don't think they're going to be able to collect more, but that's not going to stop Yatagarasu from trying. They get the 18 Bomber, and now the reinforcements are here, and Yatagarasu's got its earned AL South and run, but they're going to stand their ground with the Blissey assistance. This Cinderace is popping so many shots into Cabrasi Polo Loco, but no secures, no knockouts from either side. Both teams are going to walk away. Slowbro is going to get a lot of space bot and chase away the enemy Buzzwole. Eventually, they will go down, but that's going to be the only value that Cabrasi Polo Loco is going to be able to get there. Yatagarasu makes a great push.
They definitely made a great push there in bottom, but we can't ignore the fact that Anysus securing that that Rotom in time there did mean that Dragonite on the back end of that fight, even though they gave up some points and maybe a little bit of XP, they did take a point lead by securing that top tier 2 as well, which does mean that Yatagarasu is going to have a little bit of a harder time pushing into the top side here for this last minute and a half, and maybe buy some positioning space just in time with that Hoopa Portal as well here for the Pollo Locos.
Yeah, that was a really clutch portal right there from Minato to save their team. And now, since Cabrasi Polo Loco took that Rotom up in the top side, might possibly get another one, but their focus is definitely going to be more on this Dreadnought that's going to be spawning in the bottom side. Yatagarasu already strongly positioned around this Dreadnought, and Cabrasi Polo Loco, they're just going to have to slowly wait out the spawn and try to see if they can get any sort of bush checks going. Buzzwole's going to be the first to walk in, instantly finds a safeguard. It's Argan. Lucario gets blown up in return. Yatagarasu still quite healthy. The Slowbro catches the Hyper Beam, but they're going to be able to forget about that pain, and that's going to be 3 Dreadnoughts for Yatagarasu, but still, only the real advantage when it comes to the XP is for their supporting cast, for their Blissey and their Slowbro, 2 levels ahead of the Hoopa and the Blissey on the side of Cabrasi Polo Loco. And those levels on that supporting cast might be matterful because Blissey has access to that level 12 and has access to that Helping Hand Plus, and now the Blissey just on Cabrasi Polo Loco is not going to have that. So Yatagarasu, especially with this Cinderace, is going to have so much opportunities, but that's not going to start the fight from starting. Blissey assistance drops on Anysus to try to get them out of a tricky situation, but now they learn the slow beam on the Dragonite. Cinderace is going to secure that right quick, and that's not going to stop them from diving right into the enemy team. Cabrasi Polo Loco is in full retreat, and Yatagarasu in full aggression. Minato is going to drop the Rings Unbound to try to get those teammates in the Pokemon Center back into the fray. Anysus is sitting, waiting in the enemy wings of the enemy central area, and that Lucario is not going to be able to get a power-up punch in. They're going to score 100 points in the core, but Yatagarasu has the Zapdos buff, and the 100 points are about to start raining.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a big push there from Yatagarasu. They dropped the Cinderace, but it just wasn't quite enough for the rest of their team to come and clean up the Pollo Locos here and finish off that Zapdos just in time to start scoring some points on in, which does mean that Cinderace is going to be up in time to defend this bottom goal as well. There's only a minute left in over 100-point lead here for Yatagarasu. It does look like if they just defend this bottom T1 that they should be able to hold on for these last 50 seconds, but with the Dragonite potentially nearing its Unite move again here shortly, on top of now some points here thrown in the bottom by that Lucario as well. Giving that up might not have been the best idea if they take this team fight, Ribbon.
Oh, and they're scoring with Hoopa in the 40. Cinderace is going to have to run, but they can't stop it. They get the scores in. Buzzwole gets the score in the top side, barely evening things up. But there's so many members of Pollo Loco. They need to get a desperation score in. There's so many low HP bars on Yatagarasu. They have to form the retreat. It's up to this Buzzwole to hold the line. Bliss is going to try to keep things safe. The Ring's Unbound go to the central area, and they get another 14. It's so close. One more score from the Crazy Chickens could make this happen, but Stamina Esports looks like they're holding the ground. No points in the buckets for anybody that can score that Hoopa, not able to score the Rings Unbound, and Yatagarasu hold the line.
Oh, that was so smart from Yatagarasu. The moment they saw the Hoopa, not only did they rotate, but they KO'd Hoopa's teammates and left the Hoopa there. They knew that Hoopa can't score while in the Rings Unbound state, so they just went ahead and ignored them from there, moved back and defended the rest of their bottom T1. That was such a smart move from Yatagarasu, which saved them the win here with a mere 13-point lead. Yorch on that Cinderace putting in work, Ribbon.
Oh yeah, that Cinderace was definitely the star of the show around that Zapdos, but honestly, that little back cap from Buzzwole won them the game. I just have to say it, because if that Buzzwole back cap doesn't happen, then Cabras y Pollo Loco has the points necessary to really make that happen, but everybody got their points in, but thankfully for that Buzzwole back cap, it is just barely not enough. And really great defense there from Yatagarasu, and also finding the opportunity for that back cap as well keeps them from winning Rayquaza and also winning the game.
Yeah, definitely capping that Zapdos there at the last minute was a huge opportunity there, as we saw that El Pollo Locos there up to that 2-minute mark had taken the lead back, as we can see here from the point layout here on screen. We saw that they were up by give or take 40-ish points almost at that last couple of moments. So them being able to secure that Zapdos was definitely a really clutch moment, being able to quickly rotate back afterwards. Congratulations there to Yatagarasu, but it's not over for El Pollo Locos. It is only the winners finals, which means they do have an opportunity to win the losers finals up against Olimpo squad here in just a little bit, and if they do get that salty run back for the grand finals. Otherwise, we may see Yatagarasu. They win the losers finals here in just a moment. I do think we're going to transition here to a brief break. Just so we can make sure that we are all set up in time.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, hold on. I'm wrong, aren't I? I'm super wrong, because that wasn't 2-0. That was 1-1.
It's okay, Archer.
Yeah,
I was
super wrong.
It's okay.
I'm super wrong. It's not over.
Super. But I was just about to say, Archer, outside of the game between Liquidators and Hyperforce Gaia, every game has gone to Game 3 on broadcast. I am just so happy we've gotten to see so much Pokemon Unite action on the screen, and it looks on the pressure with that Cinderace, because it was definitely doing wonders for them.
It definitely was. You know what, Ghosts and Chickens, I apologize. I almost counted y'all out there for a moment, but I forgot y'all won the first round, so apologies. Moving on, though, moving that Cinderace there for Yorch was putting in so much work, so I do agree sticking on that is a good idea. Not seeing any changes on either side, though.
I mean, it's still, we're still functionally playing the same style of composition here. Just the Cinderace is being matched kind of by the Dragonite as well. Both of these characters are effectively doing the same thing here, right? So I guess both teams are definitely arguing that it wasn't the picks, it was more of the play that kind of got them their wins and losses. So they're going to stick to whatever works here. And these all-rounders have been showing up so much on Remote Stadium.
Absolutely. I think the big difference maker that we're going to see here between the Cinder and Dragonite picks, however, is that Dragonite is a lot of burst finish secure, whereas that Cinder Ace, between its repositioning ability and just the way that its attack speed works in tandem with Muscle Band, means that it's going to be a lot of constant just chip damage laying into the front line of El Pollo Locos. Whereas that Dragonite is more going to be acting as a bit of a burst or secure damage, being the main difference that we'll end up seeing here, which doesn't come out too much of a difference until it comes to the objectives, because while that Cinderace is going to be able to rip through the objectives health bar quickly, if they're not careful, that Hyper Beam could come in and steal it from them right out there from their clutches.
Yeah, I honestly kind of like what Yatagarasu has been doing there. I kind of want to point it out that they've been giving the little dog to that Buzzwole, and they walk up to the top path as a score bunny. So they've been giving that XP to the Buzzwole to try to get it to level 5 sooner than the enemy Buzzwole, but that little bit of EXP is not going to stop them from here. And I feel like, to go back to what we were saying earlier, Archer, I feel like Cinderace is definitely doing more than this Dragonite is, just from what it feels like, because with that overwhelming amount of attack speed and A-press pressure along with the Muscle Band, I feel like the Cinderace is doing a better job of ripping apart the front line of Kabase Polo Loco than the Dragonite is doing to Yatagarasu. Mainly just because Slowbro and Blissey can't really do much of anything about a Dragonite, or excuse me, the Slowbro, or the, oh my gosh, now I'm tripping on my words. The Blissey and the Hoopa can't really do anything about a Rahoot and a Cinderace A-pressing them, whereas the Dragonite can't really do much damage to that Slowbro Blissey core, so it's really hard for Kabase Polo Loco to try to find any just raw openings with damage, but that's not stopping them from really getting knockouts up on this top side, isolating that Buzzwole away.
Absolutely. They're definitely finding the opportunities where they have it, and kind of making their plays, rather than opening up with some damage and forcing their opponent to reposition, they are finding the positions themselves to rotate and find the engagements on fights where they are, which has been really awesome to see from that side. We do see the Surf pulling those bees back there, going to secure that Cinderace up to level 7, getting that evolution online, which is really going to affect this Dreadnought fight as it spawns here in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I really like what Kabase Polo Loco has been doing, because they've done it kind of consistently throughout these 3 games, where they focus and send their central area player up to the top side, and then use that Hoopa to kind of react and see exactly what Yatagarasu is doing. I feel like they've been able to really counter these 7-minute pushes that Yatagarasu has been making quite effectively, and now there's going to get a huge overcap, 146-4, and they're going to be able to take both objectives to boot.
Absolutely. Being able to take both Dreadnought and Rotom here is really huge. Getting a lot of global XP for their team here with just the Cinderace alone. Ooh. Currently does mean, oh my goodness, the amount of burst that just got launched down onto that Cinderace all by themselves does mean that the Pollo Locos are going to just drop in some points here, overdunking that with a big old 40 on top of that 11. Oh, it looks like they're doing math. They're doing the thing Unite players don't do, Ribbon. They're doing math.
Oh wow, they're min-maxing the math. Wow.
Oh my goodness, that was gorgeous.
That's got to be the craziest play we've seen all day. I'm just gonna say
actually doing math. Oh my goodness, Unite players using their brains.
They got the calculus and the rulers out. Husky Scar would be so proud of seeing
pulling out the TI-85.
True. But Kabase Polo Loco now has an overwhelming lead on top of Yatagarasu. Now it's going to be an opportunity for Yatagarasu to group up 5 Pokemon strong to try to push this tier 1 topside. But they still have the Hoopa. But Yakabase Polo Loco is not near the pad. They're going to go for a sneaky little bit of a back tap on their own, maybe anticipating things, but that's not going to stop Hoopa from unleashing the rings unbound, trying to bring the reinforcements. Yatagarasu gets their points in first, though, and they're not going to be able to counter Yatagarasu, still trying to get the pressure in, but the Dragonite dropping so much damage. The Bliss Assistance is key to keeping their Lucario alive. The Super Soul Slam does go a little bit wide. Dragonite's being pushed back. Buzzwole, the only knockout so far. So many low HP bars on the side of the Yatagarasu. These Blissey shields are working overtime right now to keep their allies safe.
Absolutely. Despite getting KO'd themselves, that was a really good move there from the Hoopa to drop the rings unbound and pull their teammates back. It looked like that could have been a potential 2-goal break had they not moved that in time, because Pollo Locos were not in position at all to turn around in time for that had that Hoops Unbound not been unleashed.
Yeah, and Yatagarasu still get a little bit more value, but Kabase Polo Loco returns the favor still with so much focus on both of these objectives, really just starving out Yatagarasu of this global experience, and it's really showing. Lucario 3 levels ahead of their counterpart, and Buzzwole a level ahead as well. This is just looking like such a tough match for Yatagarasu because they have not been able to get anything going their way. Whatever Yatagarasu has tried to do, Kabase Polo Loco has been able to not only punish but also get more value out of the play as well, pushing in both paths right now to try to get some more goals in. Bliss Assistance and the Aura Cannon combo immediately deletes Lucario, and it's just a lone Slowbro holding this path. Buzzwole does end up getting a knockout on the Cinderace in the top side, and the Slow Beam has to be used to make sure that they don't get another goal. But Tier 2 in the top side for Yatagarasu disappears in a blink, and Kabase Polo Loco almost 300 points ahead.
Which, at this point in the match, that basically means that Yatagarasu has to really position for this Zapdos and secure the hell out of it. Otherwise, they could be looking to rock into the loser's bracket after such a great comeback last round, too.
Yeah, Kabase Polo Loco has plenty of tools and opportunities to really try to outpace Yatagarasu. They still have these Hoopa portals along with the rings unbound. Bliss Assistance not online just yet, but that should come back in due time once these little bits of farm are cleaned up. Yatagarasu staying 5 Pokemon strong around the central area, trying to check these bushes, maybe possibly even try to start a fight early and on their terms. Kabase Polo Loco is still elusively dodging so many members of Yatagarasu. Oh no! The Buzzwole just steps out for just a second.
Oh my goodness, them giving themselves away in that moment could be a huge difference maker in this fight, kind of forcing an engagement here as Yatagarasu tries to push in on that Buzzwole. They did get away in time as the Rotom spawns. I'm honestly surprised that they're ignoring it, given they do have the Rip to take it nice and quickly, maybe add a little bit of pressure, but it looks like they're going to favor the Zapdos fight as Slowbro gets caught out.
Yeah, and the Hoopa comes in with the rings unbound as well, dropping so much damage. The Bliss Assistance is just to get Buzzwole out of danger. But this Lucario is going crazy, getting the knockout on Blissey as well. It's 2. Buzzwole going to be able to take out their counterpart. Multiple members of Yatagarasu are farming, and it's just on this Lucario to hopefully try to get an Aura Cannon out, but that's not going to be enough. Buzzwole gives him a good well hug right into Zapdos' teeth. Blissey gets the secure, and Kabase Polo Loco finds the team fights yet again, and they're going to be sending Yatagarasu down to the loser's bracket. White flag already goes up. There's no way they're going to be able to come back from almost a 600-point deficit, and just I feel like Kabase Polo Loco, they just found the trigger faster than Yatagarasu could.
Man, I feel like I might have cast or cursed Yatagarasu there, calling that match early last game. Does look like Pollo Locos, like you were saying, that is a 600 or 590 point. No, what is? I can't do math. Almost 600 point lead there, jumping in onto. Wow.
612.
Yeah, 612. That's the math. There you go. Thank you.
It's okay.
Brains can't do math today. We're focused on the action. We're also blown away by that 11 KOs here from Rev on that Lucario, just completely outmatching. You just look at the KO spread here. There was only 6 KOs across the entirety of Yatagarasu for that whole match. Meanwhile, Rev's got 11 by himself. Buzzwole equates the entirety of Yatagarasu there. Any sus with just all of that output here on the Buzzwole. There's just so much happening, and Pollo Locos just said, nope, we're winning this game. We are the better team this match. We are going to grand finals.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to Kim Boshi right there for getting Anisasa out of what looked like a very dangerous situation surrounded by the entirety of Yatagarasu. That Bliss Assistant Safeguard combo was paramount, and Rev was just able to really take out multiple members while everybody was so focused on Anisas and trying to confirm that knockout that Anisas was just able to really just earn that Uno reverse card and put the pressure right back on the Yatagarasu, and the knockouts came through. And unfortunately, there just really wasn't anything to protect this Cinderace, especially with the Buzzwole being one of the first Pokemon to go down in that engagement once the Lucario cleaned them and the Blissey up, because just so much damage was dropped on top of Gohan once they Bliss assisted in, and they just disappeared right alongside the Buzzwole. And it's suddenly a 5v5 that you thought was going in your favor, and you thought you had the engage, just turns into a 3v5 in the blink of an eye. Lucario landing a sick Aura Cannon to really make that happen. So Kabasi and Pollo Loco, they're going to be sitting pretty comfy in grand finals, Archer. And now we've got our matchup of Yatagarasu versus Olimpo Squad. It's just how you said 10 minutes ago. I guess it was a little bit of a caster curse, but Yatagarasu definitely has the opportunity to make this salty run back on the salty run back happen. We still got our run back stacked here on. Oh wow! Honestly, that was a really close set. I feel like that game 3 could have gone any other way.
Yeah, and just to kind of show here, I don't know if we're back on screen yet, but just to kind of reanalyze a little bit of what was like the huge bit of this fight here. We saw right at the beginning the Slowbro as the rest of Yatagarasu was rotating around this corner. We saw just as the center wall came up and Zapdos spawned, Buzzwole grabbed him and said, yoink, you're coming with me onto my side, completely blocking off Yatagarasu from supporting them. Entirety of their team pinched onto this Slowbro. Suddenly there is no Surf preventing them from just rushing in. You see the Lucario jump in on that Blissey Cinderace. Nice quick, you get a full ace, full Zapdos wipe, you're running into those goals. It was such a beautiful play. Taking out any of their tank support that early into that fight was gorgeous play there from El Pollo Locos and the rest of the goats. So congrats to them on moving into them, but there is a possible comeback from the lower bracket. Yatagarasu can still come back here and try to run this again. We are going to go ahead and we are going to see the match between Olimpo Squad and Yatagarasu here in just a little bit. We are going to take a short break to set that up. So stretch your legs, get some water. We'll see you all in a minute. Ribbon, any final thoughts before we go to a break?
Where's the Blastoise? Give me some Blastoise.
Where are they?
Please! I need some Cowabumas in chat, please.
It's a Cowabunga.
I want to see. I want to see anything outside of a freaking Slowbro or Blissey mirror on cooldown. Like, come on, man.
No, seriously. Give me
it's really good Slowbro or Blissey play. Like, I'm not gonna discount any team that's been using.
Right?
it
No,
today,
everyone's playing it great.
but-
Don't get me wrong.
I just want to see something creative, cool. Okay.
Or even Trevenant's allowed, right? Trevenant was before.
I do.
Am I wrong?
No, you are absolutely correct. Trevenant is an allowed pick, so there's still so much. Like we could see Crustle get some play. Like we even saw Mr. Mime come out from Steel Agent Kyle and Route 34 earlier. Shout out Route 34 mentioned, but. I feel like there's just so many picks that I feel like are just going arguably outright ignored. And even though Lucario is the GOAT of Remote Stadium, there are things that could try to zone it out. I feel like something we haven't seen that I just snapped on, Archer. We haven't seen Machamp. No Machamp.
Right, we haven't seen any Machamp. Where are the Machamps at? Submission Machamp goes so hard on Remote.
Yeah. And I feel like because like submission was a move that really didn't see any sort of competitive play really until Thea Skies. So now that 'cause I feel like arguably submission was kind of trash back then. So now that it's a little bit better, or now the move's in a little bit of a better state, maybe we could see that too. But let's get some breath. Let's get some air. We've got 2 more sets to cover as Yada Garasu has 1 shot, 1 opportunity to make it back for their grand finals run back on the remote stadium run back. We'll catch you guys in a bit. In everybody, the remote rewind is almost fully rewind now that we're sitting here in the losers final. Yatagarasu versus Olympo Squad, a team that we have not seen on broadcast yet, but has been making the losers bracket run of the century. They fell to the Liquidators in the quarterfinals, and they've taken out quite a few many teams on the way here. They took out Lazy Boys. They got the one up on AMG. They even 1-0'd Stamina Esports, which is crazy to me. Like even though it's a BO1 situation, still just getting that dub is quite earned. And they also took out Mi Pleno Bacoro as well. So 4 BO1s straight in a row. And I don't know. We'll see if they got any chances of slowing down.
Yeah, that's high stakes games too. That's not just 4 matches in a row. That's 4 best of ones that you're sitting there with so much pressure on you. That's a testament to some good play there for Olympo Squad. So this should be a very exciting match, Ribbon.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what Olympo Squad brings out to the table, because Yatagarasu's sat pretty comfortably around their Lucario, sat pretty nicely. They've got they've got the Glaceon, they've got the Cinderace, and Buzzwole's still another one of their primary picks as well. So maybe this could be Yatagarasu's opportunity to maybe mix things up and see what Olympo Squad brings to the table. Like I was saying earlier, I want to see some Blastoise. I want to see some Machamp. I want to see even Serena. Like you said it yourself during the cast. Like just these different picks that we really think about when Remote Rewind or when Remote was on the board. We haven't even seen any Duraludon today.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of that either.
And I have an entire 3 sessions booked with my therapist to cover that entire arc of Duraludon. Once let's make a bold prediction, Archer. Let's both take a Pokemon that we think we might see, and we'll see. All right. I'm gonna stray away, and I think let's bring up the list. I want to see some. I'm gonna put my money on Talonflame.
Okay.
I want to see some Bird.
I want to see some Bird too, but I was more thinking Cramorant, dude. Cramorant just got buffed, girl. Ribbon, like,
yeah.
Cramorant's so fun, and Cramorant used to be so good on Remote too.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, the dive air slash on Remote.
Yeah.
You're running that with your Snorlax and just pocket yourself in that little alley next to Zapdos with your Unite move. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, you just hit everybody. You just hit everybody.
No, you just knock out everybody with that. It's free damage, and then on top of that, you could run, like, if you want to see the Talonflame, we've got some Hoopas in the play. Do you remember the crazy Talon Hoopa play where you get the trick on them? They dive in with Brave Bird and teleport back to their Hoopa?
Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen that.
Oh my gosh,
that was
that play. That was gas. That was gas back then.
That was also before, that was on Hooper release too. Before they buffed Hyperspace Hole, and everybody thought that like Trick was the preferred moveset. I remember just sitting there in a trio queue game, just pocketing. I randomly solo into Overlord's trio, and I just sit there and just click Trick on him all day, and he just wins the game, because he's Overlord. But that would be so cool to see, because the only Hoopa we've seen has been out of Monado, and they did go for the whole. Let's see what kind of picks we get here. It looks like Yatagarasu on your right hand side is definitely sticking to their guns, but is that a T-Tar? T-Tar?
T-Tar? We're seeing some variety in our Remote Stadium gameplay. Let's go!
I'm so happy. All right. Honestly, though, okay, the enemy teams can obviously see, what they're picking, right? But let's talk about this, right? T-Tar, I feel like could go arguably infinite here as if they get on top of the Cinderace, because Cinderace is going to be the only real thing that can fight that thing at a range, especially if they go for the Sand Tomb moveset. The most important part of T-Tar's kit is hitting that Sand Tomb onto targets, because you don't get the damage reduction from Sand Tomb until you hit that wave on somebody. So,
Yeah.
This could leave plenty of opportunities for Yatagarasu to really. Honestly, I feel like if this Hoopa goes Trick, Blissey goes Safeguard, it's gonna be rough to try to punish this T-Tar.
It's going to be really rough to punish that, especially if they end up, instead of going Sand Tomb, they could run the Ancient Power here and just walk right through the Trevenant and Buzzwole CC for absolutely free. As we do see the triple bottom here running it as well with that Tyranitar running bottom with the Hoopa and the Blissey at the same time. This is about to be nasty, Ribbon. I'm calling it now. This is disgusting.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be Yatagarasu is not going to have a very easy time in this bottom side. Lucario is still going to be able to get their stacks, but now the opportunity to see which lane comes out on top is going to be paramount, as it looks like the Secures are going over to Yatagarasu, but they're the purple team is finding the knockouts.
Yeah, we do see a KO there from Olimpo in the bottom side as well. They're getting those points nice and early into this fight. Hoopa's not able to score over this Trevenant, however, they are looking like potentially able to get away. The Power Punch just wasn't quite enough. But I don't know if they're going to be able to escape. No, they don't. The Trevenant does catch them there in the bottom.
No, that's so unfortunate for Olimpo squad right there. Not only losing that knockout in the Hoopa, but also losing that piece of farm as well. It's going to allow this Lucario to have a commanding presence in this bottom side. And Yatagarasu with 3 members strong top, secure the birds on the top. Oh my gosh, the bees on the top side. So, Yatagarasu definitely, I feel like, came out of that on the better end.
Yeah, I think so too. It's something I just noticed is a little interesting. Blissey here on Olimpo squad isn't running an XP share, which means that Tyranitar is going to have a little bit of a harder time making sure that they're balancing the experience between the two of them, but it does look like they're making a jungle swap here as Glaceon goes ahead and replaces them, and Pupitar jumps back into the jungle for some additional XP.
Ooh, and that is a Trick Hoopa. I can confirm that. I saw that little floating ring on top of that Glaceon. And now, especially, this lane could really pop off because Glaceon benefits so much from Trick Hoopa, and Tyranitar definitely needs this experience. So I like this call that Olimpo squad is making, and it looks like they're ready to continue the pressure in there and try to get a punish out of Garasu. Reaches a little bit too far into the cookie jar and gets the knockout. That's going to be plenty of scores for Olimpo squad. They finally found their opportunity to get back in on this early game.
Absolutely, and Tyranitar now hitting level 7 means they're just a couple levels away. They do have a level advantage overall over Yatagarasu still, but until they hit that 9, they are going to have a little bit of a hard time engaging in any of these fights at all, as Lucario does use the extreme speed to escape there, and then make a potential mistake on the re-engagement, in my opinion, but they do end up getting KO'd. Blissey here defending from this Buzzwole.
Yeah, that was a little smooth. I actually like that very, heads-up thinking from that Lucario, just E-speeding to the bees and then trying to drop more damage. Just unfortunately, the E-speeds are cut short once you run out of targets, and the Cinderace was able to really perfectly punish that overextension. They're going to be able to secure that Dreadnought in the bottom side as well as the top path. Fighting over this Rotom, it's going to be secured by Yatagarasu, so both objectives going their way. The Rotom does crash. It's going to be a nice big fat 30 bomber that this Buzzwole is going to be able to get their more stacks, but even on the opposite side of that top path as well, still the pressure is on, and Olimpo squad takes advantage of the focus that Yatagarasu is putting on this top side and breaks that tier 1 in the bottom.
Absolutely, and now that Tyranitar is online now here as well, here at level 9, they are able to put a little bit of pressure back on that top side, but it does look like the Blissey in conjunction with that Buzzwole prevent them from doing a whole lot to stop that Cinderace. It does mean that they're going to have to get pushed back here and maybe just get a little bit more XP from their jungle, hit a couple power spikes before making any re-engagements.
Yeah, I feel like that was a really inopportune time for Tyranitar to hit their ultimate, because now we see that almost every single member of Yatagarasu has access to their Unite move, and Trevenant's just barely behind as well. Meanwhile, Olympus Squad does not have a lot of their Unite moves on the line, especially from their supporting core away. Blissey clicks into Bliss Assistance. This could be impactful as Yatagarasu gets in the points on the tier 1, but it's not enough to break the goal. This is Olympus Squad's opportunity to try to get some value and find a punish. The T-Tar gets the Bliss Assistance, chunks down 2 members, and the Egg Bombs are going to be able to find the Buzzwole, but the Bliss Assistance from Gohan hovers them and gets Buzzwole in and of their own as well, but unfortunately they are not able to close those health bars. It's up to the Trevenant to throw themselves at the enemy team to secure that knockout. 2 knockouts for Olympus Squad to the 3 knockouts for Olympus Squad to the 1 of Yatagarasu, and with this Dreadnought spawning in 10 seconds, that's going to be Olympus Squad taking control, but they're going to be able to back up and probably put focus on this top side.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to make a little bit of a rotation here. They figure that Yatagarasu's not going to put too much focus onto that bottom side, which they were correct in assuming. Meaning they're able to quickly dispatch this Cinderace and kind of focus on that Dreadnought, take that XP for their team, moving on to Rotom. It's a really good play from them. Very smart movement.
Yeah, and honestly, I was fully expecting that Dreadnought to reset there, so I liked what the Cinderace was doing to really just delay that Dreadnought for as long as possible, but unfortunately the Glaceon does find the punish, picks up another knockout on that Trevenant as well, off of the back of the rings unbound. This does create an opportunity for Yatagarasu to get a little bit of a spicy back cap, and that's going to put them in the lead as well.
Yeah, and huge little bit of secure there from Piplup as well to make sure that that Rotom went to their side and did not add any additional problems from Olympus Squad to push in on their tier 2 goal. So very good defense there, even if it cost them a KO or 2.
Yeah, and honestly, this game is so incredibly close. XP looking razor thin, as this Lucario just barely has a lead over their counterpart, but they're still matched by the Buzzwole as well. So things just dead even right now, especially at such a sensitive time like 3:30 when all of these characters could use their Unite moves. It's got to be really careful play from both sides, and I don't think anybody's going to do anything aggressive at the moment. They're just going to take their time and take their opportunities to farm. But I feel like this T-Tar hasn't really found the engagement that they wanted. Yes, they've been dropping some value. Yes, they've been dropping some damage, but they have not really gotten a controlling presence on that game. And I feel like, especially with the Cinderace on the enemy side, this T-Tar wants to get ahead, wants to be able to bulldoze over the rest of the squad of Yatagarasu to open access to that Cinderace.
Absolutely. That's definitely what they're trying to do right now. We see a little bit of a flank in the backside with the E-Speed getting that gank in there, but it does look like they get caught out. The Cinderace does manage to feint away from it just in time, but they are able to hold on to this fight a little bit longer, even in the 4v5. The Trevenant eject buttoning in on that does get a huge catch.
That was crazy. 4 members down for Olympus Squad. Yatagarasu comes ahead. They're going to be able to collect the Dreadnought, the cherry on top, and this is definitely going to push the EXP lead their way, just at the sacrifice of a Trevenant eject button, which honestly, with how tight and confined the central area of Remote Stadium can be, I don't really feel like Trevenant's too particularly worried about losing access to that eject button, and now they've got so much presence, it's going to be impossible for Olympus Squad to walk in, but that's not going to stop this T-Tar from Ancient powering in. The Bliss Assistance goes in, but does not find any targets. The ring's unbound. True. Trevenant locked up in the back line, having to box away this Glaceon. Buzzwole trying to assist. They do end up finding the knockout. The Bliss Assistance from Yatagarasu is just a little bit too slow to try to save things, but Yatagarasu still winning out here. The T-Tar is balanced and not knocked out, but still left 1 HP with so many members of Yatagarasu. It's just on the array of a Blissey Egg to try to get the knockout on Zapdos, but no, Yatagarasu closes the door, and they're going to secure their salty run back.
Absolutely. Olympus squad just not quite able to find the positioning there with that Tyranitar. They saw the moment they tried to make any kinds of engagements, they popped the Unite move a little bit early there, and the moment they were able to do that, the HP just wasn't low enough to secure any KOs, and the Cinderace with their feint was able to just kite around just enough to make sure that they weren't able to get any solid positioning, and opening them up to all sorts of damage from the rest of their team, and even separating them from defending the rest of the assault that Yatagarasu was pushing into that left side alleyway. So very good push there from Yatagarasu to kind of pull away that Tyranitar, force all that DPS elsewhere, and wasted as they went ahead and secure that Rayquaza fight. So great job to them as they now take a 450 or so point lead here to potentially just throw this game in the bag.
Yeah, put the points in the bag. This is still an opportunity for Olympus Squad to make things happen. They're just going to go ahead and surrender this tier 2, and it's going to get broken, but still 400 points need to go in the goal, just shy of 300, and now the fight is starting, but already the door is being closed in Olympus Squad's faces as Cinderace is playing for free, just A-pressing away and walking as they please. The Buzzwole in the background as well. And I really just feel like Yatagarasu, we need to give a shout out to this Trevenant, because
Oh my
this is
goodness,
what
yeah.
I want to see. I want to
Trevenant's
see
so
these
fun.
hard engages. And not only that, I feel like Yatagarasu did a picture perfect job of separating that team fight and really isolating that Tyranitar, because it's really easily kited by the Cinderace. So the Trevenant and the Buzzwole were just able to kind of blocks out the Glaceon, and now that T-Tar doesn't have any real additional support, down at the Blissey Assistance has been burned. So T-Tar just unfortunately does not work out for Olympus Squad. They're just going to have to take the bronze medal on the way out. Shout outs to them, though, for trying this T-Tar. I'm sure that's been doing them a lot of work, especially backed up by this Glaceon as well. But finally, we see an engaged tank on Remote Stadium, and I really that double horn branch, mwah,
Hornleech.
chef's
Oh,
kiss.
so good. The push in there, you'll notice, for those of you who have never played Trevenant before, when you are playing Curse Trevenant, there is an additional bar that builds up throughout the duration of that attack. If that attack hits its full bar when it gets released, whatever other move you are using, be it Pain Split or Horn Leech, it does reset the cooldown on that move. So the moment Trevenant pushes in with that first Horn Leech, jumps in with the eject button in the middle of it to not only redirect their trajectory, but also push themselves closer safely into the entirety of that team, they were able to quickly pop the curse and then jump it right back in to push, what was it, 3 or 4 different members? Pulled all in by that one Horn Leech, dropped in on top of that with the Cinderace damage and the Lucario with the close combat as well. There was way too much happening at once for any of them to do anything about it in the midst of that Horn Leech. Beautiful, beautiful work there from Trevenant. That was super awesome. Great job.
Yeah.
Big claps.
And, you know, Valentine's Day may be a day late, but Yatagarasu's definitely secured their date with Calabasas Polo Loco for that salty run back. Grand Finals will be a BO3 with a bracket reset of a best of 1. So if Yatagarasu can win 2 games, they will have to win 1 more against Calabasas Polo Locos to shut the door and secure the $500 that could be on the line for the remote rewind. And we would not have that $500 if not for our sponsors. Shout outs to the Wide League, Engage GG, Team Growth, Glitch Energy, Underdunk, and of course our Lord and Savior for putting this all together, Squirtle's Den. A special shout out for them. It's been such a wonderful event. We've got almost every game going to 3 games. We've gotten so much action on the screen, and you know, this kind of action is only something you could see on Remote Stadium. So we're gonna take a quick break, and we've only got 1 more set in front of us, Archer. So keep tight, keep that energy going, and we'll see you guys in just a moment.
Here we are, getting ready for grand finals, Ribbon. We're getting the salty run back on the salty run back of Remote Rewind here between Yatagarasu and Cabras y Pollo Loco TTV.
It's Barnyard Fight round 2, and oh my god, if Barnyard Fight 1 was enough to say this set's gonna get crazy.
It's gonna get so crazy.
Especially now that Yatagarasu has shown this Trevenant, I want to see more of it. That Trevenant, like, I feel like straight up that Trevenant like single-handedly won them that game because
for sure,
just
I agree.
Not only that like that push they made at 240, catching out like 4 members, but also just that during the Zapdos fight, they were really able to isolate that Glaceon off as well. So hopefully we can see more of that out of them. But I do kind of see why they've been kind of keeping it in the back pot, right? Because Glaceon is actually a really, because of the just overwhelming amount of damage that it can drop with those Icicle Spears. So if it doesn't see it again, you know, I won't be surprised. But maybe let's see in... Nope, we've got the same picks. We've got the same picks, Archer. Oh, wait.
Hold on. Give me that Crustle. Bring it to me.
My pants are fucking tight. Come on, man.
Play it. Play the Crustle. Please.
Lock it in. It's stacking no EXP share Crustle, too.
That's amazing.
That like, I'm not gonna lie, Archer. Oh, boo! Boo!
Man, oh my gosh, I got so excited.
All right, okay, this is fine, I guess. But it does look like Cabase Polo Loco is going to be just sticking to these triple all-rounders yet again. Really just taking advantage of this Buzzwole as their tank, but I still feel like Yatagarasu has more inherent damage. So unless like I feel like maybe Blissey could possibly go for some heals here to try to counter that. Because Safeguard's great, like, don't get me wrong, but outside of like the Buzzwole mirror, like, what exactly are you scared of when it comes to crowd control?
Yeah, that's true. I think it's somewhere between that or potentially making sure that the Hoopa isn't able to push things around, maybe.
Yeah, no, I do see that too.
That's like the only other option I can think of for you to want to run the Safeguard there. Maybe it's just like a mental block of, if I run Helping Hand to try and get some extra damage, I can't run Safeguard, or I can't run anything but Safeguard with that. I can't do like one egg, one Helping Hand kind of thing.
Yeah, that moveset is very rough.
So,
but we still do have Yatagarasu still doing this little tech with the Score Bunny where they give that EXP over, but it still hasn't secured them a level 5 yet. They're staying close, but it's really hard when it's really converting value when you've still got that tiny little Score Bunny. It's like 2.25 in terms of like the versus count, and even already, oh my god, what a dive there from Buzzwole to secure it. Looked like all the little bees all at once there, and Lucario Mirror in the bottom side still seems to be going pretty power neutral, but I feel like Cabase Polo Loco has gotten a little bit of the edge, mainly because they have the level 4 in that bottom side, whereas Yatagarasu is still sitting on that slow ground.
Absolutely, and Anysus just being unstoppable in that top side, getting a couple of KOs and all of that XP on top of that. Just Pollo Loco really showing a very serious, strong start here with 68 points already on the board and a pretty solid level advantage as the Blissey over here for Yatagarasu is stuck at level 3, Ribbon.
Yeah, both characters still stuck on level 3. Maybe this might change now, but Lucario looks like, oh, Safeguard Blissey is definitely going to help them get out of that. But I feel like they were perfectly fine, and now that Cabase Polo Loco is 4 men strong in this bottom side.
Stun.
Oh, Lucario's 1 HP and walks away cleanly, but possibly Cabase Polo Loco may have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew there. But thankfully, the Hoopa finds the portal in the backside, but that's not going to stop them from diving. Ooh, they got the tricks on deck.
Definitely do theirs. They elect not to take the portal there for Rev, which probably would have gotten him caught out had he taken it, so it might have been a smart move there. Huge hyper beams popping out, just getting all sorts of poke damage onto the line of Yatagarasu as we see some tricks popping back and forth, trying to bait out a fight here. It does look like they're going to pull back and prepare for this this Dreadnought. I almost said Reggie. This Dreadnought here down in the bottom side as it spawns. Look like they've got all kinds of space to just freely tap away at it.
Yeah, and I feel like this is like the early game advantage that Kabase Polo Loco has, because they've got not only that Hyper Beam as that big chunk of poke, but also with the secure as well. Yatagarasu Lucario is running to try to get some free shopping done inside the enemy central area, and Enisus is just a monster up here in this top side still, just barely being batted away by that Cinderace. But it looks like Yatagarasu may have caught the enemy Buzzwole out in no man's land. They're definitely going to get cleaned up by that Dragonite. Both of these top lane carries sitting in level 10 territory. So Yatagarasu not having a single double-digit online yet themselves. Still, it's a very sensitive point in time, mainly just because the support core is very close to their Unites, and not going to stop Kabase Polo Loco from pulling the trigger and bringing the Fuego fire. Cinderace finds the knockout.
Absolutely, and we want to go ahead and mark that down. It was 6:26 on the game timer when Yatagarasu got their first Unite move online, Cinderace hitting level 9. So it took an entire 30 seconds after the objectives had spawned for any of their Unite moves to be online, whereas there were 3 different members of El Pollo Loco here with their Unite moves or above even. It was 2 level 9s and a level 10 already at the beginning of that Dreadnought and Rotom engagement, which is usually a pretty good indicator of who is in the lead that match. So very strong showing here for the Pollo Locos and the rest of his goats so far. Looking like we're going to have some engagements topside as they're looking at a potential Rotom after this goal here in the top side. We'll see if they make a rotation.
Yeah, Kabase Polo Loco exactly, well, okay, I was just about to say almost exactly 200 points ahead. So they're going to be able to stop that aggression from Yatagarasu with a well-placed Hyper Beam on top of that Buzzwole. And it doesn't look like Yatagarasu's efforts of poking and pushing or getting anything. The slow beam comes out on the Hoopa, but that's not going to stop them from bringing out the rings. And now Kabase Polo Loco, the cavalry is here, and these crazy chickens are pushing away Yatagarasu. They get the goal break. Buzzwole finds 2 knockouts, and this is the opening that Kabase Polo Loco was taking or looking for to take this game not only into their hands, but continue to bring the pressure on Yatagarasu. All gas, no brakes, 4 knockouts for Buzzwole.
That was a very impressive defensive hold there from the Pollo Locos as well. You saw in that top tier 1, there were only 3 members of their team defending the 4 or 5 of them that were making that first push. We saw Buzzwole score nearly 40 points in the backline, while Lucario took Dreadnought for free. And the moment that Hoopa's hyperspace, or Rings Unbound rather, was available, they dropped that, teleported the Buzzwole back to that front line into the fight. Dragonite united on in, landing all sorts of damage in CC, and before you knew it, Yatagarasu was on their knees begging them to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and Kabase Polo Loco has managed to stay overwhelmingly ahead right now. They're going to take that knockout on that Blissey, but I feel like that's not going to really help Yatagarasu out. All of their carries 2+ levels ahead of Yatagarasu, and Kabase Polo Loco, all they got to do is really sit here and chill, but this is Yatagarazu's opportunity to make a tier 1 push up into the top side. Well, Buzzwole finds a sneaky 50 in the back. They might get stopped. It's going to be enough. It is! Buzzwole finds the... Enisus gets the sneaky little back cap to continue the pressure on, even though Yatagarasu makes a great push in knocking out that tier 1 on the top side. Kabase Polo Loco just smacks that right back into their face, and we're still back at square 1 with Kabase Polo Loco still holding this 200-point lead.
209 points exactly here on, or 219 points here, lead for now even higher, as about 10 seconds left until we see some objectives start spawning here on the board. We see Dreadnought on the bottom and that Rotom getting ready to respawn top. Looks like only Lucario is even thinking about that Dreadnought right now. Everyone else's eyes are on these Rotoms. We see we got some Rotom gamers out here with about 30 seconds left until Zapdos spawns. I think Yatagarasu here is looking to potentially take some pressure and use that Rotom as a way to potentially split the defenses on a Pollo Loco as the Zapdos spawns here in the middle. Maybe try to find themselves an advantage by forcing Anysus to either hold this or give that goal up. It looks like he's going to choose to give it up as he goes and joins his team in the center ribbon.
Yeah, and we're already seeing kind of a little bit of a chink in the armor when it comes to Kabase Polo Loco's team composition. They really don't have anybody to block out space. They have no defender, but that's not going to stop Hoopa from being the defender themselves, landing a 4-man hyperspace fury, and another one as well that these punches are single-handedly winning Kabase Polo Loco. This team fight, and Yatagarasu is set scattering like ants. Cleaned up already. Anysus is still going crazy here, but might not be enough. Anysus is trying their best to try to do something here, but unfortunately, Kabase Polo Loco with 3 men down, even with those amazing Hoopa punches, Yatagarasu hold on, scatter, and recollect themselves for this Zapdos burn. It's still getting really close, though. Power-up pumps are charging, and it's just a little bit too shy from Kabase Polo Loco, and Yatagarasu finds the secure with that single Cinderace auto.
Absolutely beautiful Ray fight here from Yatagarasu, able to take back what looked like a potentially lost fight here, as now even Piplup here is able to get their points in, got some extra hundo burgers. They do have a nearly 100-point lead at this point. They do have an over 100-point lead now as Gohan scores in some dunks here as well. So it does look like they just have to hold this for another 40 seconds to potentially take this first match and really reset the momentum as the underdogs pop back up in our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time on the clock, and we still have 2 Unites on the side of Kabase Polo Loco, so this game is not exactly over yet, and there's still a lot of small scores that can be made to really make this difference, but I feel like everybody's going to need to get their points in, and it's going to be starting. Oh, Dragonite's getting so close, but the Cinderace is going to be able to shut them down. Slow Beam connected, and I don't think that's going to be enough. It's just one more score, just a couple more points. Lucario and Anysus could make it happen here. We're getting close as that 2 points on the goal, but Hoopa brings the rings unbound on top side. Lucario gets the 10! Lucario gets the 10, Archer, and Buzzwole gets the 14 as well. Kabase Polo Loco rips that game out from right underneath Yatagarasu. I'm pretty sure that's enough points. What a nail biter! Dang! Great game 1 there from Kabase Polo Loco. Woo!
Oh my goodness.
That's a crazy chicken.
Oh my goodness, that was so close, but they said we aren't giving up yet. Where they're like, we normally say where there's a Ray, there's a way, but they didn't even need the Ray. They just said we're not giving up yet. We had the lead from the start. Let's go ahead and take it back, and they just kept going for points. We saw Minato dropping the rings unbound right on top of their home goal. So right when they started dropping down to that bottom T2 goal to start defending against that, they just went ahead and teleported back up, securing them an additional 24 points, I think it was, that ended up winning them that game. What a beautiful little bit of a turn there for the Goats and Pollo Loco.
Yeah, and I really only feel like Kabase Polo Loco only really needed one of those scores to hit. They just needed a couple little bit more, and once I saw that 4 on Lucario and the 7 on the Buzzwole, I was like, oh, they got this in the bag. Oh, they got the fries locked in, and I feel like what really just unfortunately lost Yatagarasu that was not those little micro scores right there at the end, but I feel like so many people got in right at the beginning there. We saw both, I believe it was both the Hoopa and the Blissey both scoring first, and they got like into collectively like almost like 60 to 80 points. So, and I feel like those were like the scores that could have been the easiest to stop. The Dragonite was also very close to getting that 46 as well. So, whoo! The Goats. I guess that's why they're the Goats.
They're the Goats. Yep, they were the greatest that match there. So they definitely took advantage of that when it was happening. Very exciting time for them. So good stuff. Ooh. So far as we go ahead and get ready for the next round, do you think that Yatagarasu is going to make any changes now? Do you think maybe they'll go back to that Trevenant after all that?
I feel like considering the composition that Yatagarasu put out,
Mhm.
I don't know. Cause like cause Kabase Polo Loco has already shown that they can play Glaceon, right? And Glaceon
Mhm.
is definitely one of Trevenant's biggest counters, so it's kind of rough to play that. I feel like you might need to look at something maybe like a Blastoise or
Yeah.
even a Crustle or a Snorlax to really try to break and create some opportunities.
I
But
can see that.
we'll see. We're gonna wait till the very last seconds because we got our panties a little bit crossed, hoping that to see this Crustle. They're gonna, yeah, I don't think that Crustle pick's gonna be there. But Yatagarasu, they're off the Cinderace. They're going back to the Glaceon.
Yeah, and we see the Crustle is
Oh.
setting up items, so we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see the Crustle here.
Yeah, I actually think Crustle does so
Oh, maybe
much.
not.
Oh, okay.
Crustle or Snorlax? Hello?
Come on, they're pulling. They're
Come
definitely
on, they're
pulling
edging
at
us.
Yeah, they are so badly. Oh my god. Okay.
There it is.
Now, all right.
There's
Now,
the
all right.
lock
The
on it.
Crustle is locked. Now I can finally say my point. Goodness gracious. Okay. So I feel like Crustle with we don't need X Scissor here. Let's keep it a buck. We don't want to
No.
X Scissor into Buzzwole, Lucario, Dragonite. We're just gonna blow up
No.
and die. This isn't Pokemon Unite Auto Chess. You don't get 1500 defense off that X Scissor. No, it's just the push and the CC. So Crustle walls though are going to be especially important because even though it's not going to really stop this Lucario, because they'll be able to possibly even E-Speed or Pup over, it's going to really put a damper in this Dragonite and this Buzzwole's day from trying to reach this backline Glaceon.
I think potentially, but even then, the Dragonite can always just Dragon Dance over it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the only thing that they're going to really be looking for with it is potentially walling out this Blissey and making it easier for Buzzwole to grab them and pull them away, because I know that first instinct is going to be for them to jump out of that wall when they get hit, but Blissey doesn't have that option, which leaves Buzzwole all sorts of room to just grab them and completely isolate the Blissey.
Yeah, these all-rounders can play around that pretty well, I agree.
But we'll have to see here. We do see some pushes here in the top side already. We even saw a pretty early KO there, and he's both the Lucario going down to the bottom side now, and even the Hoopa earlier getting KO'd top.
This is the first time that I feel like Kabase Polo Loco has sent their central area carry down to the bottom side, though. Normally they've pushed 3v3 on top of Yatagarasu. But a little bit of a mix-up and a little bit of a split map here, but they do have level 5 on Aces. He's just going to get hugged back in return, though. And Lucario coming up with the unexpected post-850 bird gank. Finds the opening and really just shuts things down, but Kabase Polo Loco brings up the Lucario of their own, saying, you got one, I got one too, buddy. And they're going to continue, and they've also got the Hooplamere now as well, so super interesting to see now that really only the Blissey is on the side of Kabase Polo Loco. We're going to have to see how that matches out differently, because this Crustle is still just sitting in this bottom side babysitting the Blissey.
Yeah, they finally hit that level 4, so they'll have a little bit of use now. They are running the Shell Smash here and not the Wall, so it does look like we're going to end up seeing a Shell Smash X Scissor, unfortunately. I don't think that is the move here, but I could be very wrong. They could just get lucky around these safeguards, and they might be able to make some plays here. I am hopeful for them, because I think that'd be really interesting to see, but I don't know if that's going to work out for them with the safeguard in play.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Yatagarasu is probably piloting on is the fact that they'll send in, like, this Crustle, like, to either break those safeguards or force the safeguard, so that way they can try to target another member that isn't being pocketed by that Blissey currently, especially when you've got the freedom and the safety to run around on these portals. But ooh, E-Speed Lucario, baby! Glaceon's going to try to layer into that knockout. Lucario's going to be able to walk away. There's the X Scissor. Almost gets that Blissey caught out, but the Crustle's just going to have to take a trip quick back to the Pokemon Center on the assistance of that Hoopa to heal up. And 23-41, still Kabase Polo Loco with a very slight XP lead.
Yeah, but that very slight XP lead could lead to Dragonite being level 9 a lot earlier than they want him to be, and having both of those on top of it does mean that they are able to secure between the E-Speed and Hyper Beam together onto that Dreadnought, getting a nice XP lead in addition to it. Buzzwole now at level 9 does get KO'd by the Piplup, meaning Piplup now is level 9 as well. Huge push here on top of that Rotom. Does mean they're going to secure some big points, break that goal, and even use that goal score to move around the Dragonite Unite. That was really smart.
Yeah, that Beast passive as well, helping out wonders in trying to play the micro there. And I feel like Yatagarasu still got a lot of, like, what value you would think in, like, Thea Skyruin terms is that's a really great, like, big value, but just mainly just because of how much raw XP Dreadnought gives. I feel like Kabase Polo Loco definitely won out at the end and continuing to win out on this top side as well. And Anisas is continuing to make this Buzzwole mirror a nightmare for Yatagarasu.
Yeah, Anisas has just been absolutely dominant on this Buzzwole all evening, so there's no surprise that he's just a terror to this mirror matchup. Does look like he's going to make a little bit of a jump here into the bottom side, score some points. In addition to that, we see the E-Speed Lucario doing their best with the Aura Cannon to go ahead and try and defend that, but it's just not enough to prevent every goal, as it does look like most of the members of the Pollo Locos do get knocked down here. Yatagarasu had to make a little bit of a comeback in this fight, but Anisas just cannot be taken down without a fight.
Yeah, so many resources had to be burned to knocking out that Buzzwole. Glacial Stage being popped to try to confirm out another knockout, but unfortunately Dragonite is able to run back to the safety of their Blissey to get a nice big fat pocket and a heal and shield in that safeguard. But Kabase Polo Loco is still very, very holding on to this XP lead, and I feel like it's a very sensitive time right now, though, for Yatagarasu, because this is a moment in time where Kabase Polo Loco does not have the biggest of leads, so any sort of small team fight win, and they can really scale things out. Lucario sneaks in and finds the secure on Rotom over that E-Speed, and Buzzwole's not able to do anything but help, and Anisas finally goes down. The rings do come unbound to bring in the reinforcements to try to hold this back, but it's only just a Crustle. Lucario finally getting back. They're going to be able to push away multiple members of Kabase Polo Loco away from this Rotom, but there's not any way that they'll be able to burn this quickly. But thankfully, Kabase Polo Loco cuts their losses and backs off.
But not without costing them a tier 1 goal there. It looks like Yatagarasu was just pushed too many members up on that top side T1, opened up a 50 just to get dropped right in and bombed in on there onto that bottom T1, and opens up so much space for them to take this Dreadnought and further their XP lead, which I think is what they're more concerned with at the end of the day anyway. It does look like Kabase Pollo Loco here is really focusing on making sure that they have that XP lead, so that when the Wraith, or the Zapdos fight rather, does come around, that they have a really big team fight advantage and can just make a wipe, rip, and move on with their day. That does seem to be the course of action.
Yeah, something that I might be interested to see is if either of these teams make a push to the tier 1 gold zone. And Yatagarasu, they're already in my brain, Archer, making this tier 1 push. There's so many goals that's going to be trying to stop. Blissey's able to get some slaps along with Lucario, but it's only going to cost them a trip to the Pokemon Center. Still so many scores going out, but it's getting so close. Finally, somebody connects, and Yatagarasu finally with a team with a point lead, but they paid a large, hefty price. Oh no, never mind. They find 4 knockouts. I'm crazy. Excuse me.
They found 4 knockouts there, and it was pretty good push. They had some really good movement there from the Buzzwole, and a couple of actually really clutch X scissors there from the Crustle as well. Something we did talk about with the safeguard is able to protect them, but only one other member other than the Blissey. So if that Crustle is able to catch a 4-man X Scissor, that's still 2 people that are now completely stunned and able to act on top of the amount of damage that move is able to land out. So it was no surprise that a couple of those connecting cost them a couple of KOs there. As 5 seconds to Zapdos, we see some really aggressive positioning from Yatagarasu on that top side.
Yeah, this game 2 is dead even, and now the fight's already starting. Rings unbound. Buzzwell's trying to dive into the backside. The ghoul, oh my gosh, the Zapdos is gone in quite literally an instant, secured by Gohan, and they're still pushing in, but so many members of Yatagrasu are sprinting for these goals, but there's going to be so many points going in, but Tabase Polo Loco is returning with 2 overcaps of their own. Hopefully no more points can go in. Now Yatagarasu 300 points ahead. But we've seen this before, Archer, and if there's anybody who can pull a game out from under their hat, it's Kabase Poro Loco. They need to get up to something crazy right now.
I definitely agree. They have to get up something crazy, but they're waiting another 7 seconds before their Hoopa even respawns, which does mean that they're down a man having to push into this fight. Crustle out for another 20 seconds does give them an opportunity, but they're going to have to be really careful with their spacing and where they choose to engage this fight here. They're going to make a rotation topside. Does look like some of their team is not quite ready for it, as the Buzzwolves just kind of hanging out in the bottom. They look like they have not a care in the world as they go ahead and knock out that Hoopa nice and early. They're starting to score some points.
Yeah, but no effort of Kabase Polo Loco is going to be able to get into any of these goals. I feel like Yatagarasu is definitely going to be able to easily hold the line here with 38 seconds left on the clock. Still so many members already down. Everybody's on a sliver and cleaned up. Yatagarasu locks this down. Oh, wait, the Dragonite finds a 44 in the back. Stopped by the Aura Cannon from the half-point line. I feel like that was a little bit of an insult to injury kind of stop there, but Yatagarasu, they're gonna claim this game too, and now they need to win the next 2 games to clean this out because they are coming up from that loser's bracket.
Absolutely, but this does mean we are in game 3 of our grand finals, which is super amazing. We love how many game 3s we've got, which just means there is more content for all of you to be consuming. We love all of these matches. These have been high intensity, high everything matches. Oh, I am excited about this. This makes me super happy to watch. I love this game. I love watching these amazing matches and being able to just kind of reminisce a little bit on Remote Stadium. It's been so much fun so far, Ribbon.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here wondering if either team has just an ace in the sleeve that they've been holding on for this entire game. Because we've seen, like, situationally, almost like the same, like, 10 to 12 picks. The Crustle was... It's rough. Because I gotta be honest here, I looked at the Hoopa Rings Unbound, and then I looked left, and Zapdos was gone. So I kind of missed out on what everything was happening right there. But that Zapdos, surprisingly not as tanky as Rayquaza. That thing does evaporate, especially when there's a Dragonite and a Glaceon hitting it. And Dragonite is one of those few characters, because like I remember when this was a big discussion back when this nerf happened. But when Dragonite lost its attack range, so that it couldn't hit over the wall anymore. That was a real big pain point for a lot of Dragonite mains because you would just be able to kind of flip on top of on the other side of the Zapdos wall like Cinderace, like Cinderace, Greninja, and like a lot of these other like longer range A-pressers could. So just a lot of damage got dumped there, and I feel like Yatagarasu just flipped it and got the win.
Yeah, they definitely were able to make that flip, and you can just see there on the scoreboard how much of a difference that Zapdos makes. You can see that orange line just skyrockets on up the moment they grabbed it, because that was so many Hundo Burgers getting dropped into that goal. But this is not over yet for either team. Cabras y Pollo Locos, they do have to win another win. Meanwhile, Yatagarasu would have to win 2. So it's not quite out for either team yet. But that just means all the pressure is on for Yatagarasu, because if they lose even one match at this point, their run is over.
Yeah, we're at the mythical 1 or 3 more now that Yatagarasu wins that game too. So I feel like if there's any time to bring out a secret pick, any time for an ace in the hole, this is the moment.
Now is the moment for it.
Money's on the line. It's time to sink or swim, especially for Yatagarasu, who needs to win this game to even try to have a shot at first place. So see. I feel like Yatagarasu could maybe bring out the Trevenant now that Kabase Polo Loco is definitely sticking to this triple all-rounder core. It would be something that would be able to a lot more easily protect this Glaceon, especially in assistance with the Buzzwole and
Yeah.
the Hoopa. But I feel like that's more protection and doesn't really create any opportunities for Yatagarasu. It kind of more stops what Kabase Poto Loco is trying to do, and they lock in the lax. So we got a big sleeper for a game 3, and hopefully the action's not gonna make us fall asleep. So Blissey still remaining on the side of Kabase Polo Loco, and I don't want to say that last game felt like a Blissey gap, but maybe Blissey, like I feel like the Hoopa mirror was definitely a lot more impactful in that last game than the Blissey mirrors have been in these previous couple games.
I can agree with that. I definitely can see that. The Blissies have been super paramount at elongating these fights, and where they choose and when they choose to use Bliss Assistance has really decided a lot of these fights. Given how much damage Bliss Assistance can output as well to really catch somebody out of place, get a huge burst as well as the stun, can really be the difference maker in a lot of these team fights. But I'm just excited at seeing the Snorlax now. I love the strength of Snorlax in these early game engagements. Just look at the amount of damage that they're able to drop already. Knocking a quick 2 KOs and no, just the one. Almost got the 2 KOs.
That was close. Another auto or two. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, I feel like an early game secure like Snorlax in this bottom side could really shake up this Lucario mirror. Meanwhile, on the top side, still, it seems like things are going Kabase Polo Loco's way. Buzzwole already level 5.
Hitting level 5 before the 9-minute mark is pretty big. That does mean that they're going to have a really easy engagement jumping in here now that they're able to throw some things around, maybe grab the other Buzzwole before he is able to reach their level 5. But it does look like there's going to be a 4-man engagement here in the top side, Ribbon. It looks like that is going to be a lot of damage from Pollo Locos.
Yeah, just barely getting away on that portal. Oh, that was really close, and I feel like both teams kind of got what they wanted, honestly, except for this Buzzwole still barely able to not crack out level 5, and in this bottom side, Lucario mirror is going dead even. Both characters and both supports already matching levels. So honestly, this bot lane in such a sensitive like 50-50 state, it just means this top path is way more impactful, and it's going currently to the side of Kabase Polo Loco. But now that Yatagarasu has 5 on their Buzzwole, it could be anybody's opportunity to make something happen.
Snorlax is jumping into the quick heavy slam at a 5 is never not going to be funny to me. I love how much Snorlax can just like jump in and be a disruption and distraction for so long. There are so many members of Pollo Locos down there trying to hold him away. Meanwhile, there's a 3-man gank in top, and it was just the Buzzwole for a moment trying to hold that by themselves. So, great move from that Snorlax to still not get KO'd. They got away with it.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get away with another little bit of a micro score as well. Kabase Polo Loco has definitely found some really key value hyperspace holds between these pads to shut down whatever Yatagarasu is trying to do. But so many low HP bars, Yatagarasu is not able to find any sort of knockouts, and I feel like that's exactly what Kabase Polo Loco wants.
Definitely. They love being able to bait in a lot of these fights and just kind of heal out all of the damage, hold people where they want to be, and take space where they need it. It's been really paramount for a lot of these fights. Being able to take that Rotom nice and early. Giving up the Dreadnought here is a bit of an interesting option for us to now see. I would have really honestly thought that they were going to keep the Hoopa down bottom and potentially hyperspace hold it down, but they're not quite level 9 yet, so I suppose that was maybe their thinking. But it does look like almost this tier 2 is just going to get jumped on now that they don't have the pad to defend it.
Oh yeah, and Hoopa's not able to bring any sort of reinforcements down. Anysus is just going to have to collect whatever little value they can in the top side as multiple damage falls low. Hoopa's barely on 1 HP in the Dream, trying to protect their backline. Gets in off of the Fury and gets in. I feel like that was just a little bit of a mess up from Yatagarasu. They almost got the value and couldn't pull the trigger fast enough for Cabase Polo Loco to bring in the reinforcements. And I feel like that could have gone so much better for Yatagarasu.
Yeah, it was definitely just maybe not quite quick enough on the trigger, like you were saying, with moving in on that tier 2 goal. But also props shout out there to Pollo Locos for making a quick response when they did, getting at least a little bit of value from Anysus in that top side just to get a couple extra stacks while they were at it. I definitely think that was a pretty good move in itself as well. We do see a pretty large rotation up to the top side here from Cabras y Pollo Locos. As that Rotom gets ready to spawn here in about 27 seconds, they have been on top of these topside objectives, Riven.
Yeah, even though I feel like both teams are kind of making plays and doing what they want, this game has still remained dead even. And I feel like these tier 1 goal breaks have kind of just like nullified each other's hoopas. So it kind of just keeping things really just as dead even and as of a close battle as possible. Especially with these objectives now starting to spawn, it is going to be up to Cabase Polo Loco, mainly with that secure, but Yatagarasu opening up with the rings unbound up in the top side. That Rotom's very, very low, but the secure goes over to Yatagarasu. Out of all things, they're able to throw 5 Pokemon strong up in this top side. They're going to be able to crash that Rotom, trying to look for the perfect overcap, trying to do that math. And probably take away another spawn of that backlane farm from Yatagarasu before they pull off that break, just trying to maximize as much time and XP away from Cabase Polo Loco as they can. But with Yatagarasu collecting that Rotom and then Cabase Polo Loco collecting the Dreadnought on the bot side, I feel like the XP lead still is going to the purple side.
Yeah, definitely Cabras y Pollo Loco is doing a really good job of holding the XP lead. They went ahead and gave that Rotom in favor of Dreadnought just to make sure that they had it this time around. And even that huge CC there from Buzzwole just to make sure that Hoopa gets the secure on that score as well. Wasn't quite enough, though, with their Hoopa getting there nice in time. But the Rings Unbound does mean they're going to get a little bit of value here in this team fight here, Ribbon.
Yeah, team fighting is still remaining dead even. Lucario finally trading off for the Buzzwole. This is as close of a game 3 as I could possibly imagine. Anyflus finds another knockout, and Yatagarasu still holds, but they do find some sneaky backcaps in the bottom side. That evens things out, gets this Dragonite up to level 3, and as long as the Dragonite at least can get away from this overwhelming onslaught, I don't think that's going to happen. And Yatagarasu picks up a key knockout and really just closes whatever XP lead Cabase Polo Loco had.
I think at this point, even Yatagarasu has taken the level lead now, with both of their supports still trailing behind at level 10. They do have a slight advantage here moving into this Rotom fight. Does look like Lucario is going to opt to go ahead and stay down bottom for now, but they do have the Rings Unbound available on the side of Yatagarasu should they need him there a little bit faster. Does look like we're going to see some engagements starting, and Pollo Loco is taking the first KO.
Yeah, I feel like Yatagarasu, even though El Pollo Loco takes the first KO, they had to spend so much HP to secure that. Yatagarasu just strolls in and gets a knockout of their own. Another knockout on top of this Dragonite, and now this Buzzwole is ahead of their counterpart, and Yatagarasu still holding so strong, so aggressively in Cabase Polo Loco's fight, but they're starting the Zapdos fight early. Both Rings Unbound humming together. It's 10 men inside of Cabase Polo Loco's inside of their central area. So many low HP bars. Lucario's pumping each other. It's just a trade, but it looks like it's a trade that Yatagarasu is winning out on. 4 members down. Anysus is back. He's got to make a hero play, but I don't think he's going to make it back in time. Zapdos is going to be secured by Yatagarasu. That Hoopa hole was so close and possibly taking that away, and now Yatagarasu, if they can get these points in, they're going to force the bracket reset.
They are inches away from the bracket reset here as they do start launching some hundo burgers in. We see the Snorlax and Buzzwole now getting theirs. Lucario not far behind. Glaceon scoring the big old hundo burger, making a over 300-point lead here for Yatagarasu. There's over a minute left, so it's not an impossible thing for them to come back from. They do have 2 members down here on the side of Yatagarasu. It's not impossible for Minato to jump back in here should they be able to escape this fight in time. They do have the Hoopa portal gets dropped down, but they are not able to get away. So it looks like 4 members of the Pollo Locos are going to try to take this fight back, potentially before Lucario is able to respawn and maybe win them this fight while they have an even man out. But they do get some points down. I don't know if it's going to be quite enough here, Ruben.
Oh, yeah, that is one power nap to end that push. Kabase Pollo Locos still falling like flies, and Yatagarasu, they find the bracket reset, they find the game 3 situation. They camped out so aggressively in Kabase Pollo Locos central area, and the trades finally stopped trading, and they do end up eventually closing out those KOs. Yatagarasu making one more score. Okay, almost making one more score for insult to injury as the clock strikes to 0. Bracket reset is on. We have one more game, Archer.
One more game. One more game.
Yeah, honestly, shout outs to Yatagarasu for really standing their ground there and taking that aggressive positioning. They could have easily just backed up and backed out to Zapdos and really just held Kabase Pollo Loco in that choke, considering that they wouldn't have had really any big tools to help really shove their way through. But I feel like that may have even been Yatagarasu's plan, is like, we just stand here in front of the only way that they can get into Rayquaza. We fight them if they try to push into us, and if they try to, you know, go either north or south, we'll just follow them in tow. So some really key positioning from Yatagarasu definitely secures them that bracket reset.
Absolutely, and we can see the disparity in the damage numbers here too. Yorch putting in a lot of work there on that Glaceon just to make sure that everybody on that team was low on health. We got some low HP bars the whole time. Kinboshi and Minato are having to work overtime to keep everybody shielded and alive and healed up with those hyperspace portals. So it's not too surprising that they were able to go ahead and secure the fight this time around. They were able to show off and show out a little bit here. I am super ready to see this final here. Like, as much as I want the games to keep going, at the same time, this is so much. It's so much. There's so many
I mean, we gotta bring the gas for Yatagarasu, because this is their bracket reset. We gotta whoo. Yes. We gotta get that. We gotta feel that second wind. Like,
it's hype. It's fun.
Definitely, yeah. I didn't hear no bells, says Lordy in our production.
Yeah.
And I think that's
what Yata said after that first match. Yatagarasu didn't. They said, "All right, bet. Let's do it. Let's make this reset."
Woo. Okay, so
and
now
here it is. This is my son Snorlax, by the way, who won us that match.
We have one more opportunity to see something different.
I want to see something new. Give me something new.
Bracket reset. Multiple hundreds of dollars on the line.
Yes.
We gotta switch it up. We are in draft. Some Pikachu hovers, but it looks like Yatagarasu's just sticking to what works. Honestly, I don't blame them. The Snorlax actually was really impactful, especially
I loved it.
Final push. Yeah, it was really great. And then this is what I was talking about with defenders that buy space, right? Mm-hmm. Especially with that, not just that Snorlax unite, but also during that fight as well. It was able to really get so many key heavy slams and land that unite in a really
heavy slams, the big blocks. It was so good. Yeah, it was very well played Snorlax game.
Yeah, because the Snorlax was just sitting on top of their Kabase Pollo Loco's portals, so they couldn't really take that opportunity to reposition in the fight. So Kabase Pollo Loco locking it all in. Yatagarasu doing the same. We got the same 10 characters. It is the ultimate salty run back on top of
the run back of run backs.
Yeah, we've got our run backs super stacked this time around. And all right. Where are you putting it? You think Yatagarasu's got the gas, Archer, or do you think Kabase Polo Loco's gonna close the door?
I think it's going to be really hard at this point because there is so much pressure on both of these teams, but Yatagarasu at this point has the momentum. They just won this match twice in a row. They know what they're going to do. They have some things behind them. Does look like we have a little bit of a technical difficulty here as we are going to have to reset the match.
Yeah, maybe just some... Yeah, I think maybe just building anticipation, chat. This is
Yes,
all
we are
according
building
to
anticipation at
Kotaku.
this point. It'll be
All right.
okay.
Yeah, let's
It'll
talk
be
it out
all
though.
right.
I mean, all 10. Oh yeah, game crash. Okay, all 10 picks are locked in. Everybody's the same. Now let's see. I'm playing. I'm sitting here like Doctor Strange. I'm playing back everything that I've seen so far, right? And I feel like Kabase Polo Loco is super prioritizing these bottom lane dreadnoughts, right? And really the only thing that's countering them is Yatagarasu getting value up in this top side. And I feel like Kabase Polo Loco has been able to kind of trade value on the other side of the map a lot better than Yatagarasu has. I feel like that's really the main thing going for Kabase Polo Loco, but I feel like Yatagarasu has definitely been the tempo setters. They're definitely the ones making the aggressions, going for these nice deep pushes with all of their members, instead of trying to, balance the map. And, I feel like if one of those pushes go Yatagarasu's way, they really could just snowball and shut out Kabase Polo Loco.
I agree. They definitely can here, especially with all of the key CC that they have to push away from these Hooba portals and a lot of the pressure they've been able to apply so far. So here's what I'm going to do, Ribbon. We're going to have a little bit of fun with this just for the heck of it. We like to make jokes that Pokemon Unite, every game is a coin flip, especially when Zapdos is in play. So I've got a quarter here in front of me, and we're going to let the quarter decide who's winning these grand finals and who our prediction is. We're going to say that Yatagarasu is heads and Pollo Locos is tails. Go ahead and call it for me, Ribbon.
Tails.
The coin did land on tails, so the coin has voted on Cabras y Pollo Locos winning this game.
Yeah.
The coin has spoken.
I mean, when you gotta look at it like, I feel like Cabras Polo Loco mainly has like the more reactive composition as well, which is kind of why they've played the way they have. So especially this Blissey pick is really helping to utilize dispelling Yatagarasu's aggression. And okay, we have mixed it up. We are now sending the Lucario. Okay, wait, no, they're just getting the dog. Never mind. Okay, I thought we were gonna do something cool there, but I think it's fine, mainly just because Lucario can get that little bit of extra XP now that Glaceon only requires that level 4 to evolve and Spike. So getting a little bit more XP over this bot side might be the thing that turns the tides, considering how even this bot side was in that last game.
Yeah, this bot side was super back and forth the entire game. It would look like nobody was able to really get an advantage over the other. We do see Enisus making a really interesting push just straight towards that, straight into their A-Palms. He's just going to get himself KO'd. They're not quite sure what the game plan was, but it does pull some time away and forces them to take the A-Palms now instead of waiting until later. Maybe that was the goal, maybe forcing the use of a berry, but regardless, he got KO'd, and there is a pretty good level lead now sitting on the side of Yatagarasu as we look like a 4-on-4 fight here, and top breaks out.
Yeah, Buzzwell's already advantaged in the level 5. Ace just barely finds that level 5 to open up the knockout on that Buzzwell, but they're going to be paying for that a lot. Lucario does end up going down, but Dragonair is here to try to clean something up. The pup goes in and next on the Dragonair, but Enisus gives him a hug to knock them back to the Pokemon Center, and that's not going to stop Enisus from continuing to pile drive in, but the damage from the Glaceon might help, and now just another hug in return. This is just flip-flop applesauce in this top side. Buzzwell gets the score, and I feel like that just went Yatagarasu's way.
I think so too. Yatagarasu definitely got a little bit more out of that as far as both level and score goes, being able to get a couple of points, couple of stacks, and even some KOs here, as we do see a big 3-man rotation into the bottom side, making sure that that they're not able to score any more. Looks like El Pollo Locos are really looking at taking out this Lucario while they can, and make some good push onto this bottom side. But these Hoopa rotations, I'm telling you, Ribbon, they have been crazy.
Yeah, honestly crazy from both sides, because I feel like whenever one team over-aggresses, the Hoopa portal goes down, Cavalry comes in. I feel like the more reactive play kinds of ends up winning out because of over-aggression on either side. So now that things are evening out, we've got 720s on the deck in just a second. Glaceon fully stacked up with those tail end. Dragonite levels up at arguably an inopportune time, but now that they've got access to this Hyper Beam, already stacking it up big, but the Glaceon is dropping down way more damage. Lucario is going to be able to tank those spears and save their fellow carry. But now that Dragonite is online in this bottom side, Glaceon not level 8 yet, it's still edged out here for El Pollo Loco.
Absolutely. So we are going to see some fights down here in the bottom side. Does look like we've have to watch the live feed here for a second. I've lost the game feed.
Glacial stage is set. Hyper Beam does go across though, and it looks like it's going to be Yatagarasu ending up winning out, getting 2 knockouts, and that Dreadnought still on the table. But Yatagarasu takes the opportunity of all the attention that path was getting to bring things up top and get that Rotom. And now Buzzwole, looking to charge right in. The Super Swole Slam is not enough to stop any sus. But Buzzwole being a little bit further ahead. Now that the Lucario is here, looks like they're stuck in no man's land. Up a creek, no paddle. Hoopa's going to be able to finish that KO.
Absolutely. It does look like we were able to get a couple of KOs there on the side. Does mean that we are able to also move up onto this this top side rotation here. It does look like we're going to get some points on the board. We see a big heavy slam move in and some big KOs. Do mean that Yatagarasu is able to continue this point lead that they've been able to maintain thus far.
Yeah, stretching it over to 100, just shy of 180 points. 179 separates Yatagarasu and their XP lead, but Kabase Polo Loco is locking into a lot of level 9s now. Now Lucario's online, Buzzwole's online, Dragonite's online. So it's going to be a lot of threat that Yatagarasu is going to have to respect, but I feel like Kabase Polo Loco now down both of their tier 1 pads just cannot find the opportunity to pull the trigger. But now 4 people strung up with this top side. I don't know if they're going to be able to find Piplup. There's nobody on that Hoopa portal. Lucario is here, but it's still outnumbered, outgunned, and Anysus is going to be able to pull the trigger. Snorlax comes in to buy some time for the reinforcements to come through those Hoopa rings, and Dragonite finds a 29 in the bottom side. Kabase Polo Loco is winning so much value on both sides of the map. Now Dragonite's here to try to clean out these final members of Yatagarasu, and what a great push from Kabase Polo Loco.
Absolutely great push. You are so right here, as they do even take the space for this Rotom on top of it, just to add insult to injury on top of that one team fight here from Cabras y Pollo Loco, even adding them a little bit of time to rotate down here to bottom, forcing some of the members of Yatagarasu to defend against this Rotom. Piplup here making really good use of the additional pathing that this Rotom is now having to take to even attempt to move around. As we can see from the arrows there, and we do see the Dreadnought does end up getting knocked by Cabras y Pollo Loco. They do get that big XP and make an additional push onto this bottom tier 1 goal while they have the man advantage. This is a huge opportunity for them to take some points, some XP. Does look like they're going to end up getting stopped though.
Yeah, Lucario Oracan closes out the Blissey to start things off, and they don't have access to the Bliss Assistance, Archer. It's going to be really rough for Cabras y Pollo Loco to continue this aggression. Yatagarasu is going to easily chomp down on so many Pokemon, sending them quickly back to the Pokemon Center. It's only 1 knockout. Now that the Bliss Assistance is here online, barely saving this Dragonite. 1 more Hyper Beam. It's not enough to close out on the Buzzwole. This Glaceon is firing for free. 3 members down from Cabras y Pollo Loco, 4 knockouts in total over that very long team fight. Yatagarasu, great tier 1 defense.
Absolutely. On top of that, there was a wonderful, I don't know if you noticed, the big slam there with the Unite move from Snorlax, preventing any use of that hyperspace hole, did secure both a KO and a full defense there onto that tier 2 goal from Yatagarasu onto El Pollo Loco. There was a really nice move, prevented any kind of healing, since they can't go through the portal if they are knocked up in the air by a move. So it was really nice there, as we do see a full team rotation onto this new Rotom getting ready to spawn here in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, and now Kabase Pollo Loco is continuing the aggression up on this top side, making Yatagarasu more of the reactive folk here. 2:30 on the clock. This Rotom is going to absolutely go to Kabase Pollo Loco, and I don't think there's going to be a third Dreadnought in play, but Yatagarasu knows that. They're already strong, already stationary in these pixel bushes, and now it's up to Kabase Pollo Loco to try to sniff Yatagarasu out. Is it going to be another flip? Are they going to try to go for the team fight? There's so many options that Kabase Pollo Loco could do, but Yatagarasu is just going to sit and wait patiently as the second egg on Zapdos is on the map. They're going to start tapping it. Kabase Pollo Loco slowly starts walking, and Glaceon immediately opens up on that backline, taking almost half of Minato GG's health. The rings have to be coming about just as a safety. Solorax opens up and tries to stall as many members out as possible, but Lucario is the first one to find a knockout on the Buzzwole. Buzzwole finds one as well. It's already 2 members of Kabase Pollo Loco down. Yatagarasu is getting that Zapdos lower and lower, already at 30%, and Kabase Pollo Loco is just trying to make something happen here. 3 members down now, 4 members down. That's an ace. Everybody from Yatagarasu, congratulations. That's a Zapdos cleanup, and Kabase Pollo Loco, they need to stop all of these 100-pointers that are going to be going in, but that's going to be, looks like 500 points ready to go, and it's going to be really rough from them to try to continue any sort of push. They've got a minute on the clock for over almost 500 points to score, Archer.
Yeah, that's 550 points that they would now have to score in return, which means all 5 of them would have to score 100 and then some, just for them to make any kind of comeback here. With only 58 seconds left in the game, I think this is a done deal at this point. I think Yatagarasu may have just come back on top of all of the odds and made this salty run back, their run back to victory, Ribbon.
Yeah, 3 games, 3 stacks of rewind. You know, three stacks of the run back. So it's going to be up to Kabase Pollo Loco to kind of make just a desperation push, but Yatagarasu is just going to make a sneaky little back cap with that Buzzwole for insult to injury, and even not going to be stopped by that Hoopa Portal, and they don't even need the additional man to really stop this push. Yatagarasu knows that they got this in the bag, and they're going to be taking your victory here over Remote Rewind. Clock goes down to 0, but we already know how this match ends. Yatagarasu are your champions.
I guess my coin was wrong. The coin cursed it, not me.
The ultimate caster curse, I guess.
It was the coin flip caster curse. What a terrible way to go. Well, congratulations to Yatagarasu, as they did go ahead and win this final match here, 833 to 168. Yatagarasu making the bracket reset to a win, 3 matches in a row. They just had so much momentum. After losing game 1, wins 3 matches in a row. The amount of mental fortitude that requires in a game that's as high pressure as Pokemon Unite is impressive in itself. Congratulations to them, and congratulations as well to Cabras y Pollo Locos for making second this evening. Both, as we both know, they're fantastic players on both sides. Very excited for all of them. Wonderful. Any more notes that you think, Ribbon, on this match?
I love Pokemon Unite. Played at the highest level by things that are not North America.
He said the thing.
I'm just gonna say it.
We were making jokes about it earlier. But, yep.
Latam just does it differently, chat. I don't know what else to say. And Latam brings the hype too, honestly. I love watching Latam games because, you know, I feel like they play the same way across all of their games. Just talking about esports in whole, right? They sure. Yeah, like overwhelmingly aggressive play styles, very in your face gameplay. And when two teams match up like that with that kind of energy, it turns into a barn burner. And
Yeah.
it's always entertaining than watching a team just kind of roll over and die like certain
I
Luminosity
agree.
Gaming members do. So
Oh.
I just feel like we just got to see some great Pokemon Unite today, and honestly, that's all I can ask for.
You know what? You are absolutely right. We saw some amazing Pokemon Unite tonight. Some of these teams showing us some really unique compositions we haven't seen in a while, thanks to the limitations of this evening's format, which is super awesome to see. I love being able to go back and see all the different Pokemon that we weren't able to always watch. I'm a little sad there were some that we still didn't get to see. Cough,
Yeah,
cough,
no-
A9, cough, cough,
Cough, cough.
Charizard, Serena, all of the Pokemon that we could have seen. But the comps that won were comps that won for a reason. They're strong Pokemon, I understand.
Hey,
But yeah.
and honestly, giving complete credit to Kabase Polo Loco, they made that Dragonite work.
Oh my
Like,
gosh, it was amazing. Yeah.
that, like, I feel like I have we always talk about how Dragonite is really powerful around objectives with its really great secure and hyper beam, but I really have not genuinely seen anybody play like a team fight Dragonite and landing at least 2+ targets on that hyper beam, as many as possible. So
Yeah.
that was some really great Dragonite play. I understand why Kabase Polo Loco stuck to their guns. But I really feel like the tantamount switch that really got Yatagarasu that dub was getting that Hoopa in, and just letting them have Blissey. I feel like so much changed once the Hoopa mirror kind of came in. It really started getting a lot more dynamic. We really started to see like teams kind of match each other in a lot faster tempo. That was really cool to see. But I think times have come to a close today. I want to give a quick little personal shout out to the wonderful event that is happening tomorrow, hosted by Schmiedy, going to be casted by me, Kello, and other wonderful casters in the scene, and Steph Anime, and of course Brancy Ponyta as well. We've got an all-female production as well. Going to be nothing but women and queer folk on the stream. I really hope that if you've got it in your mind to continue to watch some Pokemon Unite tomorrow, we've got plenty of action on the screen from some of the most arguably excuse me, let me excuse my fucking French, sorry, the most underestimated groups on Pokemon Unite, and we're gonna put on a great show tomorrow. It's gonna be 7 p.m. UTC. I am stupid and don't know how that translates. I'm sorry, Schmiedy. And we're going to have great production from the Unity class squad. But I do also have to give a quick little shout out to our sponsors that put this forward and got Yatagarasu their bag. Shout outs to, of course, the Wide League, Engage GG, Team Growth, Glitch Energy, the Underdunk Squad, and of course, our Lord and Savior, Squirtle's Den. I got in those digs just for you, hun. And for putting this all together, for giving both me, Archer, Ponyta, and Tano the opportunities to cast this wonderful Latam Pokemon Unite action that's been on the screen. We got every game. It went all the way. Like, we can't complain. We got the maximum amount of Pokemon Unite, a high quality value, and
we really did. We saw so many game 3 after game 3 after bracket reset on top of it. That was the maximum amount of Pokemon Unite that you could have seen this evening. So, like Ribbon was just saying, huge shout out to all of that. Shout out to Anonymous, Glitch, Engage, Team Growth, and Squirtle, all for putting this together alongside the Wide League. Huge shout out to WD Michael, who has been in the background running production this entire evening. Shout out to our French Vam, who has been running Observer this evening as well. We love all of our friends, as well as our tournament organizers. So Squirtle, and we've got Lordy helping out with things as well. So thank you to all of you for helping out in the background with things. This could not happen without all of you. And of course, thank you all for watching this evening and joining us for such an amazing event. We would not be here if it were not for all of you and the amazing community that we do it for. So I humbly thank all of you.
Yeah, and absolutely. And y'all know how this ends. My name is Ribbonchew. I've got Archer right next to me. And we're signing off. Catch y'all next time. Bye now.
Toodles.